the beautiful Rick Danko. That's the band to open up hashtag Bennington this morning. They're going to be on deck with us all day today. The orchestra that will be playing along with us all morning. Although I have to tell you that the team was out front just rocking with Blue Oyster Cult for the last half hour as they were doing a warm-up.
Blue Oyster Cult and the band go together perfectly. So
yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
First time ever, I think, those two bands were ever mentioned in the same sentence. But Blue Oyster Cult is overdoing Fox and Friends, and that's our last sound check that we're going to hear all morning. That ends up the Summer of Rock that Fox and Friends put together for everybody.
All American.
I'll tell you this, there was a little bite out there, a little bit of the Hudson Hawk just nipping at you this morning. Cooler weather on its way.
How is this happening already?
Well, it's, seasons. Seasons change. But I like it a little bit. It felt like football out there.
Yeah, that always happens at the end of the summer. Like you get a little bit excited for.
Yeah, you're ready for the next season. You're I like orange leaves.
I have a lot of great jackets. I
believe the NFL football camps broke today, which used to mean something because they used to go somewhere else and practice all summer, but now they're normally just at the stadium where you see them all year. So I guess they can live at home. But in the old days, they would go to any mountainous area that was close to where they were. It was either a college or some kind of weird summer camp, and they would be away from everybody except for a couple of stringers, a couple of sports journalists. And then they would come back and you would really see what the team looked like. But now they're right. These games, not even the practices draw better than the games. People love to go out to practices.
They never leave them. Or they never leave us, either way.
And, you hear whether if some third-string quarterback threw a pick, it's on the news that night. And you're like, it's not even a game. He threw a pick in practice.
It's not real.
It's more important in practice, actually. What?
But isn't that the place to test your arm to see exactly, make a couple mistakes and go, okay, we'll never be able to do that one. Not like, maybe we should trade him. Passing drill, just threw one right over his receiver's head. I don't know what to do right now. I feel like the season's shot.
It's over.
It's unacceptable.
I was watching Adam Shine, They All Shine On, the other big pregame show, and they were they basically seemed like they were giving the season to the Eagles. And I'm like, we heard all this bad press all winter, and now everyone's going to it's the Eagles and the Bills in the next Super Bowl. Any weird hype that they could have, they're happy about.
Any conversation about the Eagles has to not be realistic. It has to be either they're going to be destroyed or they're going to be the greatest team of all time. There's no in between.
I was reading that they're saying that Chip Kelly, doesn't matter what team he has around him, what players have around him, the offense is just Chip Kelly's and nothing can stop it. That's literally saying, like Sam Bradford, whatever. Mark Sanchez, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who's the quarterback. He'll throw 30 fucking touchdowns in no time and no interceptions. Sounds
Chip
crazy.
Kelly is a magic man.
I guess.
Don't question how he does it. It's magic.
Ken Shane wrote to me, Richard Manuel, unsung hero of the band. Let me just say something about the band. The band had 3 great lead singers. Great lead singers that would have been the lead singer of any other band. I don't know if I could say that, but I guess the Beatles had 3 lead singers, although they didn't let George do much, occasionally. But then afterwards, everyone's like, hey, George is a pretty fucking good singer.
Did you ever notice how good George is?
I don't know why they kept George down so hard, because that son of a bitch is good. All soul singers, too, really. Here is Brian and Charlotte. What's up?
I'm ashamed to say that usually I can pick out your band, your house band, and I was ashamed to think that maybe that was Benfold this morning. That's
we went a little deep. We went a little deep on them.
Got to go deep once in a while.
I'm not sure if the band's aware that they stole his DNA.
Well, I don't know how they would have a time machine to do that, Brian, but it's early. You're probably just getting it all together. Let me say some of the tweets at hashtag Bennington. O&J fan said, just as my morning wood started to go away, hashtag Bennington.
Oh, great. So happy to be there for you.
Is it back?
Tom says, where do I summer? Hashtag Bennington. I'm not reading that one. David just wrote, actually, it's just because this coffee tastes so damn good. Hashtag Bennington. That should be, some of the imaging that we're doing. Joseph just writes, drop thy cocks and grab thy socks. It's time for hashtag Bennington.
Good advice.
George writes, shit, shower, shave, and Bennington. Great morning. Hashtag Bennington.
In that order, too.
Gail Bennington writes, it's Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got shit to do except listen to Bennington. Good one this morning. See, that should be our imaging, Chris. That's what we're talking about. All these things would be perfect.
All of these are images.
Yes. Dude.
Audio images.
It's perfect. Johnny Rock says 15 minutes till the best 3 hours on hashtag Bennington. That's until it's 12 when it happens again. Hashtag Bennington. And the crabs are running.
The little ones or the big ones?
It seems like the little ones because it rained earlier.
It freaked them out.
Man, Twitter's blowing up in a big way. Oh, my lucky stars. It's a double shot. Hashtag Bennington Friday. That's from Andrew.
And the second one's on the house.
Is that right?
Nice buybacks.
Billy, drinks are on the house. Carla writes, but B is always for hashtag Bennington. And a picture of Cookie Monster for some reason. That's nice.
Nice.
Aaron writes, Chris Stanley definitely has morning breath. Hashtag Bennington. Hashtag fart mouth.
Oh,
You can tell from there?
nasty.
Fart mouth is the name of our new band.
Hey, we're Fart Mouth.
Johnny's bragging about crabbing again. I like to just see him drop a line in the water and catch a fish.
You wouldn't know what to do.
You can't bring it in as slow. Hit the Brick says, National Dog Day. How about National Ron Day? Hashtag Bennington.
I think we can all celebrate that.
Sponge C says, glad to catch the show since it's never promoted. Hashtag Bennington. Chris is very tired and doesn't like to do promos or check up to him. Daniel said, thanks for playing one of my favorites on Faithful Servant. Can't wait to hear what band songs are on deck. Hashtag Bennington. I like people that get excited about the morning songs.
I know, me too.
I'd rather start and play 15 an hour.
Okay.
Gail and I did a music special, but we haven't heard back yet whether or not it's being played. But if it doesn't get played by, I forget what channel. What channel was it, Chris?
It was a classic vinyl.
If it doesn't get played by Classic Vinyl, we'll just play it on our station.
Yes. We will do something with it.
Classic Raw Dog Classic Comedy Club.
Classic rock.
Classics have all the classic.
Do you love the classics?
Classic it up. Boomer in Atlanta.
Good morning, Benningtons. Good morning, Chris.
Morning.
Big band with more than 3 lead singers, the Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles have quite a bit.
4, maybe 5.
Yeah, but then they end up firing, the other guys. But, they got Joe Walsh with them now. And I'm saying that since 77. But he's still like the new guy to me.
Like, what do I have to do to not be new guy anymore?
That's what happens. That's just how it goes. You're the new guy. You got here a little late, Joe.
How long am I going to be new guy?
Well, it's a new show, so you're not new guy.
Yes.
If anything, I would say Joe and Dan are the new guys.
Oh, hey, new guys.
Oh, hey.
Gee, the new guys are...
Yeah, the new guys are weird guys. Well, they keep separated from us because they're apart from with glass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's glass between us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, I mean, someday, maybe we can knock down the glass. Break these barriers.
It'll fuck up the sound of the show.
Oh.
It's going to be ruined.
It'd be terrible. Don't throw a brick through that window.
All right, I'm just going to put it down. Put it down right here.
I threw a brick through a window right in front of a cop and didn't even get arrested.
Wow. How'd you do that?
Window was open.
Oh.
He said, "You're so lucky. Oh, you're so lucky." Too bad it landed on a baby, though.
Oh, God.
He didn't have a problem with that?
Hold on. An ISIS baby.
Oh, okay. So
Good.
he was fine with it.
Good.
Hate them. I hate ISIS. Sarah Palin came out against ISIS and against ESPN.
Both, huh?
Yeah. Well, ESPN pulled Kurt Schilling off their Little League roundup because he had put some memes out comparing Muslims with Hitler.
Nazis.
And, just,
How do you even get the Little League gig?
I don't know. First of all,
he's a crazy bastard. And he put all his money into a video game company and went bankrupt. Why would anyone trust him with anything?
well, not just all his money, all of Rhode Island's money. He took their taxes, the grant they had, because it was going to create so many jobs. And the thing went right in the shitter. I always liked him until he got traded until he left the Phillies, and I hated him.
Good, yeah.
That's all it takes with a player you like is for them to go, "I've decided to take my talents elsewhere." Fuck you! You've always sucked.
I hated Pettit when he went to the fucking Astros.
Yeah, you should still hate him.
No, I loved him when he came back, though. Like, all right, you're back. You're the man, dude.
Stop taking. Yeah. All right, Fartmouth Stanley is getting a little bit of play, more than I wanted. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Waylon says, "I just wanted Ronnie B to read this. Hashtag Bennington, hashtag Shed Juice." I'm sorry, Waylon, I don't have time to read everything.
Maybe next time.
You're bad. Chuck says, "I don't know what's going on. It's too early, but hashtag Bennington."
So disoriented this morning.
You tripping?
DC says, "Stopping the soul from bleeding. Hashtag Bennington." Keith says, "Breakfast this morning. Egg and cheese with hashtag Pepper Hicks on the side with a glass of Gail Ann. Hashtag Bennington." These are great imaging. Great imaging. You should be using this.
Use this.
Joe, screen cap these things.
Maybe Joe should be in charge of imaging.
I'll do it.
You don't sound like a man.
I'll do it.
I'll do it.
I'll mow the lawn, Dad. BJ Wilson just write boats and hoes. Hashtag Bennington.
That's us.
Scott A. Cole says, "Working on my day off, but at least I can bring along hashtag Bennington." Great imaging. David just puts Friday. Hashtag Bennington.
Nice.
Boy, people like Fridays, don't they?
They sure do.
People that you work with get a big kick out of Friday.
Hey, it's Friday.
Happy Friday, guys.
Hey, at least it's Friday, right?
Fine Example writes, politely requesting all of Stage Fright for the next break on hashtag Bennington. That's a possibility. We might just play the entire thing.
Surprised how pissed Sarah Palin was over Schilling. I mean, it was like
I
a
don't blame
rant.
her.
It wasn't even a tweet. It was a straight up rant.
I love her for that.
Paragraphs worth.
And I hope Donald Trump is paying close attention to what she brings to it.
Wonder if she'll be his running mate.
I don't know. She drove that ship into the water last time.
Ken Shane wrote back to me, says, yeah, it was Rick Danko, but I still love Richard, though. Yeah, we all do. We love them all. Unlike Levon, we love every member of the band.
Including Levon.
Including Robbie. Stop. He turned the world against the guy who wrote all the songs.
Don't you guys hate Robbie?
Yeah. If you do, then we do. You know, the last time I went to see Levon, it was up in Bridgeport, and his whatever was happening with his throat, whatever it was with the cancer, had come back. So they were like, Levon is not going to sing tonight. He will play the drums, but if you want your money back, you can. And we were like, oh man, this is sad, but we're already here. Why don't we stay? And he came out with his band, and they were so fucking great.
Really?
Yeah. It was just an amazing night. People dancing in the aisles. He didn't even speak to the audience, he couldn't even, say a word. And it was a tremendous night. Those shows were always just so terrific, just terrific. But the funny thing was, so I'm looking back and the band comes out and they're playing, and I'm like, wait, who's on keyboards? It's Donald Fagen at this little gig in Bridgeport. And the reasoning behind it was Donald Fagen and Levon shared the same wife. They had married separate times, and they were just buddies, even though their music sounded tremendously different. It was just one of those nights, man, where you're like, God, rock and roll.
Yeah.
Just one of those nights where you're like, Jesus, this is the only place I'd want to be at. Matt in Bestchester.
Bennington's real quick question. Are there Smart Mouth tour dates coming up?
No, there aren't any.
Too bad. Sorry to hear that.
Damn it.
Sorry to hear that, Chris. Brian, St. Louis.
Hey, Ron. Gail, how are you?
Cool,
What's
man.
up?
Hey, I just wanted to thank you for Top of the Lake. Holly Hunter was amazing. I actually Googled her quotes in that movie because I was so blown away by them. So,
Yeah, she was really crazy in that, wasn't she?
yeah, I tried to explain this.
Isn't it funny, though, how we call these TV shows movies now?
Yeah.
Because they're better than movies. And like I recently just finished my hobby of watching all of Breaking Bad. I probably was the only person who watched Better Call Saul without watching Breaking Bad. I watched the first episode of Breaking Bad and had Cranston in, and then for some reason never caught back up with it. Even when everybody was talking to me, I'm like, I'll get to it. It's good. But when I'm watching it, I'm like, wow, how can anyone tell a story in a movie? You know what I mean? Like, how can someone take 2 hours to tell a story when this took 5 seasons?
Yeah, it's insane. But it's funny that I think everyone is leaning towards that. Like they'll complain if a movie is over a certain length of time.
Isn't that funny? If people complain like the movie was 2.5 hours,
but then they'll sit 8 hours with a TV show that they love.
Yeah, without getting up
binge.
much. What they're saying is, I don't want to leave my house. Right. Every football game is 4 hours. So what's the problem with a movie being a little longer?
But even a movie at home, I think people are just like, gosh, this thing's dragging. Like, even if they're watching at home, I think people still complain about a long movie.
Yeah, they bitch up a storm these days about everything but Star Wars. They just love Star Wars.
That they're okay with.
Chris came running at me this morning to tell me there's you said a Star Wars Instagram?
They're releasing teasers on Instagram instead of an actual teaser on YouTube. So now we're getting 15 seconds worth of Star Wars trailers at a time. And this trailer, or teaser, whatever you want to call it, it was all footage everyone's seen before, except for the last shot of the black dude now has a lightsaber or a blue sword. And everyone's like, just check out the blue sword. You know what that means? And I had no idea what it meant. It just looked like a lightsaber.
But they're calling it a sword?
No, it's a lightsaber, but it's a blue. That's what the lightsaber is. It's a blue sword. That's all it is.
Wait, what's he talking about?
He's saying that
blue
usually,
lightsaber?
Yeah, there's a blue lightsaber. So
what color are they usually? I don't even remember.
Red and green?
Yeah,
it's Christmas. That's Santa Claus's lightsaber.
Bad guys are red and the good guys are green, I think.
Yeah, good guys are green. Yeah.
So the blue he's somewhere in between.
Yeah, I have no idea, but all the Star Wars fans are like freaking out because they got.
Well, let me say it.
3 seconds.
Well, let me just say it instead of being so negative. Is this up on the iBang, Chris?
Yeah, it's up on the iBang.
The entire bang?
The entire bang. So this is for The Force Awakens.
All right, let me just say this. That fucking lightsaber is awesome. I am totally on board now. I like Soccer Robot.
Yep.
I like, what's the, we don't even know who that guy is.
No, yeah, it's just the black dude from the first trailer. That's
don't be racist, man.
I'm pointing out who has a lightsaber.
Yeah, but we don't point out things by race anymore or gender.
Mm-mm.
How do we
We're
tell
all just people.
Yeah. People are people. That's it.
The level of happiness people are getting from just single stills is really freaking me out.
Why can't you just jump on board? There's a fucking blue lightsaber. I can't believe it.
Can you believe? Because I can't.
They said when the Star Wars movie comes out, I think it's in 2 weeks. Is that what is all happening? No. It's going to be in every single IMAX screen in America. There will not be an IMAX screen in the United States of America without a Star Wars there. And if you don't see it at an IMAX theater, then you're gay. Because I read that online.
I'm definitely going to go to an IMAX then.
I'm not sure yet where I want to see it. It's never going to stop.
Liz
me.
Sets Fire wrote some imaging for us. See if you like it.
Okay.
Forgot my deodorant. Laying some stank on you. Hashtag Bennington. It's perfect.
Nice.
Ryan says, yeah, I need a large, non-fat, no whip, double shot of hashtag Bennington latte, please. Then Pearl Jammy says, I'm going to 3D print myself a fart mouth centaur and love it forever.
I can approve that. I love 3D printing.
I like that Chris has already started a show with a meltdown of something I couldn't even understand. That he was frustrated and angry about something that I hadn't even seen yet.
It's blue.
But he couldn't even It's a sword. Stop going to the lightsaber when it's the sword. Chris in D.C.
Hey, good morning, Bennington. The original lightsaber, the first one you ever see in episode 4, was a blue lightsaber. I don't know who this Stanley guy is.
Stanley is just somebody. I guess you've never seen Star Wars.
Is this your first Star Wars?
They all green.
All right, Chris is going to. Chris in Philly is going to point something out to you. And I wish you would have heard this pre-meltdown.
Hey guys.
Hey
guys. Well, what the geeks are saying is that lightsaber that we see in this clip was Luke's lightsaber from Empire Strikes Back after Darth Vader cuts his hand off and it gets lost. Spoiler alert. Yeah. But that's the lightsaber they're saying.
You don't think they could have made just another blue one? I mean, Samuel L. Jackson had a purple one in the whatever the prequels.
I don't fucking know. This is what they're saying on the internet.
Calm down. I'm just saying.
Why are you trying to shoot the messenger, Chris? He's just clarifying something you couldn't do.
This is why people are exciting. It's bringing back Luke's old lifesaver.
Awesome. Can't wait.
Why are you mad?
I'm also mad because we're going to get nothing but 15-second Instagram teasers for
You don't have to even look at them.
I'm going to look at them. I'm going to watch them when they come out.
Then be mad at yourself. And do me a favor and move your headset around because you got the eye melting down again. He can't get a headset around his entire noggin. And one of the things just pushes his eye skin down over his eyeball.
It's a real painting.
So you're going to go to Star Wars, right?
I will go see it, yeah.
Then relax. You're a fanboy.
You love it. You love it. And you love the blue lightsaber, and you're so excited about it. I saw someone complaining because of the red lightsaber, that the things on the side.
Yeah, what is that called?
A crossguard.
Yeah, but the reason that they were so upset is because the purpose of a crossguard is to protect your hand. That's why they exist. Yeah. So to have a lightsaber crossguard, like your hand would just get...
Well, the thing is, it's above your hand, but if someone else tries to hit you with their lightsaber, you got a nice crossguard now.
Yeah, but it wasn't the crossguard to protect your hand while you did it?
Yeah, but from the other sword.
Oh, okay. So
not from your own sword.
See, these people are upset for nothing.
They're Chris Stanley in this thing.
Exactly.
I'll tell you something else. I'd like to introduce something to that world I think it could work. A gun. And just shoot all the lightsaber guys from far away.
You think they would have figured that one out by now?
Just a new character called Jesse James, and he's just shooting the shit out of people. Lunchbox says, trimming my manly mustache in the mirror when Ron drops ISIS babies on me. Nearly cut my lip off.
Careful.
David says, I only get up this early for 2 things. I got to piss and hashtag back. Lovely Otto's girl was listening to us today.
Nice.
Faithful servant. Adam says blue is the new black. Hashtag Bennington.
There should be black lightsabers. That'd be badass.
Is that something that would make you happy?
Like, oh, wow, look, that one's black.
Let me guess. Within the next 900 Star Wars coming in the next 5 years, you'll see a black one.
They're going to run out of colors.
PA Temp says, I like soccer robot. Hashtag Bennington. It does look like a little soccer ball.
It's very cute.
Yeah.
You should just put Wally in it.
Crossover.
Wally.
Is he here? Wally? Wally!
Eva?
Yes, it's me, Eva. He can't say Ron. He's been living on a planet all by himself. Poor Wally. He's not real, but his love is.
Mm-hmm. It's real to me, damn it.
It's still real to me, damn it. Who do you think was the greatest AI of all time? Would it be Wally for you?
I think it might be Wally. He's so sweet.
Mine has never changed over all these years. It's Rucker Hauer. Rucker Hauer is the greatest of them all. Artificial intelligence, if it gets us. Rucker Hauer, who was rocking, and no one ever brings this up, but he dressed just like Billy Idol in that movie. Or I don't know whether Billy Idol watched fucking that show.
I think it was the other way around. He had to have taken the replicant skin job look.
Right, hold on, Adam's already. Adam, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Listen, little lightsaber education, because you're blowing it on every account. There already is a black lightsaber, okay?
Yeah.
It's called the dark saber, and one of the Mandalorians possessed it. It's not the fact that it's a blue lightsaber and we've never seen a blue lightsaber. It's like one of your callers touched on. It's Luke's original blue lightsaber, and we can tell from the hilt of it. Every Jedi builds his own lightsaber, so we can tell it's Luke's old lightsaber.
Adam?
Yeah.
That's really interesting, but clean up your toys. You got to get up to bed, okay, buddy? And then tomorrow you can play with them all again.
The prop department builds all the lightsabers, not the Jedi.
I mean, if this guy was 11, that fucking call would have been adorable.
That would be very
but
cute.
coming from a middle-aged man,
Ron, the Mandalorians had the black lightsaber.
Now, was Spaceballs, was that part of the Star Wars universe
It's one
or
of the
not?
prequels.
It's
Yeah.
canon, as they say.
Scott said, I've gone through 10 packs, but I can't find one blue lightsaber. Jason from Detroit says, is that a gun shop? Nope, just hashtag Bennington. Like this imaging. Like this imaging
So
a
good.
lot.
Take notes.
BJ said the greatest AI of all time has to be Johnny Five. Johnny Five.
Johnny Five is beloved.
Yeah.
I liked Hal. He was a pretty good AI, even though he was trying to kill Dave.
It's a little dated, I would say. It's just inability to speak. You know what I mean?
It was just a red light, but it did like the.
Well, I don't mind that part of it, but the fact that it was still sounding like it was trouble. My phone talks better than Hal. Now, at the time, I'll totally agree with you. We thought speaking for any artificial life was going to be a difficult task, but we've now seen that it hasn't been. You know, all the people who said we didn't get all the shit we want. This actually surpassed the way a computer can talk.
Yeah, it's downright conversational.
It's not even robot voice. It's just a nice, pleasant lady.
Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, that last caller was wrong. That wasn't Luke's original lightsaber. That goes way back to Anakin's original lightsaber, who eventually became Luke's father.
Well, everybody eventually becomes someone's father, I guess. I mean, he became his father before there was even a Luke. I would tell him that, but I already put him up to bed, and I hear him still running around up there. I'm going to have to go up and threaten.
No, I'll do it. Let me do it.
I will tell him I'm going to take those Star Wars sheets if he doesn't calm down. I will burn your Star Wars sheets. Queen Elizabeth is up early, and she writes, when people tweet me like I'm the real Queen of England, I command them to listen to hashtag Bennington. Oh, that's nice. If I had a paperback book, I'd want to put that as a blurb on there. Here's Jim in Canada. He's got a big question for us.
Yeah, does the Terminator count as an AI?
That's a good question, because he's a cyborg, right?
He's a cyborg, and he's like programmed with a certain task.
But he never was a live first, right? He never was a person
Yeah, I don't.
first.
Is he a cyborg?
Now I'm thinking he's a skin job, really. It's just grown skin on the back of a
exoskeleton.
Yeah, that doesn't make you a cyborg.
Yeah,
a cyborg has to be human.
Yeah, crossover situation where you've got robot parts.
Yeah.
Then I could scream out, he's more machine than man. I actually said that once to an adding machine.
Well, yeah, it's not man at all.
Still, this adding machine, even as helpful as this, is going to lead to our death. So now we're saying he's not a cyborg.
Just a robot with a skin shell. Delicious skin shell.
Sweet skin shell.
Sometimes I just suck on the skin shell before I bite down. Hashtag blowjob. He says, I've been at my job for 16 years and happy here. But that being said, I would quit today to work with hashtag Bennington for one day. Or you would hate it. You would hate it as much as Joe does.
What? No.
Chris told us at a meeting how unhappy you are.
Yeah.
What, Chris? Now you're just spreading rumors and lies.
Well, that's what he does.
I love doing that shit.
That's his thing.
I know. You keep telling me that.
Hey, Joe, I'm gonna spread some really bad shit.
But I don't
about
know
you
if it's
later.
a lie when you tell me that.
GFY says, ISIS babies and racist lightsabers. Can my Friday morning get any better? Hashtag kill myself. Hashtag keep looking out for Blue Oyster Cult.
Don't forget the cult.
Never forget the cult.
I got my eye on Fox News at all times.
Long Island's greatest band. RoboCop. Hashtag Bennington. RoboCop was a cyborg.
Yeah, he's straight cyborg, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
He wouldn't have been alive without all those robot parts.
Oh, he wouldn't have been alive, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't tell the slur. Jessica sent me the best cover ever by Shelby released, and that's by the lovely Grace Potter. I'll listen to that later.
Send that to me.
Sure. I'll forward.
CC me on that, please.
Call me the king of forwards.
Actually, BCC me because I don't want anyone to know that I'm watching it.
BOC me, Blue Oyster Cult all the way, baby. Wait, I don't understand. What's the thing that you brought up that you can CC somebody without everyone else saying it?
Yeah, so if you BCC someone, then they can't see that you're on the email.
Oh, I never knew this.
Yeah.
Because I don't do very many business emails or personal emails.
I hate CCing anything, but the BCCs, like for like mailing lists and whatnot, people do that. So you mail out to everyone, so everyone doesn't see everyone else's.
Oh, so maybe I just don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
I know that Don always BCCs me and stuff they send you.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, so stay on this asshole about that.
Oh, Jesus. There's got to be a way to see those BCCs.
I like that big slurp that you took on the edges.
Oh, shit. I gotta get some water in me.
I like to reply all no matter what, especially when I'm yelling at one person.
I want everyone to see this.
I'm going to give you a dressing down in front of your peers. I actually BCC people in emails that I only send them. So they know they can do a follow-up with themselves.
Fox is now just showing the cowbell skit. No, this.
Remember this?
Remember this? You guys weren't there for that.
Would you guys love that or what?
More cowbell.
Loving you right here. They are burning for you. Is that right?
They're burning for you. We saw them do that this morning.
What's the best part about knowing that you've had fans that span over 3 decades of play?
3 decades.
You know,
Try 4.
Singing is great. It's still fun. It's still a great
Into the
time.
mic.
You still what, about 50
Maybe
to 70
should've known
shows
after all these
a
years in
year.
business.
That's about what we do these days.
Bring it down, please. Someone's, giving her notes because there's no way she's ever listened to this band before. What's it like being from Massapequa? Am I saying that correctly? Is it
They're
great?
burning for you.
They're burning for you, much like their big hit. Rich from Richmond.
Hey, this is Jim in Richmond.
Okay.
Talking about Jaime from Get Smart.
Yeah. Great robot.
So good.
Thanks. Blowhard's going crazy at his house right now. Did anyone say Ava from Ex Machina yet?
No.
Was she a cyborg?
No, she was straight up robot.
Yeah, she was AI.
She was AI.
Very sexy AI.
When he danced with her, it was the greatest scene of all time.
I like the Asian AI better than the girl he locked in that room.
Well, I know that from your Google search.
Asian Ex Machina girl.
Hot Asian robots to spank to.
That's why you love humans.
The Google search thing is, they came up with a list, right, Gail?
Yeah, there is a list of, it's a map that shows you the shameful, embarrassing searches by each state. So this state searches this embarrassing thing more than any other.
Okay.
So
we pick a state.
Right, exactly.
Well, here's what would be better to do. Give me the weird search, and we'll give you this.
Okay, cool.
State.
Do you have it up there?
Yeah, I got it up here. All right. Magic lessons.
Magic lessons. That seems like a Connecticut thing.
I was going to say Washington State.
New York. New York is magic lessons.
We love magic.
Eyebrow piercing.
Ooh.
That's a southern one.
Yeah, it's got to be southern.
FLA.
Correct.
Whoa! Jesus. I'm excited. By the way, a couple people already in that Chris did a spoiler alert on the Ex Machina. Whatever you gave out, I can't even remember it now. There are people who didn't see the movie that are pissed.
It's fine. I just talked about the hot Asian robot and the white robot. That's it.
But you didn't give out a. The fact is, we weren't supposed to know.
Oh shit!
That they were robots.
Oh.
I mean, his hot Asian girlfriend. That's all.
Robot girlfriend.
Yeah, robot girlfriend. All right. Furries.
Furries. Midwest?
I'm going to say, like, Arizona.
I'm going to go.
It's hot for furries.
I'm going to go Missouri.
Wyoming. Love searching for furries. Is Obama American?
Oh, God.
Oh, that's Southwest. Definitely.
Texas.
And Warski. I'm going to go Arizona.
Correct.
Oh,
Jesus. Oh, damn.
I know my country. The weird thing, I was going to take Texas if you didn't take it. Not that. Wait, I brought too much excitement.
You're nailing it, though.
I just never gave up hope.
You know what? Some of that mocking hurts after a while.
Bronies.
New Jersey. New Jersey loves bronies.
There's actually a town called Bronies, New Jersey. I'm going to go Midwest again. And I'm going to go back to, I'm going to go Iowa.
Utah.
Okay. That's weird though, right?
Yeah.
For Utah?
Limp Bizkit.
Okay.
All right, Limp Bizkit. Too bad I already got Florida.
I'm going to say South Carolina.
I'm going to go a Minnesota or a North Dakota. One of those two.
It's North Dakota.
Oh, I didn't get the fucking opportunity.
Oh.
Look how happy Joe is over there.
I'm so happy with that one. So glad it's not.
Well, I'm just thinking of places that they hold on to older rock. You know what I mean?
Right. They haven't got the new music
I feel
yet.
like I want to just now play it down since my excitement level.
Scabies.
Oh, boy. Scabies.
DC?
I'm going Louisiana.
That race?
Kentucky.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Hot Hotel California lyrics.
Shit, that should be every state. Just still trying to figure that song out.
I'm going to go Nevada.
What about California?
Arkansas.
Oh, they just got that song.
They're really behind.
All right. This question is searched Where is the internet?
Oh,
Where is it?
Where is the internet?
Oh, boy.
West Virginia?
I'm going Idaho.
North Carolina.
Wow, that's embarrassing.
Boy.
Master Obvious wants to know, is Stephen Hawking AI? Hashtag Bennington. I believe he is.
He's cyborg.
Yeah, cyborg.
He moves and talks through the
All right,
robotics.
Phil said this. Best AI, Allen Iverson. I agree 100% with that. David says, how is hashtag Fartmouth so upset over Star Wars and then he jizzes for Lord of the Rings?
Why do you jizz for Lord of the
Star
Rings
Wars
so
and
much?
fantasy.
Lord of the Rings is far superior to Star Wars. It's not even close.
Stephanie 6 says, still hate my job, but hashtag Bennington makes everything better. Hashtag fire me.
Bath salts.
Too bad I gave up Florida.
I know.
Most of these sounds like Florida.
Florida. A lot of these are Florida.
I'm going to go Bama.
Georgia.
Ohio.
Really? But they're really just looking for actual bath salts.
I did not know that they weren't the same thing. I thought someone just figured out how to do bath salts.
Hacky sack.
Vermont.
I'm going to say it's a misspelling and New Jersey. They're trying to get a hack and sack.
Idaho.
I wish I didn't over-explain that, too. I got a big laugh and then I thought everyone would feel embarrassing to me. But here's the deal. I know that some people weren't going to get the reference.
I know. You did it. You did it.
I'm really struggling this morning. I do better with afternoon radio.
Come back. You're doing good.
I don't know.
Nicolas Cage.
Is this going to go on forever, Chris? How long does this bit last?
There's 50 of them.
It's not going to go.
What's so embarrassing about searching Nicolas Cage?
That could be my
I've
house.
done it.
Yeah. I've actually done every one of these searches.
Limp Bizkit.
Yeah. Limp Bizkit. Where are they now? Nicolas Cage, let him say Massachusetts.
I'm going Washington State.
Alaska. Searching Nicolas Cage constantly.
Forgot they were a state.
Yeah, well, you don't touch a state. You shouldn't be a state. I think you've got to border a state to be a state.
Newark girls.
Newark girls?
Newark girls.
I don't even know what that is.
Like New Jersey?
Like girls from Newark. Newark girls.
But why would they? Why would somebody put that up as a search?
This is a big search in this
How do you know it's not Newark girls and it's Delaware?
It is Delaware, I guess.
Oh my God, you're crushing! You're crushing!
Now I feel like I just want to quit. I'm actually glad for that because I yelled at him for it. You've never heard of Newark?
I've heard of it, but I just thought it was Newark. I thought it was the same place.
That you didn't hear it.
No.
You heard of a different place. I thought it was the same place as Newark.
I just thought it was a different pronunciation.
That doesn't make it a different place. Hey, why is it hot in here today?
Oh, no, but I'm sweating like an animal. I'm sweating back in this corner.
Like a literal asshole?
Like a goddamn...
Did they not turn on the air until a certain time?
It should have been turned down.
I'm at the building.
Maybe. I don't know. I know they turn it off.
No one's in here.
I know they turn it off at 6.
I know. I remember, and it's gotten better, but maybe this happens next week, when they were turning off the lights in the halls during the day in August.
Oh my God.
I think it's actually been busier this August than any August I've ever worked here.
It's been crazy. It's been crazy everywhere.
It's so important to you to agree.
Dude, it's fucking nuts.
Seriously?
Everyone's freaking out about all this busy work.
Seriously, you're in such a fucking hurry to agree that you don't bother listening to what you're saying.
I drank a lot of Red Bull this morning.
Don't.
I think that's what's making me sweat, too.
It's making you sweat like an asshole.
I fucking drank a tall boy of Red Bull.
Let's go over here to Bobby in Delaware.
In Newark, Delaware, Ron.
Oh, nice.
So the problem with the black lightsaber is you can see all the stains on the front of my pants.
Oh, so that's a funny one.
That's
a funny
good.
one. Yeah, that's good stuff.
I liked it.
You know what? I'm going to send you into the prize closet. Now, knowing that he's from Delaware, everyone write down what you would pick out for him in the pretty good prize closet, and then we'll see what Joe does. All right, Joe, what are you giving him?
Giving him Physics of the Impossible, Michio Kaku. Kaku.
What did you have for him, Chris?
We have signed George Thorogood.
Signed George Thorogood?
I have Physics of the Impossible. That's kind of weird.
We got a match.
Yeah, Gail.
We got a match.
I finally got one right.
All right, well, you're getting, what's his name again?
Michio Kaku.
Yeah.
Kaku?
Yeah.
Yes.
Off you go.
Cool.
See, that's what happens. When you call from Newark, we give you a prize.
Newark.
No, it's literally, and there's a place called Albany, Georgia, spelled exactly the same. Albany.
Come on.
And then there's a city that, instead of calling themselves Houston, calls themselves Houston.
Weird.
It's disgusting.
Too weird.
Yeah, they do. They call themselves Houston. Because I always remember back with NASA when they said Houston, we have a problem. And they were actually calling Houston Street. I kind of want to break earlier so I can hear more band.
We could do that.
That's just for me, though. I don't know if everybody's feeling the same way.
We can break.
No, we can break if we want to.
We can listen to the band.
Crystal has 27 fucking states he wants to read to us.
Four Loko.
While he's taking giant slurps.
Four Loko. What state searches for it?
I tell people what we're doing later on today, too. Oh, this you've got to catch. We cut a special that's going to run on Labor Day called Comedians in Labor, and it's comics given their first jobs. And every comedian out there is absolutely hilarious talking about it. We made sure that we didn't hear it until, it was time to play. And then we were laughing our asses off. So we're going to play it Labor Day. But then I said, with so many people, obviously you're kind of sad if you're working Labor Day. We're also going to play it Thursday at 12 o'clock in the East. It's a really, really funny special. We're very happy with it. Here's some of the comics on this. Tammy Pescatelli, Joe Liz, Tom Rhodes, Judah Freelander, Todd Glass, Mark Norman, Bert Kreischer, Tommy Pope, Joe Mackey, Tommy Jonigan, Rich Voss, Bonnie McFarlane, Gary Goldman, Doug Benson, Chris Gethard, Tony Hale, Seth Herzog, and Susie Essman. That's just a couple. There's a few of the comedians that will get back and talk about first jobs, and it was funny as hell. Man.
It was Fallout funny.
Everybody's
These guys
got
are
the
hilarious.
shittiest first jobs. Just the shittiest.
It's very unifying first jobs. Everyone is
but yet they never explain it to kids. They act like, hey, this is a big deal. You better get out there and bag those groceries properly if you want to have a good future.
And at the time, it feels shitty, but I think everyone looks back on it like pretty hilarious.
Well, my first job, I was so in over my head. It was so stupid.
What was it?
I was a brain surgeon, and just gotten my driver's license, so, I was already nervous about that, finding a parking spot and everything. A lot of times I had to park further away because I didn't feel, I felt like I needed 2 spots. And then, I'd get to the brain surgery late. And then the brain itself is much more confusing than you think.
Yeah, I'd imagine. What happened?
I just tried to cut out big pieces, and then I would either leave some gum in there or something sweet, One time I left a Reese's cup in there, and I'm like, this should probably help you.
Caulk it.
But, you do your best. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I ended up getting docked that day, too. I didn't get my full paycheck.
That's not right. It's so shitty how they treat young employees.
I know. And when I left there, I remember just like yelling, this place blows. But I still had my mask on so no one could completely understand me. If I was a surgeon like that, I'd probably stop and rob some liquor stores on the way home since I already had the mask on.
How's no one used that yet? For robbing banks or something.
Yeah, it would be perfect. We got robbed by 4 doctors. I don't know what they were doing.
Guess they needed the money.
Now it doesn't even seem like a big deal to be a surgeon. It's one of those jobs that used to seem like a big deal.
Yeah.
Airline pilot was another one. There was one time in this country, back like in the Mad Men days, where if you were an airline pilot, it was the same exact thing as saying that you had a top 40 hit.
Yeah, and like they were like rock stars. Like you would want to date an airline pilot or date a stewardess. That would be a sexy thing.
Now it's like
he's
saying
a
I'm
pilot.
dating a bus driver. It's the same exact gimmick.
Ew.
It's just a bus driver in the air. Well, you put up that thing on the iBank today. What was this, from like the 60s or 50s?
Yeah, I think it's about the 50s, and it's a British newsreel where they're trying to explain to people, hey, you can take air travel. It's a safe, affordable thing to do. Because everyone thought, one, it was crazy, obviously. If you it's weird that they had to explain it, but at the same time, you're flying in the air.
I think they said 80% of the people in England had never taken a flight
at this point.
in these days. Yeah, and you still had those propeller jobs. It's so weird. It's like when you see the Beatles and they're getting off the fucking plane after flying from London with just propellers.
Yeah, that's so crazy. And I loved the walking out on the runway, on the tarmac. I got to do that only once. I was taking a small plane from New York to DC, which I didn't really like, but I did like walking to the plane because I was just like, oh my God, I feel like a Kennedy or I feel like a Beatle. It was very cool.
You know, one of the funny things about that, though, is it takes longer because everyone stops at the top.
Yeah.
Everyone like walks out and just takes a look around.
Takes a nice wave.
Yeah, like as if they were Lyndon Johnson. Oh, it's so good to be here. Yeah, there was a much cooler thing about climbing into the plane like that. But if you take a private plane, this is the thing that weirded me out. The people that put you kind of take your bag out with you. You don't go. You go straight to the plane,
right?
And then the airline pilots put your bag away,
just like a bus driver.
Yeah, and you're just like, ugh, I don't know. And then the guy said something like, "Hey, there's some sandwiches back there." Like, I don't know about you. You don't seem like you're all that good at flying stuff. Seem like a porter.
I think it's cool too that people used to like dress up to get on an airplane.
Sure.
Like now everybody on an airplane wears sweatpants or yoga pants or like the most comfortable thing they own.
And brings a pillow from home.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I need this pillow. And you're like, it's an hour and a half flight.
It's fuzzy slippers. Like everyone's just in nighttime clothes, no matter what time the flight is.
Well, also now too that you've taken it down, so you're not going to be wearing anything but slip-ons. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, because you know you got to take your shoes off and put them back on, and who the hell wants to tie?
Yeah, no.
So everyone's wearing really these most comfortable shoes that they can. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see us get back to making, flights a little classier, a little better. They had that MGM flight, I guess. Was that in the late early 90s that used to just go New York to Los Angeles? It was pretty expensive.
Right.
But you're in there and you had tables and it would be like a party, and there would be, normally because of that flight, you always are riding with a celebrity when you go to LA to New York, So it was like, I'm having champagne and lobster, and there's Rod Stewart, just 15 tables away. This is marvelous.
I love the idea of tables.
Yeah.
Because I love that on a train.
Right.
I love the dining car on a train. I spend my whole time there. I'm very comfortable.
There's nothing to eat in that dining car, though.
I know, but I just it makes me feel like very old school. Like
the only time that I head straight to the dining car and stay there is when I have someone next to me just typing like a crazy person.
Yeah.
I'm just like, let me out. Let me just fucking go with the drinkers. Because they say it's a dining car, but it's a drinking car.
It's a drinking car.
Yeah. And I last time we went down to Washington, me and Chris were in there, and I was buying him beers the whole way down since I can't drink myself.
Thank you.
So, yeah, but it was like $58 by the time you finished the 6-pack.
Yeah.
Like, oh, shit.
God damn it. It's just beer.
I'm like, Chris, look over here. There's my old school. He's like, go, 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 go.
I think if we could do almost like diner booths on airplanes,
It'd
that
be
would
great,
be great,
man. Yeah. You'd pay the extra money to have a nice diner booth for yourself.
Definitely.
And diner food.
This is it.
Yeah.
Diner. Flying diner.
Flying diner.
Flying dining. I don't know. We're still working it out. We're still working the tagline
What about
out.
buckets of oysters? Maybe that would make everybody.
Oh, yeah. Who doesn't love
Speaking
oysters?
of which, Cult's up.
All right, Kingston tweeted this. Time to sit down, kick up your legs, and lick your genitals if you're a dog. The rest of you, listen to hashtag Bennington. That makes some sense. When you did your brain surgery, did you accidentally leave a junior mint inside? Hashtag Bennington. Hashtag Seinfeld references. I think that the reason that people used to dress better back in the day is because they were just 1%ers that were flying.
Right. You would have to.
People didn't get on a plane.
Sure. You'd have to have money in order to fly. Air travel.
Air travel will be there above the clouds. Those early flights, it might have been the 40s or the 50s. You can go back and look at it. And if they flew from like New York to LA, they would make like 18 stops. They were just like flying. Like the first thing you would fly to like Pittsburgh and then Akron. And it would be like 24 hours.
Oh my God.
On the plane. But people used to just be excited about it. But the first planes too, and you can see this down in Washington at the Air and Space Museum. They were actually set up like a train, so you could get like little berths. There would be beds and stuff like that on the plane.
Nice.
Must have been so crazy. I'm sleeping here above the clouds. Let's take a break. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. I also want to remind people a little later on, we're replaying the Dom Irrera Unmasked on Raw Dog. And that's also throughout the weekend at all the different places that run Unmasked. And this says, Bennington will be available on demand later today.
Yes.
What time?
Bennington will be available.
Bennington.
Before noon. Bennington on Opie Radio will be available on demand.
Wow. I can't wait. I'm going to listen to that instead of doing the noon show. We'll be right back. It's Bennington Show. And for the Bennington Show today, I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
You.
We're with you all morning. And then back here at noon on Raw Dog Comedy Club. Just look up and saw this. The iBang has an exclusive, or at least debut, Bill Hicks clip that's been released. I'm not exactly sure what this has to do with. I know that they're putting out some box sets and stuff like that on his career.
Yeah, the Bill Hicks, the complete collection box set. It'll have 12 CDs and 6 DVDs. Comes out in September.
It's always amazing how, you think about comedy, and some comedy just seems to be of that second in time, but young people today still big Bill Hicks fans.
Yeah, he's constantly brought up.
Yeah.
But he didn't have a terrible amount of success, or at least he wasn't as well known during his time, right? I mean, he
wasn't known like a Robin Williams or a Billy Crystal or a Dennis Miller because he didn't have a TV show, but was always a headlining club comic in the States, mainly the South. He worked though more than anything, I believe, but he had done something, I guess, at the Montreal Comedy Festival that got shown in England, and then became a big theater act in England. I mean, he was beloved in England, and I think also did very, very well in Australia. But the States, you pretty much have to have a TV series before people will come out and see it in theaters here. But, obviously he was, as they say, ahead of his time. That's up on the iBang, and maybe we'll play that a little later on today, that clip. Josh, what's up, buddy?
Bennington, what's going on?
Hey, man.
Loving the music. I just wanted to ask, is there a better greatest hits album than the band's greatest hits album?
It would just be up to each person to decide. Sure. The Doors' greatest hits is pretty damn good. The Blue album by the Eagles, the Beatles did the Blue album, and then they did the Red album. I think Queen's album sold ridiculously big, their first greatest hits. The Eagles' first greatest hits album, which only came 4 years, I think, into the band, is like the number 1 or number 2 best-selling album of all time. I mean, greatest hits should be pretty damn good. It's your greatest hits.
It's the best ones. And there should be more than just like 1 or 2.
Yeah. And this one probably didn't make the song that we just played. The first 2 songs probably didn't make the greatest hits album of the band.
I remember when I was like a kid, it would be like an embarrassing thing if you had a greatest hits album.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your favorite album? Doesn't matter. What albums do you have there? Just. Well,
you can understand if you're a kid and you're trying to catch up on classic rock, it's not a bad place to start.
It's a perfect place to start.
But
and then work your way back.
The record store guys used to bust your balls still if you tried to buy a greatest hits album.
Lame. You're lame.
They would pick up the album like it was covered in shit. Like, really? Do you want this? Maybe you'd like to hear this bootleg that's only selling here. You've never heard of the Replacements? Ugh. Well, you're fucking making minimum wage, so let's not all act like we're above everybody.
You get to judge everyone, don't you? Dick.
Up there on your mountaintop.
The sad thing is they were right. That's the part that hurt most of all. You knew that they knew more about music than you. I wonder if, like at a coffee place, like, really? You're still drinking this?
Ugh.
Here's your Sanka, sir. It's very odd. It's very odd.
There's a coffee place in my neighborhood that's like that, where it's like all like slow drip coffee from like Ethiopia. That's all about the beans, wherever they're from, and they're just the most obnoxious people in the world.
Does it make it obnoxious?
It's just because they judge you. But if you just get like regular black coffee, but it's like, no, you don't want some Ethiopian beans or some South American beans or whatever.
Why don't you go to Dunkin' Donuts then? Why are you going to the nice place?
Because I wanted to try it out.
No, you're not trying it out. If you're just having a cup of Joe, that's not trying it out.
They also serve grilled cheese sandwiches. It's the oddest combination: grilled cheese and coffee.
I had no problem with that.
That actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I know. I wish I had a fucking stack of them right now. Grilled cheese, probably the laziest sandwich ever.
Right. You have the bare minimum for a sandwich. You could make a grilled cheese.
I guess somebody who didn't have any meat came up with it at first. What if we grill the cheese, make it nice and cheesy?
Definitely don't want it lukewarm.
No, definitely not. Let's look it over at some of these Twitter tweets that are. Someone just said, "You're blocked from following at Jeffrey Gurian and viewing his tweets." I guess that's the Queen.
What do you mean?
A lot of fart mouth. It's kind of really fart mouth today.
Really like fart mouth.
This guy wrote some imaging for us. Itchy asshole. Go ahead and post wipe, but hurry back for more hashtag Bennington. Carlton writes, the only thing I like more than hot teen selfies is hashtag Bennington.
All right. It's very specific, but I like it.
Here's one that just said, hear your tweet on hashtag Bennington. And it's just a happy little, looks like a dwarf baby, if there is such a thing. I guess it's just a baby. All right, Gorilla Bob wrote this. It's always funny. When I was a kid, it was blacktop. Now it's asphalt. Why is it a tarmac at the airport? Well, he's got a good point there. All right, and we were talking yesterday on the Bennington show about things that haven't been upgraded. The roads are the exact same thing that they've always been.
There's not going to be new material.
Why not, though? You would think that we would. Certainly, asphalt doesn't even work well.
Yeah.
You know, it gets holes in it every goddamn one. I rode in here today, I heard all this banging, and I looked down, and I'm just running over these sheets of steel.
Oh, that's the worst.
On 49th Street, because the road is so bad and they haven't repaved it. They just slapped together a bunch of metal. But no, we haven't upgraded from asphalt in all these years. I'm trying to think of who it was. But they came up with the idea of just making like metal roads, and then the tires could be made out of fucking steel. You know what I mean? Or just the opposite. But something has to be done because the tires just beat the shit out of asphalt, no matter where you are in the country.
Yeah. It's just destroys.
And it's proven we can't keep up with the upkeep.
No. It's a constant to keep up with it. Everyone hates potholes, and then they also hate street repairs. It's the two things that we hate the most of all. Jimmy just says Mike Frizz has aged. Hashtag Bennington. I don't know that for a fact.
Hearsay.
Joseph says, I love fart mouth's greatest shits. Hashtag Bennington.
It's a good way to get into fart mouth, you know?
You catch up on the fart mouth real quick.
Rick said, best cyborg ever, Max Headroom. Boy, that thing was big for a little while.
Yeah.
It wasn't a cyborg, it was just a computer program.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That guy was totally wrong.
So he didn't exist anywhere, huh?
Yeah, it was just a program that I guess they interacted with. I remember watching it.
It was monster for like a year and a half, 2 years. Just monstrous. Like, suddenly was like on, Rolling Stone and shit like that.
What year was that?
Had to be late 80s, right?
Yeah, because I have memories of seeing Max Headroom on TV and being terrified.
Yeah, it was on
very
MTV.
little.
And the thing was, it never was a computer program. It was video that they did. It was a real guy who did that. Look, Chris, you're looking baffled. You didn't know that?
No, I thought like in the show, didn't he die? And then
no, in the real person,
the way
how they did it.
How they shot it. Yeah.
All right.
It
was on from 87 to 88.
Yeah. I was little and Max Headroom would come on. I was so disturbed by
That's
him.
only 1 year.
14 episodes.
Wow.
That's
seasons. Amazing. I guess they said it was expensive to shoot or something. This said the crass Ethiopian coffee beans are just roasted flies.
Oh, glad I didn't get it then. Bunch of shit drinkers over there.
Carlin says, hashtag Bennington, treat yourself. Hashtag of the day writes this, so it must mean that we're trending. This, by the way, I love. It just says, hey, hashtag Bennington, suck my dick. So they must be a bot that who's ever trending, they say, suck my dick.
I like it. It's very clever.
Start following that. Oh, no, it's actually a fucking listener. Chris used to touch me in my special place. Hashtag Bennington. And he shows a picture of his dead dog.
Oh, no.
Was that a special place?
Chris.
I don't like people who make fun of dead dogs.
I hate those people.
They're worse than ISIS.
Obviously.
ISIS
They're worse than Max
dogs.
Headroom. What happened on that show, by the way?
Max Headroom?
Yeah, what was going
he
on?
interviewed people. I think it was the same bit as Space Ghost. I got to tell you the truth. I never watched a Max Headroom once in my life. But, I was familiar with the image. I just felt like those things are taking jobs from humans.
And thus created that amazing hack. Remember that TV hack where the guy was wearing a Max Headroom mask? Have you ever seen that thing?
I don't think I have. And he got on TV doing it?
Yeah. So he hacked into, and I don't remember what station it was, but he hacked into a TV station and was able to like cut himself into the live programming. And he was just wearing a Max Headroom mask, and he didn't really have anything to say,
but
it's really, really scary. Some early hacker shit.
It was in Chicago.
But the actual video is just so creepy. I think he was just like, I'm on TV. And he just starts saying weird stuff. It's really, really surreal.
Brett in Tampa.
Hey, Ron. Good morning. How are you?
Good, man.
Quick question. You guys from Max Headroom, are you referring to a show that was like on NBC, or are you referring to a talk show that was on Cinemax?
I have no idea what we're referring to. I'm glad that you're an expert on it, but I have no idea. I never watched a single show by him. Chris was just reading a Wikipedia, and I guess not the whole thing.
It was ABC was the show channel.
And then it never was on MTV?
Never on MTV. It was an ABC show.
Seems crazy to me, because I think you were right when you said MTV.
Or like maybe they just used him for like bumpers or something on MTV. I remember him being on MTV.
I just remember the astronaut on MTV every 5 seconds.
Got this astronaut thing.
Yeah. It's working. It's working.
And that little satellite. Boop, 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 boop.
Well, satellite was cool.
Jeff just writes tell Pepper to crank this shit up, and then he sent us Hocus Pocus by Focus. All right, D says this. Pepper's ass after the prize parade. Max Headroom. Josh says sitting down to a short stack of grilled cheese and a hot cup of Gail Bennington. Oh, and a side glass of shed juice.
Mm-hmm.
Drink up.
King Harvest will surely come. I work for the union. I sound just like Richard Manuel.
I know, you really
amazing.
do.
It's amazing how I can do that. Stunning. We got to keep an eye out for the last live show for Fox and Friends across the street. It's BOC. They got one more song to do, and I wonder what they'll do. You know, I wonder how they're going to take us home.
I know, it's really, I mean, I have some hopes, but
yeah,
who knows? You know, it's up to them. It's
like
really up to them.
Looks like they're getting ready to play. So I think right before 9 is going to be their last tune of the day. This is just bumpers that they're doing. Dave wants to help us out here. Dave, what do you got?
Yeah. Hey, Ronnie B. I think I remember that Max Headroom was on MTV because he's in a music video by the band The Art of Noise, like Paranormia or something like that. It was spelled wrong, so it wasn't pronounced right, of course.
All right, so that's why we remember them being on MTV.
I think so. I'm pretty sure that's what the music video. It was one of those, you know, spacey electronic kind of bands from the late 80s.
Yeah.
All right,
okay,
so,
I'm remembering this now. This is where the terror. It's all coming back to me.
This is where the terror came from.
Like a bad acid flashback.
Now the Moon Man, right? That they used to use on MTV would just do that one little riff. Yeah. It would be like the whole thing. Who was that? Did they ever say who did that? Was it a band? Was it a studio musician? That's something I expect Joey Jojo to be able to figure out for me.
I know.
I'm on it. I'll do it.
And what time can you find out who played that riff? If I give you 5 minutes?
You know what? Give me 45 seconds.
Whoa!
Here I go.
Shit.
And go.
All right, it's on, dude.
45, 44.
40.
All right.
Okay.
You got to know when a bit's over, Chris.
42.
So that's the thing. You never know. You never know when the bit's mo.
Joe's in a world of shit. He's in a world of fart mouth.
Oh, God. You love being fart mouth, don't you?
I love a lot of things.
Then the MTV used to give out moon men to people when they won an award. Here's your moon. I guess they still do, right? I don't know. I don't really keep up anymore.
Joe's got 8 seconds.
He blows.
You suck, Joe.
You suck.
Why didn't he take the 5 minutes?
2.
No,
we would have been impressed.
It's over. It's over, Joe. You can find shit.
Hey, I
it's
got
all
some.
over
You got
now,
it?
Joey Joe.
Well, there's varied opinions on it. One of them is that it's a Megadeth bass riff.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be the most popular opinion.
Why'd you call it Mega Man?
I really like the show Mega Man as well.
The show Mega Man.
Yeah.
It's a video game.
Yeah, and it became a show, Peppers, so shows what you know.
Shows what you know.
So it was Mega Man or Megadeth? Who did it?
A Megadeth bass riff seems to be the most popular consensus.
But you wouldn't
opinion.
even swear to that.
I can't at this point.
You had 5 minutes. You had all the time in the world.
You had research time, man.
Paul
You're showboating over there.
Paul knows who did the hacking. What's up, Paul?
Hey, what's going on, guys? It was in Chicago. It was a station called WTTW, which is one of those like publicly funded stations. And it was around 1987 or 88, and it happened at about either 10:30 or about 11 o'clock at night because I was watching an episode of Doctor Who. And I remember I was sitting there watching it, and all of a sudden you see, I thought it was actually Max Headroom, but you could tell it was fake and cheesy, and it was just a guy bouncing up and down, and all you saw was his head, and it was with a mask on.
And he's like maniacally laughing,
Well,
too.
I think first of all, it's the best show to break into with this because it just seems like future stuff. All right, let's play it, Chris. So this took place in Chicago.
1987.
1987 on PBS. During a Doctor Who. Now, let me just point this out. In 1987, you didn't have a lot of real solid hacking, and most people didn't have the kind of equipment that you could play on TV.
Right.
You know what I mean? That would have been a much bigger deal. So it almost seems like somebody with a TV studio had to pull this off. All right, let's check it out.
Some dry clothes. He's a freaking nerd. Checks worse.
Pull it back out again. This is more like a David Lynch thing than anything
It's
else.
terrifying.
Here's some good news. Netflix is now going to make a TV series out of the failed movie Galaxy Quest from 1999.
Failed, but good.
It's unbelievably funny, sweet, adorable little sci-fi film. Which, by the way, if you're going to remake something like that, probably best is something that wasn't, already a gigantic hit. Now, there's no way they're going to get the same cast back, though, is there?
No, there can't be.
They can't. So it's got to be just like based on the same idea. Now, I wonder if they'll take it from the beginning premise. Are we going to jump in from like where the end of the movie like leaves off?
These are all fair questions.
This could go a lot of ways. I would check that show out though.
Oh, I'm definitely in.
Because I loved that movie.
The movie is great. The only thing that would have been better about Galaxy Quest if they could have got the original Star Trek guys to just come in and play their part.
Just do it.
That would have been phenomenal.
But please keep Sam Rockwell in it. That's my only request.
Then you've got it. I hope this is just the beginning of something, and I hope they end up doing a Buckaroo Banzai.
Oh my
series.
God, that would be amazing.
Are you a Buckaroo Banzai guy?
Yeah, they used to play a lot on Comedy Central, and I would. That's where I would see it.
That was the great kind of sci-fi that wasn't. You know what I mean? Like they didn't have the money to do pure sci-fi.
Right.
They were still doing comic books as parody or camp at the time. But when you start to watch that, you stick with it.
It's cool.
And you're like, this is kind of shitty and weird. But they had that weird 80s band.
Yeah.
Let's see. He was like a daredevil. He was a brain surgeon. They had a cool band. Like, to be a surgeon with him, you also had to be able to play a musical instrument.
Nice.
And then there was different dimensions of stuff. I think it would make a great TV series. What movie? It could be a big hit, could not have been a hit at all. You hope Netflix picks up next and does this as a movie. A lot of people don't even know some of the things that were first done as movies that later became TV shows. And by the way, there's a pilot for Diner from the 1980s that didn't get picked up that I died to see. Michael Madsen played Boogie.
Whoa.
So that would
sounds
be,
pretty cool.
yeah. And I've heard about this for years, but I hate the fact that no one puts out pilots. Trio used to do a show called Brilliant but canceled that were short-lived shows or pilots. A lot of people, there'll be nights in Los Angeles where they'll set up a screening and they show pilots that never got picked up. Because I'd love to see Tommy Johnigan's show. I heard from different people that it's just amazing.
Right.
But there's only, 2 or 3 spots that CBS needs these years. So what would be a movie for you that you would love to see as a Netflix TV show?
I think this would make a great Netflix show. It's right in the title.
Okay.
Never Ending Story.
Because it would never end.
Yes. I mean, I remember feeling that way even when I was a kid. Like, I loved those characters so much and I loved that world. And I was like, I wish it never ended.
But did you ever watch Neverending 2 or 3 and they tried it?
I did watch it.
And you wished it would have ended?
Yeah. But I think that it would
if
be...
you did it correctly.
I think it would be a good Netflix show.
All right, here's Miguel in Houston. Miguel, what do you got?
Hey, guys. The movie that should be made a TV show is the old Bruce Willis movie, Hudson Hawk. There's so much backstory in that movie that they could make like 5 or 6 seasons out of a TV show.
Now, that's one of those things that the critics just killed and nobody showed up to see. And I'll always watch it when it's on TV.
Yeah.
I get that it's silly. It's like an old Matt Helm movie. But I watch it every single time I run across it.
Yeah, and I think a silly thing like that, too, it works well for series. You know what I mean? You get a lot out of that.
All right, 866-969-1969. 866-969-1969. Chris Stanley, you're next. What would be a movie that you would like to see as a Netflix series?
I think Inception would make a good TV show.
Really?
Yeah, because you knew there were other people diving into people's. There was a whole diving into people's dreams.
Yeah,
it wasn't just Leonardo DiCaprio. There were whole companies trying to do this. I think that would be a great TV show that could go on for however many seasons it would last.
Now, it kind of makes sense because it reminds me of what was that show from the 90s where he was like a time traveler? Or no, not a time travel. Quantum Leap. Yeah, not time travel, but he would go into different. I think would have like kind of a Quantum Leap feel to it.
No, I just want to see Quantum Leap again.
Yeah, loved that show.
Who didn't?
Love it.
What was the guy's name who did that?
I can't remember that.
Scott Bakula?
Scott Bakula. For some reason, when I was doing fucking Shock Jock radio in Florida, we had him on the phone. And we acted like we thought that his name was Scott Bakula. And we just kept being dicks and talking about...
Like in a Dracula voice?
Yeah. Scott Bakula is online. So this show you're doing is all about like Dracula and shit?
Vampires.
I'm being punked.
Here's Sean. Sean, what's up?
I think a movie that would be awesome would be Memento. You can get J.J. Abrams. He can just keep running people in circles, making you read into stuff too much.
Yeah, I can't imagine how quickly you would bore that, though. Dana, what do you got?
Big Trouble in Little China. Kurt Russell and the Chinese mafia.
Now, a lot of people love Big. I never could get into it.
I've actually never seen it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, now you got something to do on the plane.
I can't wait. Write this down on my notes.
You would
things
watch
to watch
this weekly?
Oh, yeah. Find out what happens with the Chinese guys. There's a whole underworld there.
There's a whole underworld that you're ready to dive into. All right, thanks.
Absolutely.
Here's Lance in Atlanta.
Yeah, Blade Runner would be great. The book that it's based on has so much backstory. You could do probably 10 seasons of Blade Runner.
The Blade Runner thing would be so damn expensive, though, to do.
Yeah.
It would be like one of those things where they only keep 1 or 2 sets. Because there's only a couple sets in that movie.
Yeah. And like the giant corporation, that's just like a model. That's like a tiny little. It's weird.
Well, that was like the last of the pre-CGI things.
And it looked better.
Well, I think it looked better because you also had that weird Angelus music that
so
went along
great.
with it. And I get in debates with people where people either love the music to that or they despise it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm crazy about it.
I
though.
love the music in that movie.
Yeah, me too. I was just like how trippy it all is. Jay, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, just the pawn shop and gimp scenes from Pulp Fiction.
So it would just be a show about the pawn shop. Prequel, all the different people that they were raping before it went bad.
I think it gets Zed.
I like the idea of Gimp being the comic relief.
Yeah, well, he wasn't that for me.
Yeah.
Zach, what do you got?
What about Ice Pirates? I don't know if you ever saw the movie from the 80s, but it would be a great series. You got time travel. You got kung fu robots. You got space herpes. It has it all.
I got news for you. I've never seen Ice Pirates. Chris.
Watched it all the time when I was a little kid, and I rewatched it recently, like maybe a month or two ago, and it's horrifically bad. I was just the stupidest child alive to enjoy this terrible Star Wars ripoff.
What's the deal?
Child? Why do you punish yourself?
Because I was watching. I was like, I loved this movie. Like I watched it over and over again.
Don't feel shame.
Well, you have to also remember in the 80s when a movie came on HBO, there wasn't anything else. You were going to watch it a lot.
Oh, I had my parents rent it. I was like, we got to rent Ice Pirates again because I love it so much. It's a terrible movie.
You were a child. Be easy on yourself.
You're just a boy. Just a boy.
Jason in Jersey, what's up?
What's up, man? I would say The Warriors. That should be made into a movie.
You know, Warriors was just on TV the other day, and I was fucking checking it out. Well, I watch it right up until Can You Dig It?
Yeah.
But the thing is, the fact that came out in like 79, it was almost the last of the effeminate New York tough guy dancer movies.
Yeah. We're so tough.
Yeah.
We're wearing chains and leather.
Someone's going to get a switchy blade in their chest.
What's that gang of twinks coming towards me?
We're the twinks.
You didn't notice by our bare chest and necklaces?
Do you like my leather overalls with no shirt on underneath?
Look at my feather in my hair.
Tough, right?
You know what? I'm definitely not going to wear a shirt with this jacket. You know, let these other assholes know we mean business.
Here comes the baseball fairies. Shit. Gotta get back to Coney.
By the way, that's the single fucking scene, right? Those guys are the single gang because they dressed up like scary Yankees.
With face paint for no reason.
Yeah. Here's Eddie in Houston. Eddie.
Hey, Ronnie.
Yeah.
A movie that would make a good TV show is a movie called The Wildlife, Christopher Penn.
Wow, I forgot about this movie. Everyone has kind of disowned this. It was Cameron Crowe's second screenplay after Fast Times. And Chris Guest stars in it. And who else is in it? The redheaded kid, Eric Stoltz. But you see them trying really hard to get some catchphrases going. So Chris Guest says in this movie far too many times, it's casual.
It's casual. I like that.
And then just turns and looks at the camera, right?
Get it going, guys.
Start picking up. Go viral. Do you guys haven't seen this movie?
No.
I haven't seen it, but I know the poster for some reason, but I've never seen it.
I think because you're both Cameron Crowe fans, it's something that you have to go out and do. There's a couple of characters that are just terrific in it, but overall the movie doesn't work.
That's Chris Penn.
He's great. I mean, have you ever watched anything with Chris Penn where you didn't go, I love this?
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
He was
and
amazing.
he's done some shitty stuff.
Solid dude.
Shitty movies, and he's always good at, you know, that's when someone's really a good character actor.
Yeah.
When they can kind of show up in a movie that's not working and you're like, this is great.
Actually, I do like this.
I honestly think if I was doing, you know, underrated actors all time, Chris Penn would have to be way up there.
Yeah, definitely.
I wish Jay Moore would just start doing the impression of him right now. It's my favorite impression anyone's ever done.
It's crazy how good he does it.
Yeah. Well, actually, he does everybody in the scene, too, which is insane. Now, the only problem is, laugh while he's doing that, and he'll do it for another hour and 45 minutes. Burke says, saw Tommy John again at the Columbus Funny Bone last night. He killed, said, hashtag Bennington is his favorite show to do. Well, that's lovely to hear, because I love that kid. He's so, well, he's like a very funny Marine. I would like to get him and Mike Vecchione together. Brian and Raleigh.
Hey, I think a movie that would make a good TV show on Netflix would be Gross Point Blank. I think it's just such a cool story. The humor was great. Obviously you're not going to get the same talent that you got in the first one, but
why not? I think he's ready to do something like that.
I think they're available.
Now.
Yeah. It's funny because I just brought up that I was the last person to get into Breaking Bad, and they offered that show to John Cusack.
Really?
Yeah, and he turned it down. He could have been Walter White.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, me neither.
It's really hard to imagine.
Me too. But it's always interesting when you hear people who turn down something that becomes epic, you know?
Why did you do it? Didn't you know that was going to be the biggest show?
Not really. I don't know it at all. Tommy.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
I think a movie that would make a good TV series would be The Last Starfighter. It was a 80s sci-fi kind of thing. It was really shitty.
No, I remember it.
I love that movie.
Here's what the premise was, and it's really, for a light, silly movie, it's a perfect premise. They're monitoring this Starfighter video game on Earth, and then picking out the kid who's the best player and bringing him into actually being a Starfighter. And when you think about it, Chris, it's like that sci-fi book that you love so much.
Oh, Ender's Game.
Yeah, where the kid doesn't. Well, I don't want to give anything away for anybody who hasn't read the book.
No spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers. I'm not Chris Stanley giving away Asian girlfriends are actually robots.
I didn't realize what I was doing there.
Dude, that doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Can we retroactively dump? Is that possible?
Unknow this.
It'd have to be a prequel in The Last Starfighter, though, because he wins the war, the intergalactic war that's happening.
Spoiler alert.
Damn it, Chris. You know I haven't gotten all the way through my 80s movie. It's casual.
It's casual.
I know, it seems like every movie now, the sci-fi movies, are about teens who go through the sorting hat and don't want to be what they were assigned or can't be what they were assigned. And now they fight back against a faceless city government.
Yes.
Just tiny little countries in the future.
Young adult novels. Yeah. That's every one of them. It's just a variation on that. And that's been going, that novel's been written for years and years and years. It's ridiculous.
What was the first one? Was it Harry Potter, the first of You're in a Sorting Hat?
Actually, the book, The Giver, I think from like the 90s or the late 80s. That was the.
I tried to watch that movie.
Oh, terrible.
Terrible.
I didn't see
really bad.
Isn't like a couple well, it's the same thing. There's a bunch of kids that you don't know, and then elderly stars that you do know. You're like, well, how much did Jeff Goldblum get for doing this? What did they do to afford Meryl Streep to come in with this bad part?
And Jeff Bridges.
They just didn't pay the kids, I guess.
How come Scott Bakula's not in this movie?
He could have been great as The Giver.
I thought it was The Giving Tree.
Make that a TV show.
This represents motherhood.
Just keeps giving every episode.
Scott in Toronto.
Yep. Reservoir Dogs. You guys were just talking about Chris Penn.
Yeah.
Reservoir Dogs.
I have an idea, and I think that this could actually work. It's to remake Reservoir Dogs, starring dogs.
Wow.
And it's just like a good old school animal thing, except for dogs are constantly robbing pet stores.
Oh my God.
You know, and sometimes getting shot in the belly.
Like, give me that fucking kibble.
You're gonna be okay.
I'm calling Animal Planet.
I felt so fucking bad when Mr. White figured out that he was lying. He was
heartbreaker.
A fucking cop.
Pig. 5-0.
He's a fucking rat.
It broke his heart.
He treated him like a brother,
Yeah.
like a son even.
And everybody could have gotten away.
I was happy though when he killed him. Put one in him. Good. Did you get Tim Ruff? Spoiler alert.
Jim.
Damn it.
Chris, stop wasting your time. Do a podcast called Spoiler Alert.
I like that your spoiler alerts come after your spoils.
Not helpful at all.
By the way, that was a spoiler alert. So Kaiser Sose was the crippled guy. You're on with Chris Stanley.
This is spoiler alert.
Was Beauty that killed the beast. This is Chris Stanley and spoiler. Rose let go of him at the end and went on to have a great life. It's Spoiler Alert, the podcast.
I wish we would have gone back with Billy Zane.
Me too.
Billy Zane's the shit.
Yeah, why couldn't she have dressed up like a man when he was dressed up as a woman and they could have ran away together?
Been perfect.
Like Emma Wim with that online dating that she did. Which, by the way, she didn't find to be bizarre at all.
No, she didn't.
I'm like, that should be a movie. And she's like, what? You were pretending to be a guy and he was pretending to be a girl?
It's like a twisted rom-com.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why that's funny. Justin in Oklahoma.
Hey, Die Hard, but do it. Hello?
Die Hard. Now, Die Hard would be like he never gets, like, he's been up in the top of that building for the last 7 years.
Cult's up.
Still, all right, let's stop fucking around. I have a feeling I know what they're going to do.
Don't fear him!
This is it. For some reason, this is bringing back that story that was, Gail, you put it up on the iBang earlier this week, that Paul F. Tompkins said about Twisted Sister, where he tweeted out that whatever happened to that song. What was the name of this song?
It was, I can't remember the name of the song, but he had tweeted.
Read the tweet, Chris.
Hey, did Twisted Sister ever release the Burn in Hell video they were shooting in Pee-wee's Big Adventure? I know one take got ruined.
Now read what Dee Snider responded to him with.
That was a movie. We weren't really shooting a video.
Thank you.
Way to get the joke.
Thank you, D.
That's just so funny that D would come up for that one. You're like, look, this guy's an asshole.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I don't know what it is, but that's the funniest goddamn thing I've ever seen. First of all, it would be funny enough without Dee Snider, doing a run-in, but Dee Snider doing it just pushes it over the top for me. It was such a hysterical thing, the fact that that's such a moment in time where Twisted Sister was big enough.
Yeah.
But still kind of not big enough that they would let themselves end up in a Pee Wee Herman movie.
Yeah, and I feel like there was another movie around the same time where they're like talking about Twisted Sister constantly, like as though it was like, oh, they're the best band there is. Twisted Sister. I think it was the Johnny Five movie, maybe.
Maybe it was.
I think it might have been that. Either that or the movie where an alien shows up. That's not E.T.
Yeah, Twisted Sister had a Max Headroom run there for about 8-9 months.
Very, very important for a very short window of time.
Well, when MTV got their goddamn claws into you, it was going to stay big. It was going to work for you. Why don't we take a break here? It's the Bennington Show. Letting you know we're going to be on at noon over at Raw Dog. And then also, we've got a special coming up called Comedians in Labor, all for Labor Day, where all these great comics sit around and talk about their first jobs. Let me just read off some of these names. Doug Benson, Gary Goldman, Chris Gethard, Seth Herzog, Tony Hale, Susie Essman, Bert Kreischer, Joe Mackey, Tommy Jonigan, Rich and Bonnie are going to be on. Tom Segura, Todd Glass, Mike Vecchione, Judah Freelander, Joe List, Louis J. Gomez, the real ass dude. Just really, really funny show of these guys all talking about their hideous first jobs. And as we were recording it, we were just falling out laughing.
It was a blast.
Some of the hardest we've ever laughed. So that's coming up over the break. We're taking a vacation next week. But we'll join you again at noon over at Raw Dog Comedy Club, Channel 99. We'll take a break. Right back here for the next hour, Bennington Show. Very good friend, the band, sitting in with us today. Thank you so much, boys. That was lovely.
It's so great having you guys. Thank you.
The last time I talked to Robbie Robertson, he told me he was going to write a book. And that was a couple years ago. Should be done, Robbie. He said he was going to do the thing where you go out and rent a cabin. Just keep writing till you're done. Everyone likes that version.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Thinking they have that in them. But it's a lot harder than you think. No one knows where the commas go.
Yeah.
What do you think he's going to call it? The book?
You know something, Joe? Your mean St. Paul sarcastic attitude.
It's mean-spirited.
Look, 60% of the band is dead. So the last thing that we need.
true.
What's your next joke? The coffin? Is that it, Joe?
I guess you would think that was funny.
No, I wouldn't.
Wouldn't you?
Ah.
He disgusts me.
Bad person.
He is fucking disgusting.
He's so fucking fucked up.
I wish he got sick. Seriously, I wish somebody would run over him with a fucking truck. It was Chris was standing next to him.
What?
Huh?
But not getting hit. I just witnessed it.
Let's stop thinking about yourself, Chris. This is about Joe and you both getting run over by a truck.
See, I'm part of this. I don't want to get run over.
Your ego is through the fucking roof right now.
I don't want to die.
It's not real. It's a metaphor.
Oh.
You dumb fart mouth centaur. How dare you?
You shed juice drinking fart mouth.
You down on the down low son of a bitch.
Hey, no one's supposed to know about that.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. We spoiler alert everything. That'll be the deal. That'll be the new diggity. I like this. The story is out today. By the way, every day I try not to bring up a Donald Trump thing as to not burn it out.
Yeah.
But yesterday, when he said, I'm never eating another Oreo because they have moved the factory, it's just great. He's great.
He's the best. There's nothing he can't do. And yeah, it's hard because he's able to bring something every single day.
Every day.
7 days a week. Because there's like 3 or 4 stories over the weekend.
First of all, you're 100% correct in what you're saying. For once, this is not your hyperbole being carried away.
Good.
He's got something quotable every day, even the weekends.
He makes sure he is being talked about at all times.
And everyone keeps waiting for it to burn out, but it's not. It's only growing bigger. They finally came out from the polls when he did the whole blood coming out of her eyes and out of her cunny.
Yeah.
His numbers went up when they said this is the thing that killed him. Numbers went up.
Nope.
When he
just
said
gets
we should take
stronger.
Mexican kids, throw them in the wood chippers, and make them shark chump. Numbers went up.
The shark industry loved it.
First of all, do you remember the last time you ate an Oreo?
No.
No one does. No adults really do.
Yeah.
Gail, do you?
I do.
You still eat Oreos?
I try not to, but it did happen on a road trip not too long ago.
Oh, you know what? You're right about that.
Because you can get a small package and it made me feel better. Would I go out and buy the whole big thing? No, the guilt of having that in my cupboard.
Because you'd eat a sleeve.
Yes,
But
you know how they give you the little sleeve.
Right, but then you don't have milk on the road, do you?
Nope.
Say that ruins it. You
I
gotta
know.
have some milk, some Dunkin' milk. But it's very funny to hear, like, he so simply puts things that everyone gets it. Like, all right, we don't eat Oreos anymore.
what
Yeah,
we're
fuck
doing.
them. They're bad. They're on
They're bad.
Mexico's side.
There's Mexicans wiping their ass with those Oreos. You gonna eat them, folks? No! Never! Well, we're not gonna let Rudolph play in any more of our reindeer games, right, guys?
Right.
But he just keeps growing and growing and getting more and more powerful. Now, I don't know, for some reason they said, and you know they're lying, that if Joe Biden ran today, he could beat everybody. You're like, that's made up.
No one's thought about Joe Biden in 8 years.
I don't even know if he could win an election in Delaware. I don't know if he could run for goddamn fire chief of Claymont, Delaware, and come up as number one on that.
And he doesn't want it.
I think it would be an
He
interesting.
wants it.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, yeah. He wants everything, Joe Biden.
I think it would be an interesting fight, though.
Oh, it
The two
would be
big characters.
Yeah, it would be the silliest fight ever. They keep saying, like the experts will saying, you're going to burn out on Donald Trump. But he has destroyed any momentum that Jeb Bush has. I'm like, it's hard to believe that Jeb, who was the easy front runner, who we all thought would just sail along to victory here, it's hard to believe now that he will ever gain that momentum. At the very least, Trump has taken that away from him.
Yeah. He's unstoppable.
A month ago, it was like, all right, it's probably going to be Clinton.
Just take your time. You're in no hurry, and you're all hopped up on shed juice.
AKA Red Bull. That's really what shed juice is. Yeah, we thought it was going to be Clinton Bush again. Yep. That was Biden Trump.
Oh, it was a different Clinton Bush. It was a different Clinton. It was a different Bush. Yeah. Yes, Chris.
Same names, though. You're right.
Same name.
And now it looks like we won't get Clinton or Bush. Here's the thing that he just said this morning. Trump said, I do great with African Americans.
Do you?
He's right.
Yeah.
He's right.
He also said he could have hit Nolan Ryan from either side of the plate.
Well, those are some bad poll numbers, though.
Right. And, well, in Trump's defense, I don't think that they've ever gotten a decent black vote on the Republican side in history.
Yeah.
Anyone. So if he doesn't get the black vote, he's done no worse than everyone else who's ever ran.
Yeah, I don't think that any Republican has had their support.
No. And I think, I think he might have a little trouble with Oreo fans, but who knows? I'm not a fan of store-bought cookies. I think they have to be baked at home and brought out hot.
I would agree in most circumstances, but Oreo is probably my exception to the rule.
Like, well, you can't make an Oreo at home.
Exactly. And that's why. And also, all right, I'm going to be honest, I do like Girl Scout cookies.
Girl Scout cookies are smart because they're once a year. But when you don't get them, you don't care. And then when they come out, you're like, give me all of them, kid. Give me every fucking box.
Give me every motherfucking last one of them.
No, here's what I hate about those little girls, though. Why don't you have the boxes with you?
Yeah.
You ever see a kid knock at the door? Hey, would you like a pizza delivered in another 6 weeks?
The fuck?
I think I would.
It's a cock tease, kid.
Oh, come on.
Wait,
that
wrong.
Sentence.
What are you eating with?
That sentence. Listen back.
Not a true. That's not a literal statement.
But it is.
What you said to a child.
You just called a youngster a cock tease. They arrest people like you Subway eater.
You're sick. You're sick, Stanley.
Bad choice of words. Again. Again.
You literally just said, you're a cock tease, kid. Come on, dude.
I'm talking about the cookies. Because I want the cookies now.
Oh, is that what you call them?
Oh, no. Actual cookies.
But I will agree for most cases with store-bought cookies.
You
like,
can't
if you
make
had
a Thin Mint at your house. If you could, you'd make it better.
Right. But if somebody says, oh, I have some cookies and I'm great, and you have me some fucking Chips Ahoy, I'm not well.
Yeah.
I am not well.
I feel like I'm in a fucking meeting. Sure you don't want to get some of these? They're free. And I got a licorice whip. No.
Please tell me they have licorice whip.
At one, they do. And I'm doing an impression of someone that I see at the meetings that eats the little treats at every single meeting. It's free. For our sobriety.
I might just show up for the licorice whips.
Yeah, if someone's walking around here with store bought, like let's say this, if they had a hot cookie that they made at home with chocolate chips, right?
Yes.
Next to Oreos, and they come walking out, which one are you grabbing?
I'm taking the hot cookie.
Thank you.
The homemade hot.
What about you, cockblock?
I like room temperature cookies.
Seriously? You don't like a hot cookie?
No, hot cookies are delicious.
Oh, so that was one of your jokes? That was you doing an absurdist comedy?
The absurdity lies in the room temperature.
By the way, room temperature for you is sweaty. I can't remember the last time I ate an Oreo.
You like a double stuff?
No. I don't like anyone to fuck around with it. I don't want like strawberry flavored or whatever.
Right.
I want it just straight Crisco and sugar. That's it.
Yeah.
When they said this is just Crisco in the middle there, it really kind of ruined it for me. It took away all the excitement that I had about an Oreo.
I vaguely remember buying a package of the peanut butter ones and then eating the entire package. Feeling horrible about myself.
Why do you vaguely remember this?
I know.
Because I can't remember when it happened.
They only came out like within the past 5 years.
I'm getting bits of memory right now.
It was last year. I felt really terrible. I was like, I can never buy these again.
This is coming back to Memento a little bit at a time.
That's why I have this Oreo tattoo. Don't buy them. They're good.
Oh, man. Jack says, holy shit. Apparently Chris Stanley is drinking that ped juice this morning.
Oh, no. Never that.
Ped juice.
All right. Joseph said, pre-1960s blacks voted predominantly Republican. Yeah, because those weren't their votes. To the 1960s, they would go like this. We'll vote for you.
Yeah. We know what you like.
We got it. You're not allowed in here. There's lights. We can't bring you in here today, son. There's white women in there. Hey, Rob, what do you got, pal? Rob, what's up? Oh, Jesus Christ, he fell apart.
Oh, Jesus, no, Rob.
You son of a bitch.
Rob, are you okay?
Son of a bitch.
Where are you, Rob?
He's gone. I guess somebody got him with that blue sword.
Motherfucker, I think it was Luke.
Or his father.
Or that black guy from the trailer.
Fucking racist, dude. I'm going to be fucking happy when you're fired. You're walking out with your box of fucking...
Peanut butter Oreos.
I was going to say something awful.
Only thing leaving with me is
going to say underage porn. Go, what were you saying?
Only thing I'm leaving with is that sword, which is still up in the office.
Why don't you take it home with you? Take it home for vacation.
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in an Uber. I'll treat myself.
Yeah, treat yourself to a beautiful Uber.
Treat
just
yourself.
Take the sword and just keep hitting the driver in the back of it.
Faster!
Right lane. Get in the right lane. Ow! So that sword hurts.
You're going to shut your mouth or you're not going to get 5 stars.
I'm giving you 1 star now before we even leave. I just don't like the cut of your jib.
Trying to get this sword transported to Queens.
Do you have the helmet, though?
Yeah, I got the helmet, yeah. The helmet's upstairs, too. Yeah.
Why don't you just go put on the helmet and the sword and then fight Joe?
I'll whoop your ass.
Yeah, you're not going to get anything, Joe. You don't get any weapons.
You don't need them.
I don't need them.
No. You have one weapon, though, that works for you. Kindness.
I was going to say my mind and my agility.
Yeah, kindness.
Yeah, kindness.
That's for you. He's our kindest friend.
He's so kind.
I could see him getting a job in middle management. I could see him raising up that far.
Mm-hmm.
You seem like a PD.
I think I would be really good at it.
Yeah. As good as you are at anything else.
Pretty agile.
Columbia University just did a study.
The second?
Just now.
I believe a few days ago. And it looked at workplace depression. And it found that middle management is the most depressed out of all the workers.
Then pay me for doing the study. I could have told you that off the top of my head. It's the worst job. It's like being a sergeant in the army. You are telling guys stuff that they don't want to hear from people who don't know what it's like to be on the ground, right? So that's why everyone hates the middle managers. Because the big shots fucking make them deliver bad news all day.
And then that makes them the target.
Right,
From down.
from both sides.
Yeah, exactly.
They're the only place where shit rains up is middle management.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I couldn't do it.
Also, they just seem like they're always having to just move around like sharks. You know, it's just like if they stand
There was
still
one
long enough.
meeting after another, like, oh, we're having the meeting about the charity event. You guys heard about the charity event?
Just sit
They're
down.
like, all we want to do is get paid here. I'm not part of this like you are. I work here, yeah, but I don't dream about the future of this company. And I don't care if we beat the competition.
Gotta beat that competition.
Oh, yeah. Chris, you didn't even make it in the middle management. You fucking just bottomed out there. You washed out.
Bottom management.
Yeah.
Why don't you quit, Stanley? Ring that fucking bell. Ring that bell right now, Stanley. You'll be able to go get a shower and have a hot meal.
Sounds good. Where's the bell again?
See?
This blows.
You don't have what it takes. I can never manage people. Fucking looking at guys that don't want to be there and trying to keep them pumped up about shit.
Hey guys, this is exciting though, right?
Yeah. Hey, did I tell you guys we're working Christmas this year?
What?
But yeah. Tell your family it's a double.
Well, on Christmas, why?
Because we're a store that sells Christmas stuff.
Well, when are we going to get our bonuses?
Oh, there's no bonuses this year, but Fridays are going to be bring your dog to work day. So if you want to, and wear jeans. Wear jeans this week. You guys got to work this weekend, but feel free to wear shorts.
I don't have a dog.
And I'm bringing some bad lunch meat. I'm bringing some bad deli in, putting the tray out.
Is there bread?
I saw this guy. I went into a fucking meeting one time at this radio station, and he was a middle management guy, and he had gone to the vending machine and just took out some crackers and stuff like that, and had it sitting on the table with a Coke, a Sprite, a grape soda. He was like, I don't know what you guys like, so we got a little bit. And I could see the fucking vending machine right there. And I'm like, no, I just stopped at a vending machine before I fucking got here, but thank you. I was just at a gas station minutes ago. You fucking nothing happening prick.
Combos.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
We have pizza and peanut butter. So if you're
help
in the
yourself.
mood,
yeah,
savory or sweet, we have both.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do. So they're always caught up in stuff like that. You know, they're always caught up in morale. They think that shitty things are good. I feel for them. I'd probably just fucking hang myself. You would just come in if I was the middle manager. You just see my fucking through the doorway.
Lost another one.
Okay. We're taking resumes, guys.
Yeah, if you got to go around and tell people, listen, we're cutting the healthcare package, but you guys all seem pretty healthy.
Your sick children are going to say stick.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not getting our bonuses this year because the company's doing bad. And you look out, you see it's a fucking Friday, so you see the fucking big boss has just a boat fucking connected to the back of his car. He's going to drive away.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Oh, this is weird. So somebody wrote to Jay Moore, Ron just gave you big props for your Chris Penn impression. Why is it important to let him know that?
He knows that you like it.
Ron says he sees Joe as a PD. I see Pepper as a PED.
Well, that's accurate.
And nothing could be less accurate.
Bill Chipperson says, I want to be like Ron and Gail. Too cool for the room. I don't know if we're too cool for the room, Bill, but we're too fucking cool for any room you're standing in. That's definitely true. This guy writes, Ron can't remember the last time he ate an Oreo. Hashtag Eddie Murray's crying. Fucking hilarious. Some guy just put up his tweet your favorite block. He tweeted that he's blocked by the iBank. We need to fucking block him from Bennington show too.
Double blocked now, bro.
What is he?
Bro.
No, before that.
Double blocked.
I thought he was double locked.
Double block. Double block. Double,
Sorry
double,
there, Kim.
double block.
Apparently you're a dick. Netflix's next series should be based on Thunderheart, Tribal, and FBI. Val Kilmer, forever. I saw Gail follow Val Kilmer into a store once.
Yep, a shoe store. And I creepy pretended to look at shoes while I stared over a men's shoe like this. And it was, current Val Kilmer. So, he doesn't look the same as he
It
once.
wasn't Jim Morrison Val Kilmer.
But I don't care. I don't mind.
Still there for you.
Yep.
Still Val.
Still Val to me. It's you they want out there, Val.
Good goof.
By they, I mean me, right now.
I mean me and my breast and vagina.
Yep, that's right. That's right, Chubby Val. I'll take you down to Chinatown.
I think it's just his
Big
face
Chum.
that's chubby, though.
Baby. Yeah, well, he's just a little bloated. I don't mind. I'm okay with it.
I think he's on some kind of steroid. I don't think he's well.
I don't judge him, whatever it is.
I thought maybe he was like juicing, like trying to get out of that.
Even if it's snacks, I don't care. I'm still there for you. You meant everything to me. You made me a woman.
Based on what movie?
Several. Obviously
Real
The
Genius?
Doors. Obviously Real Genius. Obviously The Doors.
How about when he was Iceman?
Bad guy. Sure. Iceman as well. Iceman cometh, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
And Tombstone. I was all about that doc.
Yeah. Tombstone, Doc.
Mhm. Very sexy lunger.
You like him better than Dennis's Quaid? Really sick, Doc.
Too far. Come on.
Everything hurts.
Too accurate.
Seriously, I got TB. Every call, talk, everything hurts.
Be cooler and sexier like Val was.
I'm happy with my sickness. Huckleberry.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
I'd like to do that, but with a Huckleberry Hound character. Would be the perfect way to do it. We're going to be ending this show soon, but you can go over and listen to us at noon on Raw Dog Comedy Club 99. And next week we're on vacation, but we will see you in September as the song goes.
Yes.
As the fabulous song goes. What's coming up after this show today?
Accelerated.
Probably playing all the replacement morning shows all week.
Exactly, yeah.
That was a fun week for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody got in here and got to swing for the fences.
Yeah.
Who do you think did the best?
I enjoyed E-Rock's show, actually.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I know you're a big E-Rock fan.
Yeah.
Well, you had your hero, Kevin Smith, on the phone.
Yeah. And you had the comic book men in there. Steve Dave was in there all day. I love Steve Dave.
He's your favorite out of all of them?
Yeah, I love Steve Dave.
Kevin is a guy I'll never stop being a fan of. He's got me for life.
Just
Some
for
people
the-
complain about this, and I go, whatever. He's there.
Don't judge me.
Yeah. No, I meant, he's still the indie guy after all these years. He's still the outsider.
I heard he was doing the Mallrats TV show. I hope that still happens.
Not only that, but he's looking at my old mall from Delaware County.
Really? What?
Yeah, the Granite Run Mall. I'm very excited, and I hope he gets it.
Oh, that would be exciting.
It would be the most exciting thing ever. I hope that they have the video game arcade in the same place that it always was.
The pride.
Yeah.
People would feel.
Well, the mall is all but closed. So it would be a matter of they're going to destroy the mall and put an outdoor mall there, but he might have time to shoot it in between.
Nice.
But hopefully it'll go so well that they just keep it going. So he's not doing it as a movie, he's doing it as a Netflix show.
His Netflix show, yeah. Mallrats was the first Kevin Smith I saw before even Clerks. Or
You
anything
didn't see
else.
Clerks?
I didn't see Clerks first. I saw
Really?
Mallrats first because I didn't know who Kevin Smith was, but I heard Stan Lee was in it. And I was such a little fucking comic book nerd. I was like, oh, I want to see a movie with Stan Lee in it. And I was like, wait, this movie is hysterical. And I've loved it.
You really judge yourself.
Yeah,
as a
he's
child.
rough on himself.
I had terrible taste.
Everybody did. You were a kid.
Why are you going to be so harsh on yourself?
No, but it turned out something good. It introduced me to Kevin Smith.
You're not going to be a fucking 8-year-old into Peckinpah.
Like I was.
I love straw dogs. I think she liked it by the end.
Oh, you're disgusting.
Yeah.
Going right back to rape stuff.
God, you're sick. You're sick today.
Bruce and Delco.
Yeah, Ronnie, they can't use Granite Run Mall because of the asbestos. Sorry to let you down, buddy. It was my mall, too.
Where are they going to go?
They're going out to Exton Square Mall.
Now, Exton Square Mall was the first giant mall. You know, it was like a long haul for us, and we would go, like, we're going to the Exton Mall. The thing's got everything. It's got everything.
Killer food court.
All the malls that they made a big deal about, they don't even know how to bust them up now, you know?
Yeah.
Because no one goes to them, and you've got this giant fucking slab of concrete in the middle of your town. You know, for a while they'll just do it where Hispanics are, you know, they're actually rebooting these things as Hispanic malls, where it's kind of almost like a flea market for Hispanic people. And they go there and they have Hispanic music and all playing. But the amount of taxes that they're paying has got to drop down because it's people just setting stuff up, you know, in the middle of the mall rather than these big giant stores. Yeah. They don't know what to do with the buildings. They don't know what to do.
People don't shop that way anymore.
Well, there's so many other places to shop. Yeah. You know, the suburbs used to have like one township might have one fast food place.
Yeah.
Now they're constant. There's strip malls that run all the way down every single highway. You know, so if you're looking for curtains, you don't exactly have to go to the big mall for it. And since they're not paying mall prices on their rent, they can sell it to you a little cheaper. In the meantime, what are the suburbs fucking becoming? It's weird.
What are they?
Burn out.
Burn them for you.
Going back to the big Blue Oyster Cult from earlier this morning.
Yes.
Why is the center of your head have all your hair just piled up on it like a Pebbles thing?
It's a top knot.
Is that what it's
top
called?
Knot. Are you about to Google top knot? I thought you turned.
He will fucking type anything. Seriously, you could go work at a courthouse right now. You could pull that off in a heartbeat.
You need one of those typewriters.
Top knot. A knot of hair arranged on top of the head.
Why do you seriously do that? Just want
Pull
to
the
see
pics.
what words are?
There they
is
are.
It like an OCD?
Probably no. It's an OCD at this point.
But I got to take that away from you?
No. I'm going to break myself. I'm going to break myself of this awful habit.
Break yourself, fool.
David says, must be good for Ron to know that his childhood mall is now uninhabitable due to asbestos. Bro, every fucking factory in that town is the same way. It's so funny, though. Liz says, my friend is also a big fan of Val Kilmer. Well, who isn't a fan of Val Kilmer? He's the best.
He's the best around.
Mike just said this about Fart Mouth Stanley. His breath can make a box of animal crackers stampede. Oh, you had to get that from some Yo Mama joke place. That's too good.
It's too clever.
You get that from Wildin' Out.
Jaybird says on the Twitter, when T-Rump says he doesn't like Oreos, was he talking about the interracial marriages? Hashtag Bennington.
He does very well with the African Americans, actually.
I love him.
Carly says, do you remember this twat? Treat your favorite block and put our good friend Dana Marie on there. This is probably why you got blocked. Dude.
Yeah, you're using the TW.
Perhaps the worst of all misogynistic words. Matt says, I slept late. What are you guys talking about? April said, I would love a Netflix show about Steve Martin's character in Grand Canyon. What a backstory. It's so funny. All right, somebody brings up Chasing Amy as being their favorite Kevin Smith. You're not going to beat that, is it? That's a hell of a movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a really long time, but I loved that movie when I was young.
Chris, your favorite is still Mallrats because it was your first?
Yeah, it's still Mallrats. And Jason Lee is just so goddamn funny in that movie. He'll always be that character to me. In anything he does.
That was the hit too that Kevin took to his career. That was, I think, at that time he had left Miramax, did that with a big company, and then came back to Miramax for years until they finally split off again. And now he's he knows how to produce and release his own movies now.
Right.
It's not like he needs that setup anymore. Harvey was like the adult for those guys back then. You know, he would be there to go, oh, you do whatever you want to do, and then I'll take it out and get it, get your money for it and get it sold. All right, we got to wrap this one up. We are shutting it down, but you can see us in a couple hours over on Raw Dog as we do the Bennington show there. One more time, we're going to remind people over the break, the Labor Day special is pretty damn great. Great comics. Louis J. Gomez, the real ass dude. Tammy Pescatelli, Tom Rhodes, Emma Williams, Judah Freelander, Mike Vecchione, Todd Glass, Tom Segura, Mark Norman, Bert Kreischer, Tommy Pope, Open Mike Eagle, Joe Mackey, Tommy Jonigan, Jason Nash, Rich and Bonnie, Gary Goldman, Doug Benson, Chris Gethard, Tony Hale, Seth Herzog, and Susie Essman, all giving us their first jobs. This is a hilarious show.
So good.
We're going to play it on Labor Day, but then we're also going to play it next Thursday during our vacation. What else you got lined up for vacation, Chris?
We're also going to play the tribute to Joan Rivers because that Friday is the anniversary of her passing.
I didn't know that's 1 year. We were just talking about that yesterday. Wow, 1 year, huh?
Yeah, 1 year exactly. It'll be on next Friday.
And actually, the news about her not, going into that coma and not coming out. Here was the weird thing about Joan too. I was sure she was going to come out of that coma.
Yeah.
I was like thinking to myself, well, her next special is always going to be about this shitty doctor and how putting her into a coma. It never dawned on me
that she wasn't going to.
Yeah, I couldn't allow myself to think it, because she just had so much energy.
Yeah, she was so full of life. She's so tough, tough spirit.
I always thought too, because I think she had talked about that she planned on becoming, making it to being the oldest comic who still traveled. And you just naturally believed that at the time. You're like, yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah.
All right, so that's some great shows that are happening during our best of next week. But it's not the end. Meet is back here in a couple hours, 12 o'clock.
Yep.
And we will do the Bennington show over on Raw Dog. Is E-Rock doing his show tonight? Do you know?
I emailed him. He didn't get back to me.
No, you know what? He doesn't have to. It's a Friday. It's the summer. He can take a little E-Rock time for himself.
It's a big fuck you to me, though.
Good. I'm glad. But maybe he's just sleeping in, Chris. Instead of taking it the wrong way.
All right.
Be happy that your buddy's sleeping.
Yeah, chill out, dude.
Glad you're getting some Z's, E-Rock.
All right. Well, if he's sleeping, he's not going to hear that.
I'll send this audio to him.
What's coming up next, Chris?
Accelerate's coming up next. There'll be all the all pieces of all the shows I played earlier this week. All the your Race Wars.
The best parts, the funniest parts of all the shows.
Rich and Bonnie, Race Wars, E-Rock, Sam, Bennington, all playing on Accelerator.
How can we be on there?
We won't be bound that. That's a good point. But
someone's cutting it right now. This is going to be in there.
God damn it.
Just sweating. Oh, dear God.
So it'll be everything but us playing on Accelerated in just a couple of minutes right here. Join us at noon as we do the Bennington show on Raw Dog. And we'll check you out over there. Have a great weekend, everybody. See you in a couple hours. Bro, give it a rest, all right? We just had a disagreement. That ends 90s week. It's the Bennington show, back after a mere 2 hours away from you. Ron Bennington, Gail Bennington.
Yo.
Stanley Stanlington.
What's up?
And then Dan Perlman sitting in with us today because Dan has a big story that he's breaking, and the Oscar goes to Spike Lee.
Spike Lee. Getting an honorary Oscar after, 25 years or something. He'd never won for Do the Right Thing, Malcolm X, Four Little Girls, none of them, but they just announced they're going to give him the Governor's Award at the next Oscars.
He seems too young to me.
Too young for an honorary?
Yeah, to get an honorary award. That's something that should come later in life.
But I feel like at this point he's definitely done his best work. He's not going to come out with.
Well, I hope not. I hope there's something good left.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just in the last few years, it's been like documentaries about Kobe and stuff, and we might just see more like a profile of Tim Duncan or something.
Well,
I
mean, he doesn't have the corporate backing to do that. But I remember when Martin Scorsese was in the same shape during the 80s, and you're like, what is Scorsese when he's going to finally do something again? He had like 10 years where he couldn't get anything of substance done.
Yeah. But maybe it's more of a righting of a wrong. Like, this should have been done.
In 89?
Yeah.
He should have won for Do the Right Thing?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Not even my favorite Spike Lee movie.
What is your favorite?
Crooklyn.
Oh, yeah.
Love
That's
Crooklyn. Honest to God, this is the greatest thing about that movie is that you have these little black kids living in a different city than I grew up in, and I look at that movie and I see me and my cousins.
Yeah.
It just kills me. It kills me how he could capture everything. Not only that, but the weird summer vacation where you leave your town and you're going to your aunt's place in Maryland, and suddenly the cinematography is different, and
like
everything feels awkward.
It's kind of like shot in fisheye or something, so everything just feels weird, and you could just see how uncomfortable he was.
Yeah, and that's that feeling that you get with a kid when someone puts food in front of you. You're like, what is this? It's the wrong way to make this.
This isn't how my mom does it.
Do the Right Thing, that climax when, Mookie throws the trash can through the window, that whole scene is so well done. Every part of that is just perfectly done to me.
Yeah.
I could watch that scene 1,000 times.
And
I watch that movie over and over.
And if you walk around Fort Greene, like all I think about is Spike. Like I just picture his movies. You can see, you'll recognize corners. He stayed in that neighborhood.
Well, what about, all right, let's take it to the next thing with just the opening of the movie, just the crazy Rosie Perez dancing, the Public Enemy, and people didn't really know Public Enemy yet. He brings up gentrification in that film. You got the guy wearing the Boston thing.
Yeah.
And he's like, you can't come into our neighborhood. He was so... Nobody was talking about gentrification.
How are you going to buy a brownstone on my side of the street?
No one was bringing up gentrification then.
No.
Those houses that they were living in, like the house in Crooklyn, right?
Yeah.
Probably $8-9 million right now.
Oh, easily, yeah.
So Spike Lee getting the honorary Oscar. But the only thing I disagree with on that is I still think we got some strong Spike Lee movies still to come. I believe so.
I also really love She's Gotta Have It. I love that movie so much.
Well, that was his first, and it was a shocker. And the weird thing is that we thought that was Spike. Like the character that he played at that time, we thought was Spike.
Please, baby, baby, please, baby, baby, baby.
It's amazingly different than anybody has ever done before.
I really liked, he did this one with Denzel, Mo Better Blues.
Love that movie.
Which I really, that's another one.
Just that soundtrack, which I think was Spike's dad.
Yeah.
Great music.
Yeah.
He Got Game was great. I know people gave him shit for that.
Jesus! Who gave him shit?
I remember when it came out, people were attacking him for this wasn't as good as a regular Spike Lee movie. No, I loved it, and they shot a scene of it in my old high school.
Is that right?
Yeah, Brooklyn
I really
Tech.
love that movie a lot,
great.
and it's again one of those movies that's a little bit ahead of its time because college basketball is even more like that now.
The recruiting.
You watch that, and I think that's one that's definitely gained like a cult fan base as it's gotten older. I don't know how people liked it when it came out, but especially as time's gone on and as Ray Allen, who's in the movie, has gotten huge. Like once he won that title with the Heat with that incredible shot, it just like generated this huge surge of interest. And then when they did this like nickname thing a year ago where players can wear nicknames on their back, he wore Jesus Shuttlesworth on
that's
his
great.
back. So it was like a nice kind of nod to Spike.
Well, what about School Days? That movie is perfect, and I never knew about the prejudice inside. You know what I mean? Going back and forth.
Yeah.
But even again with the soundtrack to that, but like all Spike Lee movies, they have a weird ending. He always has
very
trouble ending.
surreal.
Yeah. But that is his thing. I mean, it isn't straight on. It's always different. By the way, the stuff that you say, his sports documentaries, I also think are unbelievable. I'm crazy about his sports documentaries.
He did did he do the Reggie Miller one with?
That's the 30 for 30.
30 for 30 one?
Yeah.
Yeah, where he's like jawing with Reggie. Yeah, that's great. I mean, their whole thing back and forth was great.
Yeah, we thought they hated each other, but they became buddies.
Yeah.
All right, so that's an interesting call. Again, I think he's in his 50s. I don't even think he's 60 yet.
58, yeah.
I don't think that you should get one of those awards until you're 75, 80.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like when guys are wheeled out and get those awards.
That's what, I do agree with you on, like, every year they give out the Mark Twain Award, like prize for humor. And so at first they were giving it to guys like, you know, Bob Newhart or like Pryor before he died or Carlin. But then they started giving it to like Tina Fey or Will Ferrell and stuff like that. And those, they're obviously great, but it seems odd to give it to a person who's 40. Meanwhile, like Mel Brooks or something is like 86.
And still in their prime. Like these are people who still have an active career.
Decades left.
Well, that's because they can also draw an audience to the TV show.
Sure.
So, but yeah, you don't want to just hand that award to Kevin Hart right now. You want to see what he's doing with, I mean, yes, we all loved Wedding Ringer. That was amazing.
Ride Along was great.
Haven't seen it yet. Hoping.
The sequel's going to be great. They're going to keep riding.
That's when I'm going to watch. It's just the sequels. I like to start with the sequels, and then I go back and watch what I call the prequel.
See, I tried that with Rush Hour 2.
Yeah.
And then I went back, but I had no idea what was going on. Rush Hour 2. I was totally disoriented.
See, that was my favorite one because I felt the first one was too rushed. You know, I felt like they had settled down by now. Now, if you were going, and we'll do this as quickly as we can, but New York film, right?
Okay.
Is it Do the Right Thing for you, or is there another film that captures New York?
I mean, I think for me it would be Annie Hall.
Annie Hall.
Yeah.
And I remember when Spike came out that they were calling him the Black Woody Allen. And now you're like, what is that comparison? Why is that comparison there?
Glasses.
They're both born in Brooklyn.
You know.
What about, Mean Streets or Taxi Driver?
Taxi Driver, yeah, both of those for sure. But
by the way, I don't even know. I might pick Manhattan even over Annie Hall just for that unbelievable.
Right.
I mean, when I think of romantic New York, the New York that I kind of fell in love with, it's that black and white movie.
Yeah.
And I want New York to be black and white.
I have a special spot in my heart for a Guide to Recognizing Your Saints, just because it's Astoria. And it did capture, I think, the 70s pretty well, or 80s, rather.
What did it capture?
Early 80s. It captured 70s, 80s, 2000s.
A Guide to Recognizing Your Saints, famous because it was the last small movie, I think, that Robert Downey Jr. did before he became just endless Iron Man. So I remember I went out to the screening for that. It was like a last minute thing. Would you like to go to this screening? And all this, and it was just in this little screening room, and Robert Downey Jr. was there, and all the stars from, and then other stars that were, because Trudy, Sting's wife, was one of the producers, so she was trying to invite all these people to get the word out. And my brother was with me, so I go, "Oh, I'm going to the screening. If you want to go, I just got a call about it." And we go over there, and it was just like us and movie stars.
That's crazy.
Everywhere around. It was always the funniest thing to me is the lights. So we're just sitting there, and he's being all cool. and then the lights go down, and I just hear this. What the fuck is this place? Who the fuck? Why are all these fucking people here? And I go like this. You know that everyone can still hear in the dark. And I'm like, I didn't know this was going to happen either. But we were like sitting next to Robert Downey, and he got up to say like a couple moments, about, independent film. It's really important that we make these small, beautiful movies like this.
And he stuck with it.
Yeah. What's that Burt Lancaster Times Square movie? The one where he's the PR guy in I can't think of that movie. Or no, he's like a columnist. It's like a late 1950s, but the entire movie is shot pretty much in this neighborhood.
Sweet Smell of Success?
Yeah, it's really one of the great New York movies back when a columnist would be a major star in this. And you probably were just the last era for that where you would have the columnists, Chris, when you were growing up, probably.
I know Steve Lupico. I knew him strictly as a columnist. And I was shooting from the lip every Saturday in the Daily News that I would read.
Are you sure his name is Steve Lupica?
No, why do I fuck this up every time?
What's his name?
It's Stan Lupica?
Could it be Mike?
You're talking about Mike Lupica.
Why do I call him fucking Steve Lupica all the fucking time?
Be easy on yourself, buddy.
Yeah, I don't ever remember it coming up.
It has, and I remember it.
Straight from Steve's lips.
Mike's.
Steve's Mike.
Stan?
That got ugly.
Stanley?
We were enjoying this conversation.
It's still great.
So much.
It's still great.
I don't know. Just when you yell and get angry like that, maybe I shouldn't have corrected you.
No, I should be corrected. I should learn that Steve Lupica is some nobody that we have no idea what the hell we're talking about.
Oh, you don't have to be mean to Steve about this.
But these
it's not his fault.
These New York columnists, they used to pretty much own the town. Just like everybody had to read them every day like it was a TV show. And now that job is pretty much,
It's relegated to bloggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
If
even then,
that.
is there a blogger that you read every day?
No.
And those things would be like about the gritty things of the street, and we got to get rid of this. Or they'd always write that sad story about a murder, And it would always, their thing would always be the hook of he was just 16 years old.
Oh, God.
16 summers, that's all he got.
Did you read this?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he's the best. I hate that Son of Sam now.
I like that the columnist is still like a fun character to play. That's my roommate. He would always like do this bit whenever I would say something interesting. He'd be like, "Oh, that's going in the column." Just jot it down. Like as if it's one of those.
But there must be some yucks over that.
Oh man, it's a barrel of laughs.
Can I quote you on that?
I'll put it in Steve Lupica's thing.
Mike Lupica.
yes.
Screw you, Dad.
Dad's right. You're bad at stuff.
So what? You're some goddamn shitty sports columnist.
Shitty?
Now I'm pissed at everything.
Oh, you liked him.
I always thought that the biggest mistake Lupica ever made was not getting sports reporters to go so much bigger, because they were a PTI before there was a PTI.
Yeah.
And that show still runs, in sports reporters on like 9:30 Sunday morning. And you're like, did you dudes ever think of primetime in this shit? Because the network got a lot bigger.
It was one of my favorite things they did on that Tracy Morgan did on 30 Rock was when they made fun of, they had him be on one of these like shows and they just called it sports shouting, just like mocking like PTI around the horn, and it's like three guys all making nuanced points about sports and Tracy Morgan just going ah, he's just screaming, just trying to keep up with them.
Tracy, you son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, you came back from a brain injury, you bastard. You beautiful bastard.
We'll be seeing you.
Chris, are you telling me we need to break already, or what are we doing?
Yeah, we need to break in a few minutes.
Why are we breaking so soon?
Because we have to catch up with breaks.
I hope we start breaking funny. Hey, there's a piece up on the iBank today, I guess never before seen clip of Bill Hicks saying some funny stuff up there, and there's a big CD collection box set.
It's the Bill Hicks, The Complete Collection from Comedy Dynamics. It's 12 CDs, 6 DVDs, 10 hours of Bill Hicks stand-up.
I just thought of another perfect New York movie.
What's that?
The Cruise. That documentary called The Cruise.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, that is great.
It is really, really good.
Same director who did Moneyball and what was it?
Capote.
Yeah, Capote.
Bennett Miller.
But didn't Bennett Miller have a film out last year too? One of the Oscar nominated.
Was it I was going to say the Ben Affleck movie, but
The Ben Affleck movie, but
That's the title.
yeah,
that was Butts. Foxcatcher.
yeah, Foxcatcher out. But this was just a little documentary about a guy who worked on a cruise bus around New York. It's fucking great.
Yeah.
Just great. I don't know how we got off on that, but congratulations to Spike Lee.
Yes.
Yes.
Dan, you did it. You said you get him an Oscar. It's son of a bitch. You went out and did it.
Work is done.
I can't believe you pulled it off.
Yep. Now on to Tyler Perry.
TP. Tyler Perry right now has built a house, they said, that's bigger than Utah.
Wow.
His home has more square footage than Utah.
How many people live in that?
Just one. Tyler lives alone. He's never found the girl yet that he's ready to settle down with.
Never took a wife.
Sad when you're so religious, isn't it, that you can't do what you want to do?
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. Maybe Jesus would just let him just touch it.
Yeah.
Just rub it.
Yeah.
Or let him get touched.
All
you know?
right,
What? What
Chris.
I say?
We never even let on that it had to do with people.
Oh.
Coming up a little later on the show, it's Unmasked with Dom Herrera. And that's going to be playing over the week. And then the big Labor Day special is next week. And also we got Jan Gay, who is Marvin Gaye's ex-wife, has written a book called Bad Stuff About Marvin Gaye. It's After the Dance, My Life with Marvin Gaye. Available in stores and online. I'll talk about that a little bit when we get back. We got her in soon, right, Chris?
Yeah, very soon.
Okay. Does she know anything about Dom Herrera? Because I wouldn't mind if maybe she wouldn't talk a couple minutes about her life with Dom Herrera.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll speak with her before she comes in.
Yeah.
Talk to her about this Dom Herrera thing.
Even at the most, just play her a couple clips.
Yeah,
Okay.
See if she digs them, See if she likes them.
Jan, this is what the interview is going to be about. So you should bone up before you come in.
We ought to do that this summer. Ron is also going to make you broad jump, and remember, it's distance, not height. So,
Please put this party hat on.
yeah,
It is going to be on Vine.
yeah, we're doing all this stuff on Vine, and then after that, everyone's going to take a piss on you.
And we better get views.
Also, when you walk in, act surprised like you didn't know you were going to be here.
Yeah, you didn't even know it was radio.
Great to have you, Quincy Jones. I hope you know a lot about Christian Slater, because the focus is going to be mostly him and Matthew Modine.
Favorite Christian Slater movies. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, so let's break here, and when we get back, we'll eventually get around to Miss Jan Gay, and just because that's her last name doesn't mean that she is.
Nope.
So
Don't even bring that up, actually.
Do not judge.
I'm just going to start with: is that a nickname for some of the because of some of the stuff? Why am I talking this way? I never talk this way about guests. It's crazy.
Don't worry, I got the Dom Herrera thing. I'm going to play her some stand-up. It'll be fine.
I don't really want you to do.
Oh,
that.
you didn't?
We were, we were going with like, wouldn't that be silly and awful?
Joe, stop pulling the Dom Herrera clips.
Yes, sir.
Did you even pull one, Joe?
Yeah, I pulled the whole catalog.
That's one.
Yeah.
We're talking about Dom here. All right. So, time to go to break. God bless you. And we'll be right back. You are listening to a little show that we like to call Bennington.
You're listening to Bennington on Raw Dog 99, Sirius XM's Comedy Club.
Tito's vodka is America's favorite vodka. I've got a young man in here today that I'm grooming, Gail.
Who's that?
And his name is Danny Pearls or Dan Perlman. And you've never done a live read in your new radio career,
I never
right?
have, no.
By the way, I noticed yesterday a fellow comedian had no idea that you were working here.
Oh, yes.
Did that feel like a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh, that was fine. I didn't mind that. No.
It seemed like you didn't want to talk to him in front of us. He's like, "Hey."
I just didn't want to interrupt because he was mid thought.
Oh no, you could always feel free to interrupt. But he's mid thought all the time.
No, I know. He's got a lot of thoughts.
Any of them make any sense though?
They're very passionate.
Yeah, they are.
They're very passionate.
Mateo's great.
If you have passion, it can get you, it can get you far in life. But we're talking about Mateo Lane, who really just had us laughing our ass off yesterday. You've never done a live read, so I want you to do this one now.
Okay.
And guys, Chris, I know that you've done them. Okay, I know that you've done them.
Yep.
If you feel like you need to stop them and give them some, just beneficial of your experience, go ahead and do that.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Dan.
Here we go. Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's original craft vodka. In 1995, Tito Beverage, that's his real name, had the idea of building his own micro distillery, incorporating...
It's a little fast.
Okay.
No, I disagree.
I thought it was very excited.
I love the energy that he's bringing this.
Okay. Incorporating the boutique winery concept into the spirits industry. He acquired the first legal permit to distill in Texas and put his life savings, all the cash, into it, racking up 19 credit cards to build his own copper pot stills and condensers. Not just stills. We were talking condensers also. Since then, he's been awarded a 95 rating by wine enthusiasts. There's only a few points higher than 95. And won the unanimous. No one voted for anyone else. Judge's Choice double gold medal at the World Spirits Competition, the Chairman's Trophy for World's Best Vodka Tonic, and many others. It's got a modest paper label, a simple guy, on a simple bottle. So all you pay for is the exceptional...
I just want to say, who's a simple guy? You just threw simple guy in there.
Well, Tito Beverage. I'm saying for all his accomplishments, he's still down to earth, humble, and never forgets his roots.
Those are better adjectives than simple, though.
Yeah, I like
person.
that. Yeah, and I like you call him a man more than a guy too.
Yeah,
I mean a guy just
down to earth man.
Yeah,
well,
salt of the earth.
I mean, Tito still makes his vodka by hand on the same land.
Wait, calm down. You gotta stop getting so crazy. Also, I mean, you guys should talk more about Tito.
Well, first
himself.
of all, Chris, he's doing perfectly, so don't bother him with it.
But I'm just...
It still makes his vodka by hand on the same land, Chris, where he started it all. You know where that is?
I know. Where?
Austin, Texas.
In Austin, we're here to help.
Texas.
We're not supposed to be mad. Chris, he's doing great.
Yeah.
Much better than you.
Really?
And we're here to coach him.
Yeah.
Not go, where? I know.
Yeah.
So just...
Something we're all passionate about.
Yeah.
We can share that with Dan.
Yeah. Finally, you have a place to... Here's we're getting closer to your retirement. Have a place to use your experiment.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn and is naturally gluten-free.
Hey, let me just bring this up.
Yeah.
Chris has never even said that once, so I find it interesting.
I know. You never bring that up, Chris.
Talk about the gluten constantly.
Yeah, but
There's no gluten.
I don't understand.
There's no gluten.
Yeah, there's no gluten. That's why you go too much into gluten.
Maybe that's what it is.
I love bringing up the lack of gluten.
It just doesn't seem like you do it as well as this young, who I'm now calling new Chris.
You know what? Maybe you've said it before, but I feel like I'm hearing it for the first time.
With a thinner tongue.
You can visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs we all love to sing, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
Yeah! Great job, man! You busted your cherry. Look at you.
It's okay.
Welcome back. This is Bennington. On the Friday before our vacation starts, Chris Stanley tells me his is going to be a gaycation.
Staycation. It's a staycation. I'm staying here. It's getting gay. But I guess technically I am on vacation.
Gail, you're going to go on an actual vacation.
I'm going to go on a vacation.
Down to Old Mexico.
I'm going to be down Mexico way for my first time ever.
And then I'm having a Marvin Gaye vacation. Where I just dress up as Marvin Gaye for a couple of weeks. But matter of fact, coming in a little bit is going to be Jan Gaye. She's ex-wife of Marvin Gaye. And I believe it's her children who are the benefactors of the Blurred Lines lawsuits.
Wow.
And that's $17.5 million that they won because Blurred Lines was a ripoff
Yeah.
of Marvin Gaye's music. That's according to the courts.
Yes. Not necessarily your opinion, although listen to them together. It's pretty.
Well, I remember
pretty
bringing it
similar.
up first time I heard it.
Yeah.
And I don't have like what I would say a great musical ear, but I remember like singing along as if it was a Marvin Gaye song.
You're like, hold on.
But the Jan Gay story is well, it's a crazy one. I don't know. How do you feel about when people write about their exes after their exes passed on?
I think it's a little different when you were romantically involved with a person. I think it's
Yeah.
a different feeling because I know there is something kind of strange about a tell-all book that
Right.
happens after someone's passed away. But I think when that person is your significant other, there's a little bit of ownership of those memories. Something happens
Right.
where when you kind of make that agreement to share a life together, well, those are just as much your stories in a lot of ways.
You could actually say about anybody. Your story is your story. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean that everybody has to agree with you. I'm sure if, Chris Stanley's writing a book right now. I guess it's your life story.
Yeah, it's a memoir.
And he calls it Grunt Scratch Shit. And
Hope they let me keep the title. I know they don't want to see shit on the cover.
it's just about the way you live your life.
Yeah.
But see, I believe in the old adage, snitches get stitches. You know what I
Yes.
mean? And particularly when someone has died and all that. And yet, when I picked up after the dance, My Life with Marvin Gaye, I couldn't put it down. I
Right.
was just going page after page. Like, Jesus Christ, he's getting whacked on coke. He's making her sleep with 3 different people tonight. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
it was all the stuff that I say I'm not interested in, you know? And normally I'm interested in the art first, and yet I found it fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the art is the most interesting part, but it's hard not to get wrapped up when somebody has a really electric kind of life and their
Right.
environment was like explosive. I mean, it's hard not
I
to
will
get
tell you this
pulled into
about
that.
Marvin Gaye. You know, people, soul singers, love Marvin Gaye even more than the fans do.
Yeah.
Other artists love Marvin Gaye. There was something about him because he was so, well, he was like both spiritual and freak nasty at the same time.
Yes.
Which reminds you of who? Now, what little tiny Minneapolis singer brings that on?
It reminds me of a little someone named Joey Jojo.
Well, Prince.
I was
It's
kidding.
Prince. Prince is kind of like what Prince is to his generation, Marvin Gaye was to his generation. So there is always going to be fascination.
Right.
with those kind of people. How many Elvis books are written from every point of view? Because it's, you know, it's sex and it's drugs and it's rock and roll all under one little book report. And people are always going to be
Saw
crazy
that.
about that. I always think it's interesting when, like, I'm like, oh, I didn't know people were that into menages. And that time, I felt like he was ahead of his time, menage wise. But you know, the Romans did it. Too,
Oh, yeah.
You know? So menage has been around quite a bit.
I think it's something very funny that young people always think that they invent sex or even freaky sex when it's been around. You don't come up with nothing new. It's
Well-
all there.
Well, this was the term that was used here was from Richard Pryor, freaky deaky.
Nice.
Freaky. That was Richard Pryor's. But I don't know whether you guys are aware of this, but Pryor used to do a regular stand-up Vegas type act, right? And a matter of fact, Carlin started the same way, and they would go out wearing suits, and they would just do, you know. Pryor was doing something along the line of Flip Wilson later, you know, became known for. Some people thought that he was just a kind of Xerox Bill Cosby. It was almost like he
Right.
was doing a Bill Cosby act. And according to him, he listened to What's Going On and just listened to it over and over and over and saying to himself, I've got to change the way I do comedy. This album is real. My comedy is not real. And after whatever this period of incubation that he had with this, he came out and was the Richard Pryor that we know now. But he gives credit not to another comedian, but just the art of Mr. Marvin Gaye. So, and that Richard Pryor shows up in this book. Teddy Pendergrass shows up in this book. Rick James shows up in this book. Some of these people were her dear lovers.
And quite an interesting life.
I'm writing a book right now about Chris Stanley. It's called Bad Stuff About Chris Stanley.
Oh.
And then I put in parentheses the inventor of the punch to the shitter.
Is this going to be coming out before or after my memoir?
Hopefully the same day.
Fuck.
I'm doing it as a call and response, a response to your memoir. My other title was Chris's memoir is all bullshit. This is the true story.
No.
I don't want you to feel like we're in competition.
It is.
I want you to look at this like it's a sister book.
No. This is a direct competition. People won't buy my book if they see the cover of yours.
I'm going to buy both.
Why wouldn't you
Thank
just drop it if people won't buy your book? Your book is a picture book, and it's you scribbling.
And what were you doing? Scratching and shitting? And
You're going to have to buy the book.
Grunt, scratch, shit.
There it is.
Grunt, scratch, shit.
Yeah.
Buy it. Don't buy the other one.
Let me just ask you a question.
Go right ahead.
What do you think the Eagles' final is going to be? What's their win-loss record at the end of the season going to be?
They're going to be 11-5.
Fuck you then.
That's great.
For you, that's great. For me, I went 16-0, and then we run, unlike the Patriots, then run the table at the end of the year.
Everything I'm reading is unstoppable offense, Chip Kelly. Everything I read.
I have a feeling that Sam Bradford's going to pass for 19,000 yards.
Whoa, that sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
How many
it is.
touchdowns?
90.
Shit.
90 in the air.
It really is going to be 16-0. Is he going to run any in on those knees?
No. Not even on his nephews. Look, his knees are very shattered. He's 28 years old. He's really old.
It's an old man. That's what happens.
Oh, man, take a look at my knees. They're a lot like yours are. Oh, man, take a look at my knees. Look at my ACL scar. I just want to point out to everybody that was a half a Neil Young that I was done. I don't really sing that way.
No.
But I sing along with Neil Young. I'm literally... Oh, man, I'm like, why am I using that voice? Why can't I use my own?
It's impossible not
You
to.
gotta do Neil.
You could sing it like a normal person?
On this harvest moon, Harry by me, Neil Young.
I wish he talked the way he sang. That would be
Call me Grandpappy. People who like pop music, when they hear that kind of music, are like, what the why does anyone like this guy? We're like, listen. Don't just pop it up, but listen for a second. You fucker.
Piece of shit.
Thanks for backing me up on
Right?
that.
Scumbag motherfucker.
Even though Chris and I have a lot of disagreements on our books, we agree with each other about this.
I kind of hate your book because it's coming out. It's stealing my fucking. It was supposed to be my special day, and then it's talking all this shit about me. So I'm really pissed.
It's coming
your
out
special day.
It's coming out 15 minutes before your book.
Motherfucker.
And by the way, I'm using the same book jacket as you, so people can't tell it apart.
I'm going to be ruined. My literary agent's going to be. How do you even let this happen?
By the way, I was talking with our friend Jerry Barca, and his new book will be out by November.
Wow, that's exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting.
I'd like to be able to say that.
Yeah, I'd like to, I would love to just have had a book that I put out.
Mhm.
I don't want to write one. That's it. Don't say my name.
She's so quiet.
Is the new one about Notre Dame again?
What?
More stuff about Notre Dame is called. But this is the other exciting news he told me. He is teaching 3 different college classes. And he goes, "This is my first time as a professor."
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's exciting. I'd like to go to class to have Jerry Barca as my teacher.
Then I think he told me one more thing, but I think he said I can't talk about it or something, or he can't talk about it.
Sounds like he's lying about it.
One of us
then.
can't talk about it. I can't remember whether he told me and I shouldn't talk about it, or he told me and I thought
Just
it was
stop
just so
talking.
dull I wouldn't talk about it.
Just stop talking to be safe.
No.
I like to just root around a little bit and try to remember what the problem. He killed a girl.
Oh,
God, why can't
That
I
mu-
remember this?
That must be it.
He killed a girl and buried her somewhere in the Meadowlands.
Was there rape involved too?
You're disgusting.
I'm just
Chris!
what? I'm just trying to help.
She was 4.
Oh my God.
You're sick.
I didn't know.
She was just 16 years old.
Thought I was helping, and I just look like a creep.
You always look like a creep.
Thank you, Gail.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
First I teamed up with Chris, and now I'm teaming up with you. I hope you two don't team up together against me. If this was a TV show, we'd be forming alliances right now.
No one's come to me with an alliance, so I'm a little worried right now.
That means that you're safe.
Yeah.
I told her she was safe.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys aren't forming alliances, are you?
Well, you'll be the first we tell.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I'm totally open to alliances. Just
I don't
so you
like
know.
alliances. I told her I don't like alliances.
What's that?
Huh?
I thought you guys were just saying something.
No, we weren't. We were whispering about you.
I know, it just, you guys look so perfectly aligned over there.
Don't look. Don't be nervous. You might be voted out soon.
What?
Huh?
I think you just said I'm going to be voted out.
No, I said voted out.
That's it. Everyone gets a vote.
Against you.
Don't say that part.
I meant against you.
Didn't help.
I know, but saying it twice negates it. I would just say that if I was on any of these shows, let me out. I want out of this.
Then just take an axe to the fucking door.
I want to produce one of those bachelor things.
Yeah.
Where there's either a gang rape or the dudes just start making out with each other. You must watch the next time. We'll just say someone gets prison raped.
They get sick and tired of her holding out on them.
And they start to have sex with each other. Oh, and you'll want to see this. It's in the ass. So this is the Friday before we start our vacation.
I know.
By the time that when we talk to you again, it'll be 2016.
It's so exciting.
See you. I always like to say see you next year, this time of the year.
What's so fast?
No, by the time we get back here, we'll be picking apples together and rolling pumpkin seeds.
I can't wait. Love cider. Can't get enough of it.
Really? You really keep drinking? I mean, to me,
Put down the cider.
That's so cidery.
a taste of cider is fine, but I'm not guzzling it. I would never be able to be like you going, I think I drank about a gallon of cider today.
On that hard cider, even better. People love it. The hard cider industry's exploded. I'm not
Just
fucking with you.
relax, dude. There's no debate going on here. You tell me people are drinking hard cider, fine.
You're looking at me like I'm crazy. And I'm
No, every time I actually look at you, you start freaking out. You don't have to back this up with facts. It's fine.
I'll bust out numbers.
People
You
like
don't
cider.
fucking believe me. Look at this article I clipped out. It's from Fortune magazine.
They know what they're talking
Look
about.
at this graph for hard cider. It's going straight up. So you're saying hard cider?
Yeah.
I thought you said hard spider. That's why I looked at
Yeah.
you like you're crazy.
No.
I'm not going to drink a hard spider.
Too hard and
Yeah.
spidery.
Well, we should all go upstate and get that cider this year. you
Oh,
know?
yeah.
You
Go
know,
apple
those that came.
picking. pumpkin.
Why don't we just get someone else to pick it, and we'll just...
Okay, we'll just pick up a bag of apples up there.
I don't want to go out there in the itchy trees.
Yeah.
How do you get the top apples when you go apple picking?
You can get one of those little things to knock them off the top.
Like a migrant worker?
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Get one of those little things over there. You heard him, Paco.
Start climbing.
No.
Climb up.
Not him as the thing. What are those called? Apple pickers?
I think so. I think it's a pretty straightforward name.
Okay.
Apple picker.
Yeah. All right.
They didn't want to get too creative with it.
Oh, they shouldn't have to. Nobody's making them do anything. Dan, you got something to plug or?
I have a fun show on Tuesday. This show I host called Hindsight at BritPack.
So you call it a fun show?
I think it's fun, but that's my opinion.
Sure. What are you going to be? I can't picture you hosting. I picture you doing a set. I don't picture you welcoming people.
Oh no, I'm very welcoming. No, I co-host with my friend Billy, who's a funny comic, and yeah, so we do it like back and forth interactive. It's a fun thing.
So you both walk up together?
Billy Princell?
Yes, that's
super
right.
funny comic, very funny guy.
How come you don't say? Well, you're acting like you got nothing for Dan, but Billy Princell's getting all your accolades.
Face to Dan.
Well, Gail's known Billy a long time.
We go way back.
All right.
Yeah, good friends. Was roommates with Billy Princell many years ago.
He's the father of your child.
What?
Princell, you bastard.
He's fathered many children. Who's to say?
Well, he likes to say that he's a dope taker and a baby maker. At least that's if you believe his tattoo.
That's pretty cool.
Well, that's going to be one hell of a show. Princell and Perlman, the P&P boys.
PP.
Back together. What
P.P.
about you,
Arnold.
Joe? You got anything to plug?
Yeah, you can see me at the Minnesota State Fair next week. I'll be on the Zipper and the
Zipper.
roller
Why
coaster.
haven't we updated the Zipper? The Zipper was around when I was 5.
No need. It's a fucking great ride. It's my favorite one.
Is it really?
I love the Zipper. Terrifying.
Yeah, I don't want to tell you any stories you know about it. Are we going to break before Jen Gay? Or?
No, Jen, she's ready to come in.
All right, so let me just tell you a little bit about Jan Gay. I'll just give you the background here. Marvin Gaye is like one of the biggest soul stars in the world. Gigantic. Yep. He's in his mid-30s. He gets an eye on a young girl. She's 17. Her mom says, "This is great. I'm going to drop you off with Marvin. See how it works out for you." And that's the next 11 years of her life. Marvin is getting high with her, having multiple partners, doing coke with her. They both get crazy, crazy, crazy on coke. The worst thing that can happen to you if you like cocaine is that if you have a lot of money. That's the thing.
That's the problem.
If you are a cocaine addict, you really need to be broke to keep a handle on that product.
I'd love to do it, but I can't.
Yeah. Could someone lend me money for coke, you're saying? Where he just said, bring me back the coke immediately. So, the book, After the Dance, My Life with Marvin Gaye, it's pretty stunning in its decadence and its sweetness and its, there's love. There's definitely love there, Not all love's the same kind. But she was with a genius. There's no way that you can, you just can't say anything. If it was all madness, you wouldn't have that beautiful music.
Yeah. And with people like that, I think there's always an attraction to their duality. They have both sides of their personality in order to be a creative person like that.
Well, with me, I always found that I had bad and worse. Those are my two personality types. And when I'm bad, be happy.
Yeah.
Because that worst guy you don't like at all. Sometimes I feel like on my shoulder I have the devil, and then I have even a bigger devil. I try to do my best just to listen to the devil.
Regular devil.
Yeah, not the bigger devil.
No.
He's not so nice. Coming up after this, too, we're going to do an unmasked with who?
Mr. Dom Irera.
Oh, Philadelphia's own Dom Irera. But let's start this off with the lovely Jan Gay. And she talks about her new book, After the Dance, My Life with Marvin Gaye, available in stores and online. Jen Gay comes dancing into the room to this. You're singing on this song, right?
I am.
Yeah.
It was the one song that Marvin let me sing on.
What was it like just to be in studio for something like that? It must have been amazing, right?
Well, throughout the years, it just progressed and got better and better. And I heard everything from Let's Get It On to the classics, Shadow of Your Smile, Girl from Ipanema, then to the I Want You album, the entire Here My Dear album, In Our Lifetime, Love Man. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's just, it's such a unique thing to happen because he was absolutely one of the most powerful singers in popular music. You were there for that. You appreciate her still to this day. I mean, to come in, despite everything that you talk about in the book, but still, you know, pick up the groove the second that you hear it. That positivity is still there.
Well, it brings back really great memories.
Yeah.
And it's that one song out of Marvin's catalog that I've heard people say, I defy you not to move your body when you hear this song.
Right.
So my kids and I will get up and dance to it with my no dancing self.
Yeah.
And my grandson, it's the quintessential party song.
Yeah, it really is. I grew up outside of Philadelphia, and that was the type of song, the type of music that integrated the city more than things that the government wanting us to, you know, bring races together.
Right.
It was more about that kind of music. And sometimes sports, I think sports has done that for people. But that music, I think, brings people closer together and you find a common ground more than any amount of explaining philosophy, you know?
Well, when you listen to the lyrics of that particular song, it was Marvin at his best, not really putting out a political message, but just welcoming people to get on the dance floor, express yourself with your body. Let's just cut loose and do this. And it was great to watch it evolve from the very beginning until the very last note. When we were in the studio, he would play the song, and then the engineer would say, okay, I'm going to play it again. And again, and again, and he would just loop it to the point of people would just fall out. So the song is very, very, very close to my heart. It's the song that my daughter learned to dance to sing to. She was 3, I think, when Got to Give It Up came out, but it's one of my all-time favorites for many different reasons to this day.
Well, After the Dance, My Life with Marvin Gaye is the book. You've called it kind of a cautionary tale, but at the same time, like you said, to be around that kind of genius, to feel that heat when the glow was really going,
Right.
that was an amazing experience.
My life's journey has been amazing, and it wouldn't be the way that it is without having met Marvin when I did. Even though I was barely 17, I was a very mature 17, I like to think. And apparently he thought so too. And like I said, without that journey with him for the 11 years that we were together, on and off, make up, break up, he would go to one country, I'd follow him, I'd go someplace else, he'd follow me. Partly because of our kids, and partly because we were addicted to each other. And couldn't get away from that.
Well, addiction and chaos are a very big part.
Absolutely.
Of the story.
Yeah.
If you think Marvin's life without drugs, if he was just the type of person who didn't have the gene, the addiction gene, would he have also been the type of person that could have written this great music and this kind of music that was just so raw and right to the bone?
I'm not sure that he could have.
Yeah.
I don't want to put any doubt as far as his genius is concerned, because I think there's a lot of writers out there that don't have to use drugs to be creative. But there were certain periods of time where he would swear off of everything. No drugs, no cigarettes, no sex, no nothing. And he was one of the most depressing people to be around when he was in that space. There was something about smoking weed that helped to... It gave him the ability to cope. And at the time, in the early 70s, there was so much going on. He was coming back from his grieving process with Tammy Terrell, and the thought of going out on tour was petrifying to him. So
it's unbelievable to me that he would doubt that kind of talent when he had it.
It's not that he doubted the talent. It was that he was afraid that people wouldn't quite get what the message was, whether it was a sexual message, whether it was a political message. He just had that fear. And a big part of it was his need to make his father proud. And there was nothing that he could have done to make his father proud. And if his father ever was proud of him, he never told him. So he spent a good deal of his life chasing that and being frustrated at every turn because his father would just turn away and just act like it's no big deal. You're nothing special.
Here's the thing, John, is that when you look at somebody like Marvin, who made so many people feel great, made so many people think, and he wasn't able to bring that to himself. You know what I mean? Like, it's amazing to me that somebody that could hold a room like that
and not be happy himself.
Yeah, not be able to find that himself, you know.
He had his moments where, he felt satisfied with his life. But they were brief, and they didn't last. He was, as I look back, I think he may have been a manic depressive, maybe bipolar, possibly. But he had a quote, and a lot of people quote him as saying, if you can't find peace within yourself, you'll never find it anywhere else. And unfortunately, he never found peace. He just never quite found it. It was never available to him. And when it was, or when he thought that it was, he would self-sabotage. And that's the really sad part when I look back on the Marvin that I knew.
Well, do you think a lot of the drugs were self-medication as well? Do you think it was just so uncomfortable in his own skin?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mine as well. I self-medicated for years, and out of looking at my own childhood, looking at his childhood, it was almost unbearable for me at times to watch him be uncomfortable in his skin. No. And I would try and say to him, you don't understand that these people love you, that they are out dancing to your music, that they're making babies to your music, that they're telling you that they're making babies to your music. That doesn't tell you something about who you are as an artist. Well, and he'd go into that soft voice of his, I just don't want to disappoint anyone. So, well, you're not disappointing me. But we would argue about it, and I would try and talk him off that ledge. But it was difficult because you get two drug addicts together, trying to comfort each other, and it's kind of, you get that disconnect because one's on one frequency and the other one's someplace else.
And it's always, there for the grace of God. I mean, it's very hard for me when, and I'm a recovering person myself, but it's very hard for me when I'll overhear one addict blame another addict because something happened, because you're all in this madness together. You're all kind of being pulled together by this magnet. And that's why, and not to give too much away, but the gratitude that you express in this, despite you go through some pretty horrific stories, but you end with gratitude.
I think that's the only way to, for me, that was the only way to end it. Because I'm still grateful to him to this day for every experience, good and bad. There were many life lessons that I learned, and I wouldn't be the person that I am today without those lessons. So he taught me what was great, and he taught me what was not so great. And I still have my kids very close to me. I have an 18-year-old grandson that I need to be there for. And I talk to him about Grandpa. My grandson's never touched a drug, never had a drink, never had a cigarette. He's just this good kid at 18. And we could do a lot worse with him than him being, you know, the good guy that he is.
Sure.
Who wants to go to college, who wants to make something of his life.
Well, isn't that funny, like you were saying, of that thing of turning around and trying to please his dad, which he felt he couldn't do, which goes to show you that no amount of accomplishment can please that kind of person.
Right.
But if your first thing in children is just that they are a good person, you know what I mean?
Right.
A kind person, it's so much more important than if they're an astronaut, if they're a senator. It doesn't matter,
Right.
you know? Life can be, he's a guy, when you look at Marvin Gaye, you could not be a bigger star than him. You could not be a bigger artist than him. And still it wasn't bringing happiness to him. And then all the chaos in everybody else in his life.
Well, when you have everyone in your life on different kinds of drugs, there's the mom who was ill with cancer. She's taking medication. The father, who was since the moment I met him in 73, drank a fifth of 100 proof Smirnoff. Had to be 100 proof, not 80 proof, not anything less than 100. And Valium every day. And other people in the family, all under the influence of something.
Yeah.
It's just like, how long is this train wreck going to take to actually occur? And then, of course, you know, Marvin and his father blew it off the map in 84 when he was killed.
And that was almost fate in a weird way, that if somebody didn't cure themselves along the way, if someone didn't get better, that was bound to happen between the two of them.
I always thought that, and for the last 7 or 8 months of his life, I wouldn't let him see the children because I was afraid to go. First of all, I was afraid to go to the house. I knew there were guns there. And even though I was doing drugs at my house with my mother, I knew that he was at his parents' house doing drugs with whoever he was doing them with. And I didn't want to put my kids in harm's way, or myself in harm's way. And I came to the conclusion, the only thing you can do is stay as far away as you can. And he was having a really rough time, and he was due to go into rehab. He was killed on the 1st of April. He was supposed to go in on the 3rd of April to rehab, and his father killed him on the 1st, the day before his birthday.
Do you think that one rehab would have done it for him? Do you think he would have struggled with sobriety for a while, or there's just no way to tell?
He tried rehab for about 3 days, and we were in Chattanooga, and he checked himself out. And then in 84, like I said, he was due to go in to a facility for, I think it was like a 30-day, maybe a 60-day stay. And he talked to his father about it. He talked to his mother about it. He said, I just want to have one last party on my birthday, because he would have been 45 the following day. And his father took his life on the 1st, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Pacific time.
So for you, shocking but not surprising when that happened. And just
shocking but still surprising.
Yeah.
It just never occurred to me that his father would actually kill him. I could see maybe them tussling or arguing or yelling at each other, but to have him shoot him twice, that thought never crossed my mind.
What did it take for you to get sober? What was it, that spot for you that it started to work again?
For the first year after Marvin was killed, I was high every single day. And I was talking to my late friend, Rick James, about it. And he said, you're going to have to go to Alcoholics Anonymous or I can't be your friend anymore. I can be your friend from far away, but you can't come to my house. I can't really talk to you. And I remember going to my first meeting, and it was full of Hell's Angels. I'm thinking, why would he send me to a room full of Hell's Angels? What does this have to do with me? And it wasn't a Narcotics Anonymous meeting. It was an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. But here are all these, sober bikers that just seem to have this Zen kind of vibe about them. And then I went home. I'm thinking, this is just not for me. So I called him. I said, why did I go there? He said, try another meeting. So there was a meeting at Cedar Sinai in L.A., and I went, and for some reason I just felt like, these people look like me. You'd never know. I think the Hells Angels get a bad rap for being bad boys for life. Not so. But I was able to bond with some of the people in that room, and people were coming up, and they know a newbie when they see one.
Right.
And I got a sponsor that day. And it was, the pink cloud.
Sure.
It was great. It was almost like being high. And I relapsed after that and ended up in rehab. And something clicked that hadn't clicked before. And I ended up working in rehab for about 3 years. So I have a lot of sober friends. I have a lot of people that I can talk to about how I'm feeling, if I'm down, whatever it happens to be. They're still there for me after all these years. I mean, I've lost a lot of people that were still in the program, but there's a few left that I hold very dear.
Well, I'd love to hear your qualification because there's very few people who have Marvin Gaye, Rick James, Teddy Pendergrass, Richard Pryor. I mean, that was literally, if you're going to go out and go the distance, those would have been the people to do it with. Those are the stories to have, right?
Well, just to be clear, Richard and I were never a couple. Mm-hmm. He was just a dear, sweet man in my life that helped me and my family after Marvin was killed because he and Marvin were friends.
He loved Marvin, by the way.
Oh, my gosh. They loved each other.
Well, even if you go back and watch the film that he directed about himself, it was sitting down listening to Marvin over and over that made him go out and do the kind of stand-up that he did. He wanted to be the Marvin Gaye of stand-up.
I think he was.
Yeah.
He was a prophet in his own way, and he's someone that I think we'll always miss. All of us. You can all relate to Richard Pryor on some level. But Marvin and Richard connected over sex, drugs, but philosophy as well. Mm-hmm. I would sit and listen to them, and I'm thinking, what are you guys talking about? They knew what they were talking about. I just didn't quite get it because it was, I guess, a man-to-man kind of thing.
Well, you were also a young girl when you were brought into that world.
Yep, I was.
17 years old, and you're with a gigantic star, and he's friends with gigantic stars, and then you throw drugs and alcohol into the mix. You were shot out of a cannon as a kid.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But I had used drugs before Marvin and I ever met. It just went into high gear once we were together, and it was like daily from the moment we woke up in the morning until I can't even really call it sleep, but until we closed our eyes at the end of the day or in the morning or whenever it happened to be.
And the book is After the Dance, My Life with Marvin Gaye. The ride that happens here, sometimes you hear about people talking about a roller coaster ride, but the highest of highs, the lowest of lows, highest of highs, lowest of lows, and these happen very quick. Even one day could be the best day, the worst day, back to the best day.
Yeah, that's true. A day could start off with flowers and rainbows and butterflies and end up a couple hours later with me in tears, or him raging, or him being in tears, or me leaving, or him leaving. But for some reason, we would always come back together and try and make it fit, try and make it work, partly because of our children, but partly because he didn't want to feel like he had another failed marriage on his hands.
And yet, he would really walk the razor there. He wanted to see you with other people, and he would feel jealous about that. There was this, I think, throughout, the chaos of an addict's life and the confusion of lust and love. I mean, it's seriously all in here. But he needed chaos.
He did. He functioned better when he was in his problem or his problem solving mode.
Right.
The problems were not really solved, but in his mind, he was finding the solution. And I didn't always agree with what his solutions were. And that went on for years, on and off. There were so many lies and betrayal and things that I'm not proud of, but I just wouldn't be the person that I am today without it. I think I had to go through what I went through. And then beyond that, beyond him leaving this plane, the last 31 years has been a whole other situation for me. Up and down, like you said, the highs and the lows of life, day to day, still dealing with Marvin's issues. And he's long gone. The interesting thing, Ron, is that I always feel his presence. I tell my kids all the time, and I share with different friends and associates, that I talk to him out loud when I have something on my mind, whether it's my grandson or what do I do about a certain thing. I'll talk to him out loud. And in his own way, he answers me through music. Or sometimes I think I'm tripping and I feel like he's actually talking to me.
Yeah.
But it feels real enough for me to grab on and know that I can get through another day.
Well, he was also, despite all the things that we're talking about, a really spiritual person.
He was.
And sadly, the drugs can push you away from that, but he talked about God in his music more than most secular pop acts have ever done, ever.
Right.
Yeah. He put that out there. So, I'm not surprised to see that you would still feel connected to him on that level.
I think I'll always feel that.
Yeah.
And he was, like you said, conflicted between, well, a number of things, but God and flesh.
Right.
And he sang about all of it. For me, that's the great part, is that you can listen to any number of songs that he wrote from. It could be praise, it could be love, man, it could be sexual healing, it could be any number of songs that he performed or wrote, and he talks about it. When he got to a point where he was singing about masochism on tape, I would say, you can't do that. Why do you even want to do that? Well, it's a part of life, and I sing about life. And that's another one of his great quotes that people, use today, is I sing about life. And he did. Every aspect of it. From sort of giving us a warning that there was a train wreck between he and his father that would eventually occur. When he sings Time to Get It Together. Songs that are not mainstream, but still that came from deep in his soul, that he would not have been able to function if he didn't get it on tape. So there's one album cover, the In Our Lifetime cover, where he's on one side of the cover, he's depicted as an angel. The other side, he's depicted as the devil, and he's looking at himself. And he told me once that there are two gods. And there's an interview on YouTube, if any of your listeners want to go and listen, where he talks about these two gods. And he and I got into this huge fight, because I had been raised in the Catholic Church, so I had certain beliefs that fell away after a number of years. And I hear people say they're recovering Catholics. But he just had these concepts and things that came from his own childhood, being raised Pentecostal, where a lot of it I just didn't understand. How can you tell me there are two gods? But he believed it at the time.
Yeah, well, he certainly believed in lightness and darkness, and he liked to explore both places. And, a lot of times when we talk about that chaos, I think that addictive personalities like to bring that inner torment just out into the world.
Right.
So it becomes a little more normal feeling. So everybody can kind of feel this.
What he was going through.
Yeah.
And bring them into his world of chaotic thinking and not really being able to find a solution to any of it other than to use more drugs. So if you can numb yourself from the neck up or the neck down so that your heart and your soul is not feeling what you're going through, he brought a lot of people in like that.
Sure.
I was one of them. I can't blame him for, even though I was young, I can't blame him for the way our life was. I can't do that. I think even at 17, I had free will. And the law, sure, yeah, I was underage, but I still had free will, and I knew what that was. And I had a decision-making process, and even though it was askew at times, those were the decisions that I made. To be with him, to have children at that young age, and to have two of them back to back, and sit and wait for him to get his divorce and then get married and carry on, and then our affairs. And we packed all this punch into 11 years.
Right,
It's a lot that went on from 73 to 84.
The book is After the Dance, My Life with Marvin Gaye. It actually there's sometimes that you look at stuff and you say, thank God for whatever blessings, but sometimes you have to even think, thank God I wasn't born with that kind of talent. It's a lot to carry around with. But you lived in some extraordinary times, and it's been an extraordinary life, and it's really cool to see you with the wisdom that you have now. I think that's the best lesson of all, that you come out of this with some wisdom and you're able to share it. Thank you so much for being here, Janice.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for having me.
I'll see you next time.
Okay, for sure.
This is Radio's Ron Bennington, and I want to just speak to you a couple of moments about Tito Beverage and Tito's Vodka. Earlier in the show, I had a young whippersnapper run by the name of Danny Perlman do a great Tito's read. I got something from Don, and Don said, could Chris do it again?
Yeah.
But could we actually help Chris in the way that we had, we helped Dan? Now, Dan, since you are now my number one guy, I want you to see if you can help us bring up Chris's game.
All right. One live read, he's
I'm ready to coach.
He's the number one stunner.
Fine. Tito's handmade vodka is America's original craft vodka.
Chris, can I change it? Just stop you for a second.
Okay,
here.
it's just the first sentence.
Yeah, but your breath stinks.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The people at home can't. Okay.
Close your mouth a little.
Tito's handmade vodka is America's original craft
He's got hit
vodka.
with a whole whiff of it too.
You're hitting that T really hard too. I'm picking up on that.
In 1995,
All
Tito.
right, don't not through gritted teeth. It sounds like you're angry.
I
at the
don't. I don't
vodka.
want to get the breath out again.
This is the country's best vodka.
Yeah.
Tito Beverage is kind of like a hero to us here.
And we love him.
Yeah, we love him. We love his product. We love his website. We love the fact that he loves dogs. He sings songs. He writes plays. He's an amazing guy. So why don't you do an amazing live read?
Tito Beverage, yeah, that's his real name. Had the idea of building his own micro distillery, incorporating the boutique winery concept into the spirits industry. He acquired the first legal permit to distill in Texas and put his life savings into it, racking up 19 credit cards.
Dan.
I just feel like I wouldn't even, if someone told me that like that, I wouldn't believe them.
You know, that's a really good point.
I think they were lying to me.
I'm the most genuine person anyone's ever met here.
I think
This is not true.
I think they
What
were
does
being
that
fed
mean?
things into their ear, and it wasn't coming from the heart.
You got to do it
That's
the
so
way
true.
Dan reads it.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I'm doing it better than Dan did.
You don't get to be the one who says that.
Oh, okay. Racking up 19 credit cards to build his own copper pot stills and
What do you mean he
condensers.
Did he do?
He maxed out all his credit cards.
Yeah, but what did you say? He racked up credit cards?
Racked up 19 credit cards to build his own copper pot stills and condensers. That's what makes the vodka. Since then, he's been awarded a 95 rating by Wine Enthusiast, won the unanimous Judge's Choice double gold medal at the World Spirits Competition, the Chairman's Trophy for World's Best Vodka Tonic.
All right, can I stop you for a second?
Sure, yeah.
Take a towel and just try to dry out the inside of your mouth.
What's wrong? What's wrong with that? How I'm
Sounds
saying
mucusy.
Just a little dab.
Fine. And many others. It's got
Many
a-
others. What?
I mean,
many
you
other
start on
many other
many
awards.
But
Many
see,
other
you've
awards.
got you've got to remember when you stop talking about something, you just don't pick it up from there. That's something a stupid person would do.
Okay, fine. I'll pick it up from
We're
the
talking
beginning.
about Tito's, vodka, and you want to sell people on the excitement of that.
Can I just give
please
one?
do.
So like Greg
what do you got to say?
Greg Popovich, he's been coaching 20 years, right?
Yeah.
But every time he coaches, it's like it's his first game. He's excited.
Yeah.
So I know you've done a lot of live reads and stuff, but that same energy that keeps the
Right.
Spurs around
So smart,
year
Dan.
after
Yeah.
year after
Yeah.
year, bring to Tito's and sell him his vodka.
My energy's amazing. I don't know what the problem is.
Okay, you're gonna have to learn to take notes.
Speak
That's
up a little bit too. 'Cause you're not even making sense.
All right, fine. Okay. It's
You're
got a
mumbling.
modest paper label
All
on
right,
it.
you don't scream
No,
it.
that's too loud.
You sound seriously. Maybe you act like a kid's down a well when you're trying to find out who he is.
Trying to sell him some vodka.
Stop it with that. You're not here to sell vodka,
That's
right?
illegal.
You're here to sell America.
It's got a modest paper label on a simple bottle.
What is it?
Tito's vodka.
Yeah,
So
that's
just
what you're
start
going to
like
start
that.
that way.
Tito's vodka's got a modest paper label on a simple bottle.
That's redundant.
So all you pay for is the exceptional handmade vodka inside that simple bottle.
What?
That sounds delicious.
Right?
Yeah.
Tito still makes his vodka by hand on the same land where he started it all. In
Right now, I
Austin,
feel like I can picture him doing it.
in Austin, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Tito's handmade vodka is distilled 6 times from 100% corn. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
And it's naturally gluten-free.
I think Dan's done you a lot of good.
Really?
You've really improved.
I liked at the end he was really good with like how his mouth was opening.
Yeah.
It was somewhere I always try to keep it somewhere in between a ventriloquist and remember the people from Charlie Brown, like how their mouths
Right.
would open through their whole face.
Yeah.
And Chris was somewhere in the middle,
That's
which I think is perfect for Tito's and life.
But it's such a wide space. I mean, I think we're all going to be in the middle there, aren't we? Between
I know, but Chris fell right in there too.
Where was he before?
I don't even know.
Thanks for the tip, Dan. Visit us at titosvodka.com for recipes, songs, and more. 40% alcohol by volume, handcrafted to be savored responsibly.
Oh. You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Well, you left me wanting more.
Good.
No, that isn't good.
Oh, it's
I
Something-
actually want more.
As in something to be desired.
That's positive. I'll take that as a compliment.
There's no reason to.
Take it regardless.
Good, you want more vodka.
I'm not even sure what product you were saying.
Tito's vodka.
Oh, God, you should have mentioned it.
I did.
You know what? I think I'm going to spend the entire week just with the Tito's vodka.
No.
Chris Lively.
I mean, yeah.
Live read.
I'm going to do the same thing.
I believe this is our finest of all the Rejoinder music. I just love it.
So good.
Well, guys, we're getting ready to move on here, but we've got an Unmasked coming up with a Philadelphia favorite. The man who I think brought in the name Joey Bag of Donuts and made it. It made it a meme before there were any memes.
The first meme.
We do want to remind you, and we're very excited about this, that there's even though we're on vacation next week, there's a couple of shows we want you to check out. We're going to run the Labor Day special, Comedians in Labor. That's going to air Thursday at 12 on the East, replay all weekend, and then air on Labor Day. And then this time next Friday, we have that salute to Joan Rivers, since we lost Joan just a year ago this week, next week. But coming up next is Unmasked with Dom Irrera, who's a very, very funny man. And this was a terrific Unmasked that he did.
Did you do that one here?
Yeah.
This will be the first time I hear this one. I'm excited for it.
You didn't listen to Dom Irrera?
I didn't hear it, so I'm excited.
Well, I'm happy that you're finally getting around to listen to it because I always thought of you as Girl Dom.
Is that so?
Yeah. And I didn't mean it as a dominatrix either, because I know a lot of people's like, what's she do? Spank people? No.
That's my private life.
She just reminds me of Dom Irrera, that's all. I know you're off to old Mexico.
Down Mexico way.
Joe, you are back
home, Twin Cities.
Where are you staying? Your old bedroom?
Yeah, my old bedroom, yeah.
That's nice. Great.
It's going to be adorable. It's going to be okay.
By the way, do we even know, without even checking, do you think that he has brothers, sisters, anything?
I think he's an only child.
I think he has one brother, one sister. He seems like he's got siblings.
I think he's got a sister, but she's an adopted Asian who really doesn't get along with him.
Is she a robot?
What happens in your home life?
I have two brothers.
Really?
Now, I'll let you guys guess what order I was born in.
Middle child.
Yeah.
All I gotta do is look at you, middle child. How much older is your older brother?
2 years my elder, and then my younger brother's 4 years younger.
Let's now, without even asking him, is he closer with the older or the younger? Chris?
Younger.
I was going to guess younger as well.
Younger idolizes him, but you feel closer with the older.
That's correct.
See?
Damn, you're getting everything right today.
Well, I can guess what exactly happens when people Google search, and I can tell what you are in the family. Like, Gail, I picture you as the oldest.
Oh.
Chris, I see you as an only child.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Wow.
And if I had to think of me, I'd say 3 out of 4.
Yes, clearly.
That's really in the middle when you're 3rd out of 4.
Yes, very middle child.
But that's the one that's really kind of forgotten because you have the baby, which everybody likes.
Yeah.
And then the other two who, they laid the path out there. Just after that, I was like, look, your parents just say stuff like this. Like, these other two, they'll show you how things work around here, where to get stuff. Do me a favor and bring your class pictures home, too. I'd like to put them up on the refrigerator. So that's it. You're doing a staycation, though, Chris.
Staycation is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere.
You're staying gay.
Staying gay. Yeah, getting really,
as always.
really gay.
Are you going to get real drunk all week?
Some days. I'm not going to try to get every day.
You've changed a lot. First of all, yesterday it tells me he doesn't take pills anymore. And it used to be a vacation for him. Whether he went away or stayed was a blackout.
Really?
Yeah, it was like every day. Hey, I'm not going to work. It's daylight out. Time to crack one.
Yeah. Well, that's always exciting.
Sure.
Nothing I love more than day drinking.
Yeah. Until, you're at the age now where the hangover doesn't really leave.
No, it doesn't. Last 3 days. 3 days isn't a hangover now. It hurts so much. And it's like hair of the dog. Yeah, okay, I'll do hair of the dog, and then fucking it'll be exponentially worse.
I remember my first hangover, and I was like, did I get fucking beat up last night,
Yeah.
And then when you just figure it out, it's just from alcohol, you can't believe it. Because you read or heard about hangovers your whole life, but you just don't have one. and then when you get your first, it's that thing where it's like a knockout for a quarterback. They come back easier after that.
Oh yeah,
you know,
for sure. They just get worse and worse.
Yeah.
And when you first start drinking, a hangover is just like, I wake up kind of thirsty. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I
right,
mean?
yeah.
Like, it's not really anything. I'm a little sleepier than usual, but I'm all right. I'm hopping back in.
I remember where the only thing that could even bring me back was a dive into the ocean. Where I was down there doing stuff like that, like, this is going to hurt when I go in, but it's really going to replenish my body.
Oh, yeah.
And then I had to think to myself, can I keep just some ocean water around the house?
Fill the tub up with that ocean water.
Because a pool doesn't work as well for some reason. But
Chemicals.
A dive into the ocean would be it. But even hair of the dog, there is no. When people like, I've got the perfect thing.
You're masking it.
That's just calling staying drunk.
Yeah, get drunk again.
All right. But like any, injury, time is the greatest healer. And a fucking hangover is an actual injury to you.
Oh, it's terrible. Yeah. Just the entire body and brain is just trashed.
You're poisoned. You've been poisoned and you've done it to yourself for recreation.
I remember that's the first time that I thought to myself about wine is just poisoned grapes. And it was like, just seems so disgusting to me during a hangover. I feel like I've eaten some poison grapes. And I'm very sick from it.
Drank a gallon of poison.
Yeah.
Why would I do that? Looking back, that was a terrible idea.
And then 2 days later, you're like, hey, everybody,
You start to make deals with yourself like, I will never do this to you again. I will respect you.
I have had many days that I went into work still drunk from the night before, where you're just like, I'm just going to do this.
Yep.
Everyone looks at you. You're like, you can see people looking at you like you were turning into a monster in front of them.
The best thing about that
you
is
were walking dead.
you have a false confidence when you're still drunk. You're like, this is bad, but I can do it. And then you get your hangover at work. Like you're like a couple hours in where you're like, ooh, this is turning fast. Like I'm no longer drunk.
This is not good.
The buzz is gone.
Well, this is the perfect setup to Mr. Dom Irera, who during this unmasked worries that he drinks too much. He said, I'm getting older. I drink every day. Is that an alcoholic?
Is that too much?
I'm not here to solve your problems, Dom.
Let me poll the audience.
But he did. He seemed like he was concerned about it. Very, very funny man. And in a Coen Brothers movie. Did you guys know that? Dom Irera in a Coen Brothers movie.
No.
I'll give out a prize to anybody who knows.
Fargo.
You're out. Joey, no attempt? Nobody?
I'm going to say Raising Arizona.
Wrong. Dan.
Lebowski.
Dan is the big winner.
Oh!
Great.
Dan, this has been a big day for you, and I know you got your gig coming up. So I want you to be the person who throws it to Unmasked with Dom Irera. That's what you get for saying Lebowski.
Okay, when we come back, the Unmasked with Dom Irera. This is
That's
Bennington.
exciting. That was exciting.
We're not coming back. We're going directly into Dom Irera.
All right, let's try it again.
From the top.
Yeah.
All right, okay. What we're going into right now.
All right, well, listen, I want you to do it like we're in a big club and
all
this
right, here
is
we go.
exciting.
All right. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for an Unmasked?
Sure.
Okay. What we got now is an Unmasked with Ron Bennington and Dom Irera.
Dom Irera.
Hi. Jesus, I just woke up. I didn't expect this. From my Xanac-induced nap.
This sounded like the most loved comic ever. It's just the way they're crazy about you.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
They know I'm close to the end, that's why. Look at me, doesn't look good.
Well, this is the See 'Em While You Can tour. The Dom is doing.
Oh, really?
This is your last chance, baby. Yeah.
I was actually on tour with Cher, to be a name dropper, and she did the farewell tour.
Yeah.
The never-ending farewell. I'll suck all the money out of this world, and then I'll be back in Vegas in a year.
Yeah. And she's still out there, right?
She's still out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw her applauding for her
son.
Son.
Yeah.
You know, it's so bizarre for me because I started working with her in 1990. And I knew her. I knew Chastity as a little girl. And no matter how hip and how open-minded and everything you want to be, it's still weird for me. You know what I mean? I don't care all the intellectualization and the liberal thing and all that. And I understand it. I want somebody to be happy, but it's a little creepy, a little bizarre. You know.
So, and you ran into him as Chaz? Have you?
No.
I
ran into Elijah, who's her son with Greg Allman.
Yeah.
Down in Florida. That's after he was in the Post, having cross-dressed and everything. So apparently being raised by celebrities isn't all it's cranked up to be. There can be a downside.
We need to look at her eggs. No matter what happens, something's really going on with Cher's eggs. Because, Allman is saying, I know that's not my side of the family.
Oh, yeah. I come from good stock.
Yeah. It's good to have you here, and you were doing this joke about being near the end, but before we got out here, we were talking about people we outlived. So I think, to stay on the road and stay alive is a very, you're pulling something off.
It's true. I mean, I didn't start drinking until a couple years ago, which helped.
Yeah.
I mean, no, but I'm serious. I mean, all those years I didn't drink, so I think that helped. Now I drink. I keep arguing with people that I am an alcoholic. They go, "You're not an alcoholic." I go, "I am." It's usually the other way around. I'm not an alcoholic. I'm telling you, I'm an alcoholic. Look at me, I'm bloated. I retain water. I retain pizza. I retain. Is this thing going? Did I slip a joke in there?
So you're actually saying if it's just a lunch, you're acting like it's an intervention. And the other people are, no, we're just here to have cocktails.
Yeah, right.
Oh, thanks for everybody for coming together like this. So did you really wait till you started drinking? Did you?
Yeah, I started drinking. I don't want to get Sammy Maudlin on you, but my sister died, breast cancer, and my mom, and just things, I mean, this is good for comedy someday.
Right.
But I mean, it's like tragedy plus crime equals comedy. But really, that's when I started drinking, and I forgot how much I liked it. That's the thing. I mean, it's not like it's not fun. I have a bit in my act about how alcoholism is the only disease that you choose. That's a party disease. Other disease, you never have malaria picnics or psoriasis bar.
So you think you're an alcoholic, but no one else does. They think you're just...
Everybody I know is in denial. But I do. I drink every day, and I do. I drink every day, and I time it between my Xanax, and I feel great. I don't look as good, and I forget that I don't look as good. I was out. A friend of mine's daughter was at Case Western in Cleveland, and she came to see me. And her girlfriends, and they're really bright, like college girls, just about, they're 21, but they're fun. And we're out, we're laughing, and she's a consummate pianist, great girl. And all of a sudden, I look in the reflection in the window, and I see my big lollipop head compared to these beautiful young girls. I thought, what hath time wrought? Oh, Lord. But we're talking about like Dangerfield and those guys.
Everybody, so many people.
Dangerfield was like really good to me, right? And he was like, "What can I do for you, kid? What can I do for you? You're all right." And he was a guy like unbelievable, doing coke in his 80s. He said, "Can you curse in the show?"
Yeah.
He said to me, it was his 80th birthday. He goes, "You want to get fucked up, kid?" And I go, and he used like those beatnik terms. I go, "Rodney, I don't do drugs." And he goes, "All right, I'll see you in 15, okay, Daddy-O?" Call me Daddy-O. All right, pops.
Yeah, it's kind of scary if you're doing rails and this guy's got that big heart scar going there. And maybe we shouldn't be doing this.
People doing lines on the scar, like navel shots.
But it's the weird thing about stand-up is that at least mentally you stay young.
That's the coolest thing, and that's one of the coolest things. I mean, what's weird for me too is because a lot of my friends now are the guys that are, Bill Burr's age and those guys, and Daniel Tosh and these guys, because that's who I hang out with in the clubs. You know what I mean? It's not like I go, well, let me hook on to these young guys. They're hot now. Yeah. They're really my friends because I work with them every night at the Laugh Factory in L.A., and it's kind of weird to see the transition because a lot of the times the guys that started with me, I started at the Improv in 1980. right? And most of the guys, they're either big. It's such a weird business. They're either big time producers, writers. A couple people like made it like Jerry Seinfeld, that kind of level, which is writer and producer and actor and comedian, great comedian. But most of the guys, or they're out. They're doing telemarketing. There's no middle ground.
Right. It's all or nothing.
Somehow I managed to shoot to the middle and clean, and I clung there for all it was worth.
And now you're saying to younger guys, "How you doing, Daddy? Oh, I'll see you in 15."
Yeah. Callbacks. Come on, Ron.
We're going to stay on it. We're going to give them callbacks. We're going to give them full service. But you wouldn't say this, so I'll say it. But Dom is a kind of comics. He's one of the guys.
That means the audience doesn't laugh at the comics.
But they do laugh.
Why are those comedians laughing so much?
But they do laugh hard, and also anything that kind of any advice comics get from Dom, they really hold on to it and they'll take it serious. Not just in this country too. I was talking with Bill Bailey not too long ago, and he was coming over work in the States, and all he was saying, this is what you told him to do, because when you when you're over in Scotland. And I just thought that was amazing.
That is interesting, yeah.
That people are looking at you as a guy who really knows how to do this.
Well, I certainly practice enough.
Yeah.
I mean, if I ain't good now, it ain't going to happen.
It's not good.
I really love it. That's why somebody says, you ever think of retiring? I go, what am I going to retire from? Doing 15 minutes a day? Then I got to go over there and park and have fun and drink and make people laugh. I'm out of here.
Is there any part of it that you don't like? Is there,
Security.
Yeah.
Security is the only thing I don't like. I just don't like the humiliation. Like today, I came here and I was here for a morning show, and they were like, it just bugs me, like that. I don't know what they think we're going to do, and I understand, but it was like they wouldn't let me in because they didn't put my name on the list.
Right.
And like one guy said to me, just that TSA thing, and this is not a bit, maybe someday, but honest to God, I said this is really like two things. One, I'm with my girlfriend, who was really hot. She had, she was left her husband at the time. She went back to him, thank God. But that's another story. I'm glad those kids are happy. Nobody ever cheated on one person more than her, and they renewed their marriage vows. I can imagine the snickers in that room. But anyway, I just hate that. I go up to a guy, and she was in line already, and he's like makes me go stand in the back of the line again. Just that power thing. And I said, what's interesting about it? I says, tonight I'll be in bed with her, and you'll still be in that outfit. And I mean, I really I know I'm smart enough to know never to curse, never to say anything about bombs or anything. But I said to one guy, because like that snitty, snotty kind of attitude. You have the one where you have to put your hands up and hold all your paper and all that. Well, there was a guy delayed in front of me, so I put it back, and he goes, you're supposed to keep it out until I tell you to put it back in. I said, there's a lot of things we're supposed to do in life. I think your family thought you were supposed to do something better than checking men's underwear,
So that part of it, like post 9/11, changed.
That annoys me, yeah.
And changed travel for you? Because you've been traveling pretty much for 30-some years, and you'll play all over the world, right?
Yeah.
You'll play everywhere.
Well, it's very cool, too. Like, when I go to Kilkenny, Ireland, I've been going there, which is funny because the press always goes, because they don't know, and they go, do they get you in Ireland? I go, no, they don't get me. That's why I go back every year. Because it's so nice to hear my act in peace and quiet. All that interruptive laughter and applause. But I go into Kilkenny, and I'll go into the Italian restaurant, and this beautiful Irish woman, the red hair and the blue eyes. Welcome home, Dom. What do you have? We'll have a bottle of wine, and then you get something. It's like I go in, like a little town. That's really cool to have like a club all over the world that you're a part of.
Wherever you go, you're kind of welcome. You've been there enough times now.
Yeah, I mean, even like Denmark. I've been to the club there, and that's weird because, to our ear, Danish is really, Danish is it's a little like German, but it's like you don't hear it much. And they're talking in Danish, and I don't know what they're saying, and they're laughing. All of a sudden, then the guys, it's all talking in Danish, and I hear, Damorera. They brings you up. And then I speak in English, and then they laugh, and then they go back to Danish. You know, how cool is that?
It's
like,
amazing. And Danish, to me, always sounds like someone's choking on a fry. It just always seems like they've got a problem. But you can go there, you'll do your act, and they'll get the references in English, and then they go back to Danish.
Well, that's the advantage Americans have because our media is so powerful. Like, I can't bring one of my Scottish friends over here. No. We don't know who the Prime Minister of Scotland is. Does anybody know? You know, everybody knows Obama. Everybody knows George Bush. Everybody knows these guys, our celebrity politicians, and they know our references. They know The Godfather. They know Seinfeld. We don't know Father Ted over here. Right. Big hit in Britain. So it's really much easier for us to go there than for them to come here. You know.
But also you get their kind of style of comedy. You think that they would get over here, right? I mean, you think that most of those guys could come here and be accepted. It's more like the club owners don't quite see it yet.
Well, I think the only trouble is the references. You know, like the references are tough because it's easy for me. When I first went there, it's amazing how powerful America is because when I first went there, I thought, oh, you know, because I was a waiter and I'll change. It was Ponce was the before the Euro, it's called the Ponce, and you know, you can always learn from me. I may not be the funniest comedian, but that's Al Marrera. I didn't think he was funny, but I went out of there with a wealth of knowledge. What a teaching! You ever get these comedians that like want to lecture all the time? You know Eddie Griffin, right?
Yeah.
He's Eddie Griffin's very like Carl. What's his name? The one Mencia, Carlos.
Yeah.
Those guys, they love to teach. This guy's yawning. Thank you. Well, I couldn't sleep for weeks, and I saw this guy Don Marrera and Ron Bennington. I was out like a light. I wonder if they have a DVD or CD we can listen to.
Late at night, just put it on.
Right. Was I talking about Carlos? The guys that lecture.
Yeah.
And I'm at the Comedy Store one night, and I hear Eddie Griffin. I like Eddie, but he's going, you know, we got to stop giving the kids in Compton guns and knives and give them books and paper and pencil, educate them. Like, who's going to go, fuck education? Give the kids ammunition. I mean, like some of that bullshit. I was in Columbia. I was in Columbia, South Carolina. And honest to God, it was a young black kid that went up first, and he was, what's up? And then a young white kid from Louisiana, what's up? And I go, what's up? And the white kid who went on before me, he said, you know who's the hardest working people in the world? Mothers. Let's give mothers a hand. Like who's not going to give mothers a hand? Fuck mothers. My mother was a pig.
Working a little easy, just working to the ground. Yeah, help me. You grew up in Philadelphia, South Philadelphia, which, particularly when you grew up, it was kind of a tough town. Philly, I think, was a tough town, as well as, and I don't know if everybody really even realizes that Philly stayed this way, but it was one of the most segregated places that I've ever seen. Like, white people segregated themselves. Like Italians and Polish and Irish.
You couldn't even go, when my mother was a kid, you couldn't, she went to an Italian Catholic school.
Right.
She couldn't go to the Irish Catholic school and vice versa. That's how much segregation there was. In the city of brotherly love. We actually moved to a black neighborhood, which was groundbreaking at the time, and they wanted to see how fast I was, apparently, my parents. But that was a tough adjustment, you know. I mean, luckily I played basketball, believe it or not. And I'm telling them about playing basketball, and these young guys are going, you know, I heard that you could play basketball. They said, were you good? I go, well, for a comedian, I was really good. But, you know, that helped me. And then like, in high school, I was the only white Italian kid we had race riots. And I was the only white Italian kid that could go to school because I played basketball.
As a ball player, but it is that kind of stuff. I think starts to set up like who's going to become funny. You know, particularly when you're in a neighborhood that you're not all that comfortable with. You've got to use personality. You can't fight every single day. You know,
so one or the other.
And, you know, it always gets to me because they're telling kids not to, you know, bully and be careful of the bully thing. But some of the guys come out of that and are able to have different kind of skills, social skills.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I agree with that. And, that bullying thing's gotten serious.
It has.
I feel bad for those kids when you think that every day going to school is terrifying for them.
Yeah.
You imagine what that's like? You know. Okay, talk about buzzkill.
No.
Nobody knows how to stop a show.
No, you know what? Seriously, I thought I was interviewing Eddie Griffin there for a second.
We gotta stop bullying kids.
What's up with bullying? But did you start to realize at an early age that humor could work for you? That you start being funny?
I was always funny as a kid. And it's so easy to be funny because you didn't have to worry about an act. Like the hardest transition I made as a comedian was because I came out of an improv acting background, and I couldn't believe these guys honed it, which means said the same shit every night, you know, and like that was the hardest part for me. We go, well, you gotta say the same stuff until it gets good. Wow, that's, you know, how do you, that was the most boring part of stand-up, but now I've learned to appreciate that, you know, you can do a little bit of both. You can have some improv, but it's really hard to write.
When you first started, it was just improving off the cuff every night?
Well, I was already a polished performer. I just didn't have an act. Because I came in, I was very lucky. In high school, in college, I was in a professional children's theater group. Everybody has this image of you as like just Italian. Hey, how you doing? Forget about it. And I was like, I got my equity card in children's theater. Right, singing, playing the part of the beloved part of Billy Bones in Treasure Island. I was the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland, and I remember these like young hot mothers, and I'm only 21. No, not even. Yeah, 20, and I'm dressed up as the White Rabbit, and they're bringing their kids, these young like 18, 20-year-old mothers, and I'm going, give to Rabbit.
It's one of the most uncomfortable stories I've ever heard. Tell you the truth.
You're like Oprah. Pretty soon you're gonna have me crying.
Well, you taught for a while too, right?
I taught Catholic grade school for 3. I taught kids improv, and I taught Catholic grade school, and it's really it was very rewarding. One of the girls, you know, she's an adult now, and she came to see me at Harris, where I killed. I'm not a bragger; it's a gift. But she came to see me, and she said to me that it was like one of the best years of her life, and all this stuff. And she said, "Why did you let us do so much stuff?" I said, "Because I knew that you girls were smarter than me, but I knew how to delegate things." She goes, "What do you mean smart?" I said, "You had more brain power." I said, I wasn't as smart as you kids. You know, like, they were like really like high IQ, brilliant kids, you know, and they ran the whole show. And I'm sitting there, this is the same girl years ago. She goes to shit. I always want to ask you a question. How come your handwriting was so beautiful when you did our report cards and so terrible on the board? And my mother goes, "'Cause I did it." my mother did all my report cards and stuff. Ritardo Montalban.
So
thank you, nice man.
How did you make that transition? You're teaching, you're doing improv. How do you make the transition into stand-up?
I got hired for Saturday Night Live in 1980 when Eddie Murphy got the show. That was the only, Eddie was the only big breakout guy from that. I'm Episcopo, I guess, a little. But when I got hired for 3 shows, and I got on one of them, but just as an extra. I had a bit called the Mean Grocer. And like Joe Carcione, the mean grocer, and I was just like angry with fruit and almost like a prelude to Gallagher kind of thing, whatever. Right. And when they fired the producer, I thought, and then we all got fired. We got paid and all, but I thought, you know, you're giving up so much power when you just act. And I thought, I can do stand-up. I knew I could, and I was a terrible waiter. And the one thing good, like my girlfriend. I used to be with this French Canadian girl, but she was like a Benjamin Franklin in being good at everything. But I wasn't good at anything but one thing. So it's so much easier to focus when you're mildly retarded, but have one strong point, you know? And the thing about it, I have such confidence because I know I'm not good at anything else. It's not like, well, if I didn't do this, I could certainly do this. No, I couldn't do it. But, so that...
you know, he's such a natural comic because even when he's being serious, the audience is just laughing. He's opening his heart to you. I can do nothing else.
I don't care, but I'm just another joke monkey to these bastards.
He's telling people, you know, I started drinking a lot. Yeah!
Oh, he's got problems. I love it. Like everybody everybody else.
But here you are, this young kid. You get Saturday Night Live. You knew what it done for Belushi and Chevy and all that. At some point, you must have thought this could be it for me.
Do you want to hear how naive I was? I didn't even have an agent. I went up there, and I auditioned, and then we kept passing auditions and writing stuff, and I'm amazed at the naivete that I would think. I mean, I did actually get something.
Right.
I got 3 $800 checks.
Right.
But just the idea that it was kind of cool to get paid for it. But I mean, can you imagine trying to get something without an agent?
No,
in
it's
this
impossible.
Business? It's all that pay off, pay back, and
Yeah.
you know.
But even then, it was pretty impossible
Yeah.
for you to be able to pull that off. But it just didn't matter to you. You were just, this is something that happens.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's what got me into stand-up, because I'd rather play basketball than tennis, and I like playing with a team more than I like being individual. But stand-up, I was in an improv group, and it was at 41st and Broadway, and 41st and 9th, called the Broadway Local, and we were really hot. One of our we had a good draw. This is 1980, around that time.
Yeah.
And Michael Patrick King, you know him, the creator, not creator, but the producer for Sex and the City. You know who he is? He was in the group, and Lisa Mendy was in it, the one who played the mother of the ugly baby on Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Jerry, the baby. And just really talented. We have this woman, Sue Anderson, who conducted on Broadway, conducted Pirates of Penzance on Broadway. But we weren't making any money, and I had to live. And Lisa and I were hooking up, and somebody's got to make money, so I started doing stand up, and it really went well, and it went very quickly. But I think it went quickly because I had already worked so hard on other things.
And you brought those kind of improv characters to the stage, right?
Well, at first, all I did was characters. I didn't do any stand up. Like that kind of conversational, or I just did one character after another, and the first character was a guy named Lino Romano, who was a maitre d' at Smith & Wollensky's. You know Smith & Wollensky's, 49th and 3rd? Well, if you ever go in the lobby or the vestibule, there's a picture of all the waiters, and there's me holding a pot of coffee. I swear. And it says waiters of at least 10 years experience. I had no experience. Matter of fact, the only time I bartended, the guy wouldn't even let me handle glass. He just let me handle plastic cups on the 3rd floor. But that's, I made the transition from that to stand up.
What clubs were you working at the time?
The comic strip, and then the improv. And at the time, the comic strip, the Axe passed us. You know who Larry Miller is?
Sure.
Larry Miller was one of the guys that passed me. And the Axe will come in and watch you, and then and I didn't understand the whole thing of hanging out, because I was parking cars at the River Cafe. I was a valet there. What a great gig that was! What a really great gig. This is before you had to check with the government about what your tips were.
Yeah.
I had a suitcase full of ones. I looked like I robbed a 99-cent store. A big stash of ones.
So you're trying to tell us this is before taxes? This goes back before taxes?
No, not. When, does anybody here work in the restaurant business?
Yeah.
What do you have? How do you do it with to tell them how much you make?
You have to put in the credit card tip amount that you make. Cash amount you get to keep yourself.
Oh, but don't they estimate? Do you have to estimate?
Estimate every hour that you make so much or whatever. Yeah.
But see, in those days you didn't. You just kept it. That's what we were just talking about. Under the guy who drove me over here. He's got Oklahoma. I'm Oklahoma. I'm part Apache. Right?
Yeah, they're all part Apache.
Why don't you open up a casino? I'm not that kind of Indian. But he was. We were talking about what were we just talking about?
About the taxes.
Oh, we were talking because I was said that I get this guy Mark Vito who runs this club in Wildwood, New Jersey, and I said, Mark, when I first met him, I said, can you pay me under the table? I can't do it anymore. But in those days, he goes, Dom, there isn't a table low enough. I wouldn't crawl under to pay you. No more cash.
So when you first started to get on, it felt like it went kind of fast for you. Like a lot of guys, it takes years. You were ready though.
But I was ready in the sense of performance-wise. I wasn't ready as a stand-up. Like, I never thought I'd do the Tonight Show. I never thought I'd do Vegas. I thought I was going to be probably connected to improv and doing some kind of form of stand-up. Eddie Murphy helped me because when he did characters, it opened it up for comedians to do characters, because before that, all they wanted at the comic strip was monologists.
Right.
You know, so you ever notice when you go into...
Right.
You ever notice people who are always noticing stuff?
Right. Everybody was kind of doing Brenner or Richard Lewis at the time, and everybody that came behind or those guys just kind of picked up their style.
Yeah, and the character of Lino came from a real guy who you never knew when he was done his speech, because he was the maitre d', so we had to listen to this bullshit every day. And he would go, "The boys in Sicily, they suffered and they died in the war." And then we go, "Oh boy!" But then they left and they danced. It's like, thank you. You don't know whether to be sad or happy. It's like, oh my god! And that was the character. And the character I did this really juvenile thing where I made it like this really sophisticated guy who talked about the most base things. He would be like, "Did you ever have to poop? And you don't have to pee, but you got to poop and you pee anyway." And then, you know, like that whole, I don't know if you remember that run I used to have, but it was like, and then he go, "Why do they have to say vulgar, vile things like to pinche loaf, to cape squat?" I say, "I have to poop, I have to pee, not I have to shake my monster or to drain my lizard, to squeeze the weed, to drain," and, you know, just run. And then those different characters would come out, you know.
What made were you improvising those kind of lines on stage?
That was improv, and then I wrote it down. Yeah. I'm not a good writer as far as sitting down and writing like for 3 hours. And I do much better do the other way. You know? Like the other night, I was at the Comedy Store, and there was this beautiful girl. And I said, "How old are you?" She goes, 21. I said, "No, 21. I said, "First of all, you're hot, but you better be hot at 21. Or it ain't going to happen." It ain't going to kick in at 41. You know. And I asked her about the buying drinks. I said, "Do you ever buy your own drinks?" She goes, "Well, you know, it's kind of like hedged." I said, "So basically, you buy your own drinks if you're with your girlfriends, but if guys see you, they buy you drinks." She goes, "Well, yeah." I said, "Do you feel like at all?" She goes, "No, it doesn't bother me. You know, you could be liberated and still get free drinks, whatever." And I said, "Well, you know what you should do?" I said, "Whenever somebody buys you a drink, save that $3 because there's going to come a day when you're going to need it. when you're going to have to buy a guy a drink to talk to you. Hey, get that drunk over there a drink, huh? Tell him to come over here." But I mean, that was improv. Right. But I think there's some substance to it that because it came from this thing, and I haven't done it yet on stage of how unions and different things have changed. Like, you know that show Pan Am, that new show? Well, when I was a kid, when I first started flying, all the flight attendants were fucking hot. They were hot. I mean, they had to wear heels. The only thing they couldn't do was wear their hair down. They were like, but other than that, they were just, and they were hired and fired on beauty. But you can't do that now. So, like in the thing where I was thinking of a bit about that is the idea of now you know, because like of equal opportunity and civil rights and all the things that took the fun out of being a white guy. But I said, like, now they have to, you know, they're in unions. You can't fire them. Like, now the woman could look like Quasimodo with the tray, a drink tray on her hump. Quasimodo, how about a rum and coke? Sanctuary!
So this is a work in progress. This is still,
You can tell, huh? What am I going to do? Do good stuff?
No, I was just watching the women cringe. As the women, like, you had the guys. There's no doubt about it. You had them with you.
You know what my favorite bit is to do, and this is a bit, but it's really remarkable to the way the faces light up, especially like at the Laugh Factory, or in a room like this where you really can see everybody. I say, look at some of you. Look at you. I said, how old are you? And she, whatever, really young. I said, do you know, like, you look like an angel to me? And she goes, oh, thank. I said, you're beautiful. You're breathtakingly beautiful. And I suck her in, right? And I go, but you know what I realized? A lot of it has to do with me not being as hot as I was. Because a lot of you girls, not for nothing, are average or less than average, or even a little skanky, but you look good to me. Wait, this is a compliment. Listen, and that bit, it's so fun because you get people like they're really like beaming, you know. I do try and be an equal opportunity ball buster though, because I've had so many people. You know who Russell Peters is? Yeah. You know who Russell Peters is? Okay, you know Russell is the most popular comedian in the world because he has the continent of, what's it called, Asia on his side, right? Very big continent, if you ever looked at the map. And Russell, I was at a show one night. It's funny how people love to be included. And I was working with Russell, and he was slamming everybody. I mean, he has Cambodians in his audience and Pakistanis, like all parts of Asia. And this one woman goes, "What about the Armenians?" like, why are you leaving us out? You don't love us? Yeah.
When you travel around the world, do you kind of take the piss out of the local customs, or are you comfortable to make fun of the places that you're at, or do you turn it around and just make fun of America?
No, I don't do that. No. I don't make fun of America.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I make fun of America if it deserves it, but I mean, it's funny because I was in Manchester, England, and this guy, Bush was still president, and this guy hollers out, "You Americans." I go, "What do you mean, you Americans?" I said, "I was just born there, like kids are born in Iran or Iraq or wherever they're born." I said, "I didn't choose this." I said, "Do you think that Bush, you're going to blame me? You think Bush confers with 7 or 8 comedians before he decides on foreign policy?"
It is true. I mean, what is there even to be proud of? You just happen to be born in that one place. Yeah,
lucky you weren't born in some disease-filled country. And
yeah.
You know.
It's that easy that it could have happened that way. You almost hit the lottery when you really think about it. When you're born in this country, you're like, well, I got the easy path.
Well, compared to with some. But then again, I don't have a fair view of the world because every place I go is is always upper. Like I don't go to the heart of Africa where people are at civil war to do stand-up.
Right.
We have to get Dom Herrera here in the Conga.
Right. I mean, people are looking for water and shit.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
People are suffering, and I know it's out there, but I'm not getting booked there soon.
Right.
But what I'm saying is I have a very slanted view of the world in the sense people all speak English, and any time that they can afford a luxury of stand-up comedy, then you're going to a place that's kind of easier.
Right. And are used to American TV, but maybe that should be your thing, that you're just working the Congo and you get there and there's people standing in line, there's the water on their head for the day, and everybody's lining up, Herrera's here. There won't be another comic you have to deal with.
I would love to be known over there. I think it would be the coolest thing. I remember one time I was at Harvard, not in school, I was just at Cambridge.
Just doing a gig there.
I had a Harvard sweatshirt on, and some guy going, "Did you go to Harvard?" I go, "Did you ever hear me talk? What do you think?" But there was a guy, he was in a refrigerator box, and he says, "Man," he goes, "I know you." He says, "From television, right?" And he said, "You were on the Rodney Dangerfield thing." I said, "You get cable?" and premium cable as it is.
That is funny about you, too, because of all the stand-up that you've done. A lot of people know you as, sitcom shots or the Coen Brothers movie, The Big Lebowski, which is always amazing to me because that happens with stand-ups all the time, that they'll just know them from a sitcom.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, first of all, Seinfeld is so powerful. It's unbelievable around the world. I was in New Zealand, in Auckland, New Zealand. I had a hood on, and I was just like jogging in the rain. And this guy goes, "Hey, mate, you were on Seinfeld. Isn't that incredible?"
Yeah.
Like in New Zealand, it's like, I mean, I've told Jerry, I mean, he knows, but it's just, I said, I'm amazed that the power, and the Lebowski, too.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know Lebowski. I mean, the first time I saw it, I didn't even like it. Then I saw it again, and I really liked it. It was like Scarface in the sense, when I first saw Scarface, I thought, that's disgusting. Then I looked at it like it was a comedy.
Right. Goodfellas plays the same way. It always plays like a comedy to me, too.
Oh, it is a comedy.
Yeah. With some murder in between. Yeah. But, so, like, when you did Seinfeld, you had no idea.
Not a clue.
This is
not a clue.
Once again, Dom doesn't have a clue.
But I mean, I had no idea. First of all, I never saw the show.
Right.
Jerry, I had never seen the show, and I heard it was a great show. Jerry was always doing stand-up, so I saw him. Larry was not a good stand-up, brilliant as a genius, but he was not a good stand-up, so he was never around. And Larry kept calling me to do different episodes, and I was always out of town. Now, this is really funny, thinking of how it turns out, what an incredible show. He said to me, Because I had turned down about 3. He asked me to do the one with the barber. Remember when? Hey, Dom, this is or he goes, this is Jerry's hair. Remember the old barber recognized Jerry's hair? And how funny is that? And he asked me, and I couldn't do it. And then finally, he said to me, he wanted me to do the prop comedian because I was up for Comedian of the Year against Carrot Top. And a couple of us were up, I don't know if it was Louis Black or a couple, comedians everybody knows and respects. It was a pretty cool group. And he asked me to do the prop comic. And he actually said to me, Dom, have you seen the show? It's a pretty good show. Larry David's telling me, like I'm Al Pacino, well, all right, I'll do your show. If I could slip it in. So I canceled the Slappy Bananas.
But that's so funny that these little things that you don't know are going to stick to you are the ones that do,
Yeah, well, Lebowski, they saw me at Caroline's. The Coen brothers saw me at Caroline's, and I got the script, and I never read a script. Movie scripts are such a drag with all the directions and and I read the sides, and I called my agent. I go, it's fucking brilliant. It's genius. She goes, really? You're that excited? I said, why do you think it's so funny? I go, because I wrote it. She goes, what do you mean? I said, I wrote every line that's in the sides. I go, it's a bit of mine. I did it on Tonight Show already. She goes, really? Let me call the casting director. And he called the Coen brothers. He goes, no, we wrote it for him. It's his bit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Thank God I got the part. I don't want to... we don't like the way you do you.
But were you familiar with the Coen brothers' work before then?
Oh, yeah. Raising Arizona.
Yeah.
And
so you thought, all right, this is cool, but you had no idea because out of everything that they've ever done, the Lebowski movie is the one that
it's a cult,
people won't let go of.
Oh, I know. They have all these Lebowski fests. They're like Trekkies. They do. I get invited to them. I haven't gone to one yet. I think it'd be a little weird, And I'm only in it for like 2 minutes.
Right. But they love the movie so much, I mean, imagine if you were like in The Godfather for 2 minutes. There's guys still going out doing gigs like, hey, meet the guy from The Godfather.
Yeah.
It's the third guy to get whacked.
Oh yeah, the Sopranos guys did that for a couple of years.
Yeah, sure, they all went out and did it.
It was so funny because I worked with them a few times because I have an act, and they had no acts, but they're famous. So they go out there and they go, hey, how you doing? Oh, how you doing? All right, let's bring up the comedian now. Now that you saw us.
So it's a night of Italians, but only one of them is carrying this thing.
Well, Sharip is actually funny, and then a couple of them sing. But Michael Imperioli's a brilliant actor, but he's not a comedian.
But he doesn't go out and do those things.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, does he?
We used to do Foxwood a few times, and they really cashed in on that. That was incredibly popular for its moment.
Well, you were probably one of at the time in the early '80s the only comic that was still doing like the Italian stuff. I think you know what I mean. Like you brought in like a bunch of family stories and neighborhood stories, and that was one of the things that got you really well known. Where at that time it kind of comedy had moved to the suburbs. You know what I mean? It was kind of white there for a while. Did you do that on purpose, or was that just you mimicking and picking up characters?
I mean, one of the things that actually I did when I first started, I had more of an Italian kind of feel. Yeah. But there was this guy, Red Buttons. Do you know who he is?
Sure.
He's this guy, a really old comedian. That he was in a movie called Sayonara with Marlon Brando. Here I am teaching again. Yeah. And anyway, he told me, he goes, and he's this old Jewish guy. I don't think he knows me. He calls me up. His son, I was doing this benefit for AIDS. I'm against AIDS, by the way. Doing a benefit
flip flop.
But his son said, my dad wants to talk to you. And I go, your dad knows who I am? So I call him. He goes, Dominic, don't paint yourself into that Goomba corner. You're better than that. Be a comedian who happens to be Italian, and don't be an Italian comedian. And it's funny because you know how you pass it down to. And I remember these two young black kids came up to me that they're friends of mine now, but they were strangers at the time. And they go, you give me an advice? I said, yeah, I'll give you advice that I was given. I said, don't be a black comedian. Be a comedian who happens to be black. That opens up the whole world to you. Don't predicate everything on, man, and the white guy goes, well, gee, I don't know. And the black guy goes, I ain't going in that motherfucker. you know what I mean? Like, there's so much more. And that's, like the really great comedians, I think,
Sure.
have a wider range. That's why I didn't want to, like, I'm Italian. I'm really Italian. I'm really from Philly. That's already there.
Right.
But if I see something funny, and like hopefully that flight attendant bit will be funny.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, it's gold. Seriously.
Comedy gold.
That thing is platinum. You're set for the next special. Do you we talk about you kind of walking into these things, and you call it naive, but there seems to be an easiness about you. Were you ever nervous about doing any gigs? It just seems like it's somewhat comfortable for you. When you did your first Tonight Show or first HBO special, were you able to handle that?
The Tonight Show was horrible.
Yeah.
Because it was so much pressure, because at the time, don't forget, this was 1986, and there wasn't nearly the media we have today.
Yeah.
So really, the whole country was watching it. I mean, the pressure was like, I looked out of the window in the studio at NBC in Burbank, and I wanted to run into the hills. I wanted to run through the wall like a cartoon character and just start a new life in the hills. I did. I was so, my head, they said, how was it? How did you feel? I said, terrible. Well, how was it afterwards? I go, terrible. I never get headaches. I don't fucking hate. It was just awful. But I mean, it was an imprimatur. It was the stamp of approval from Johnny
Right.
Carson at the time. But, certain things like, what helped me was opening for Cher, because she had such an eclectic group. She'd have transvestites and families.
Right.
Like the whole, the gamut of society. And doing those arenas really helped me. And the only time I got nervous was because my sister was nervous, and it rubbed off on me, because it was at Madison Square Garden, and it was the first time we did it. The second night I was fine. But it was Madison Square Garden, and I didn't want to look up, because I knew that all the Knicks and Rangers banners were there, and I'm thinking, I don't want to get this in my head. You're fucking playing Madison Square Garden. Sinatra, the Beatles, everybody was here. It's like, oh, the Beatles play that?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
they never did. But Walt Frazier did.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's funny about the Beatles. Imagine being too big to play the Garden.
Yeah,
we can't play the Garden. We're too big. Well, you got any stadiums we can play?
Shea, they played.
Yeah, I remember. I saw that.
So that was those type of things you could get nervous for. You would go, I get it. This is gigantic.
It's funny. It's because of how relative it is. Because the next night we were in the Pepsi Center in Denver, at PepsiCo Center, I think it was called, and I wasn't nervous at all, and it was bigger than the Garden.
Right.
But because it was the Garden, because it was the history, that my heart was beating fast. Now it takes a lot for me to get nervous.
Well, a lot of your history is sports history too. Like you do respect that building.
Yeah. I had fun with the NFL guys.
Yeah, you do a lot of stuff with them. How did that come about? How it's a tough crossover.
I was doing a sports show with this guy Bill Spaceman Lee. He played for the Red Sox, and he was a really wacky, funny guy. I was doing it at the Montreal Comedy Festival, and somebody from Comedy Central saw me. This is a show called Offsides. It was on, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. But we ran for 5 years, but we were like just on the cusp of before Comedy Central really hit it. But it was with the NFL players, and the one thing I did with the players, I wanted to make them funny. I didn't bust their balls. I didn't try and be a witty, I'll get this big dumb guy, because they're not dumb. They're just big.
Right.
A lot of these guys, they're funny, they're smart, And plus, they gave us the guys. The PR department was smart. They gave us the personalities.
Right.
Remember Romanowski?
Sure.
Romanowski, this guy he was on roids, and they
First guy probably to be on roids.
Yeah, right. the only player. And we were in Denver. We were in Colorado, a place called Haley, Colorado, where they trained at the time. And I go, I want to talk to Romanowski, because he had bit some guy's ear. He was spitting some guy's face, crazy. And they go, you don't want to talk to him. I go, but I do. And they go, you really don't. So we go to lunch, and the whole lunch is packed. Everybody's eating, all these players. There's a table for 8. Romanowski's sitting alone. I go, oh, I get it. I don't want to interview him.
Even the other players are afraid of him.
Yeah.
But you brought up the term earlier, busting balls, and that is the thing about you, is I don't think you got a mean bone in your body, but you do kind of play with people a little bit, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. I mean, but that's where I grew up.
Right.
Everybody was doing that. That was my family was that, and my family was the women in my family were really funny. They were not submissive to the men. That you're so funny, honey. Everybody was funny. Like when I was in a family thing, I'm not the funniest one. I'm just one of the funny ones.
Right.
You know, my cousin Johnny was the funniest person I ever met, but he wasn't a comedian. He was the one. I don't know if you ever saw this story about trying to knock himself out.
No, I don't think so.
He said to me one day, he goes, I was watching boxing on Showtime. This is real. He goes, and he was all drugged. He was doing barbiturates and stuff. He goes, and I'm looking at these guys hitting. I'm thinking, I wonder if I can knock myself out. This is really, this is like real. And he goes, I grab a towel, I walk into the bathroom, I'm looking at myself in the mirror going, fuck you, just to work up a floor. He says, I took it up with my hip, racked myself over the eye. I was bleeding like a pig. He said, but I'll tell you what, Dom, I wouldn't go down. I would not go down.
So that is like one of the funny things too about humor is that the comedians aren't always the funniest ones, that they're just the ones that get on stage and train and get out and work the road and take care of themselves. Because you can meet an amazing, like South Philadelphia is a really funny town, and everybody knows that they're funny there too.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, stand-up comedy and being funny are two completely different things. It helps if you're a funny stand-up comedian, but you don't necessarily have to be the funniest guy. You can be a brilliant writer or have an act or have something quirky like emo. Remember emo?
Sure.
Those guys, it's kind of the weird, offbeat, you know. And then there's guys like Zach Galifianakis, who's really a bright stand-up. But then you think, holy, how did he become such a brilliant actor?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, then there's those hidden treasures like that. Like, I didn't know Zach. I remember, he's got such a good memory. I saw him in Tribeca a few months ago. He says, and I'll never forget, because I brought him up. I go, here's a guy, because Richard Lewis brings notes up. I said, here's a guy, he brings up notes on stage like he's being real creative. Let me tell you something. I've seen him many times. It's always the same shit. Give him a big hand, Zach. And he loved that.
Yeah.
Because he can, he's like, I'm busting his balls, but I only do it to people I like. And,
right.
And I don't bust Dice Clay's balls.
Not crazy about Dice?
I don't like Dice.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into negativity, but.
You don't have to, but you did bring it up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who was doing that? Michael Vick. He was saying, talked about how bad the refs were. Remember this?
Yeah.
He said, I talk about him. He said, but I'm not putting down the refs for saying they were bad. But you just said it. Like,
you just explained it 5 seconds ago.
And then it's a disclaimer right away.
Yeah. But you get along with most people, right? Most people you get along with.
Yeah, I get along with the comics. And do
you feel competitive, particularly with the early guys that you came up with, or nobody at all?
I never thought that anybody else's success diminished me. I am what I am, and I do what I do. I really don't have that. Like, I'm telling you, like Tosh, like he was like my retarded brother or retarded son, whatever. And I love that guy, and I'm so proud of him for being number one. I'm not going, oh man, could have been Irera 101. Shit, it doesn't have the same ring.
No, it really doesn't. But we even talked about this. You didn't really have a plan for yourself. Like some of these younger guys, they're like, in 5 years I want to be doing this. 10 years, you never really.
I was never that ambitious, and I never had Mine was always in psychology class. Yeah. Seek pleasure, avoid pain.
Right.
That was really more. I never really cared about being a big star. I like money better than fame, and I'm much more famous than I am rich, like around the world. But I mean, I have, I make a good living, but not nearly as much as people might think. But I'm not, compared to a regular person, of course, the money's ridiculous. But you get used to,
But then suddenly Tom Cruise comes in, and you feel like a pulper.
Yeah. I mean, like it's all according to where you are. It's like Ray Romano was at the top of the wave of this. I mean, a lot, for TV, nobody thought it was going to happen as quickly as it did, like for Charlie Sheen. But like they've scaled down, especially with reality shows and all. Reality shows. Why would you want now? They have to pay the reality people. Now the Jersey Shore people
making good money.
Making good money. Yeah. But at first, that's the way networks were saving money.
But for you, it never matters to you, and you can do something that really I don't think a lot of people know is working those casinos, because that's a totally different audience.
Yeah, it really
I think. And you've always been able, even as a young guy, go in and work that crowd, right?
Yeah.
What do you have to do special to win those folks over?
Talk about gambling.
Just gambling. Just they
Talk about sex and gambling.
Right.
It's a different crowd. I mean, Atlantic City it's much different than Vegas.
Yeah.
Like Atlantic City's blue collar. They drive there. How many people drive to Vegas?
Right.
From Provo, Utah. You know. But Vegas is a town that, you don't know what you're going to get. One week it's the porn convention. Next week it's Comdex. Next week.
Right.
But the crowd changes more there. So it's a little easier in the sense that you have a new crowd. In Atlantic City, you got to really change your material because they're the people that come to see you. And that's a really tricky thing with the material thing because you can't please everybody. I'll have people going, how come you didn't do the little Petey, big Petey bit?
Right.
And I go, I try not to do everything. I drove my brother-in-law here from Vineland. I told him it was funny. You stiffed us. Then if I do it every time, they're going, what are you, the Beach Boys? Let it go.
So
Did
you can't
lose your
win.
pen? Well, you can't.
Did you lose your pen?
No, but you just have to make choices of. And I say to people, I said, did you have fun on the show? They go, yeah. I said, well, then next time if you come to see me again, ask me to do it. I'd be glad to do it.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm above it, but I've been heckled with my own act. Joey Bag of Donuts. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get to that.
What is it you think about that bit, though, that you wrote it so long ago, and it still follows you to this day?
The rhythm of it,
Yeah.
I think. See, because I can't write jokes. I can write rhythm and cadence. Like one of my first jokes was about Ed McMahon on Star Search. And I was on Star Search, and I won one and lost the second one. And I said, when I met him, I said, what do I say to him after all these years? Do I call him Ed? Do I call him Mr. Ed? Do I call him Mr. Eddie McMahon, Mr. E, Mr. Ed? Mr. You big, fat, lucky, talentless hump. Kissing Johnny's ass for the last 30 years, you Budweiser sucking, outpost slinging nothing. What do you do? I don't mean that in a bad way, Ed. And that was all rhythm, really not jokey joke,
Do you remember who you beat in Star Search and who you lost to?
I beat a guy named Mark Miller who was a writer. He was a dead duck. I mean, he was so bad that I thought I can't not. I mean, I could do my act backwards. But then the guy that beat me was a really competitive guy with me, and he hated me because I wasn't competitive with him. And so his name Ron Darien was his name. That still is his name, but he just never went anywhere. that was the apex of his career. Fuck you, Ron, if you're listening.
It's good. He's working as a telemarketer.
Yeah, bro. I don't mean that in a bad way, Ron.
No.
But what he did was, and I'm not like Star Search, but he, but it was the Dancing with the Stars.
Sure,
in
it was.
day.
It was huge.
And he did we were supposed to do like a minute and 45 seconds. You know how hard it is unless you're like a prop act and come out juggling something or to do a minute and 45 seconds and get them warmed up. And he did like 3 or 4 minutes. And they didn't want to turn the mic off on him, and he won. And I was mad that he did so much time, but it really didn't matter. If I had won another Star Search, it wouldn't have changed my whole life. How did he ever get in the movies? Did you see his second Star Search? It was killer.
Yeah, you would be today's Ron Darien. That's where you would be now. But instead, we've got Don Myrera.
You are
Don
good.
Myrera. Thank you, bro. That was terrific.